The warp spell was one of the 3 diagrams in Noah's possession that he could use for the entirety of his cultivation journey. Yet, Noah found it hard to use it efficiently as his power grew. The issue wasn't with the power of the spell, but with its effects. The smoke of the demonic form became more threatening each time he memorized a Xianxia rune, and the body inscription spell's power was linked to the magical beasts turned into blood companions. Those spells were clearly battle-oriented, and Noah could always put them to good use in any of his fights. However, the warp spell had effects not strictly related to combat. The spell was useful to travel long distances and to make lose track of any pursuer, but it had unfavorable conditions to its activation that made it quite predictable in battle. The teleportation required time, and the cultivators on Noah's level were able to react to that sudden tremor in the air. He couldn't use it to take his enemies by surprise anymore. Yet, the warp spell didn't have limits. Noah could use it through the entirety of his journey. So he decided to use the divine deduction technique on its diagram first. He had other ideas on how to create, modify, or even fuse spells. He could clearly imagine the black hole spell and the dark blast spell being combined into one, for example. However, now that he had time, he wanted to focus on creating something that would last, and that wouldn't have to be discarded due to his growth. The lines of the extremely complex diagram formed over the sea inside his mind before being redirected in the inscriptions over its walls. Noah experienced part of the feelings of the creator of the diagram, as well as the deep meanings that those lines contained. These lines, their power is linked to the mental waves of a sea of consciousness. They are meant to teleport a cultivator till the limits of its consciousness. The diagram is a teleportation matrix without set destination nor origin. A perfect machine that can bring anywhere as long as enough energy is poured inside it. Noah began to understand the meaning behind those lines. The divine deduction technique allowed him to analyze diagrams at high speed. That feature was one of its main abilities after all. Noah intended to completely understand the diagram so that he could reproduce and modify it through his wills, turning it into his personal spell, which effects could be altered according to his needs. The black flames aren't a portal. They act as a container for my body, which gets expelled once they reappear in their destination. Since the body is contained inside the flames, the teleportation won't deplete as much energy as it should. Amazing! The creator of the warp spell has found a way to reduce the interference with the space to make the consumption of mental energy and breath somewhat affordable. Learning more about the mighty entity behind that diagram made Noah marvel. Yet, the entirety of the body and the teleportation seem fixed effects. Noah stopped using the divine deduction technique as he thought that more than half of his mental energy had been depleted to understand those few things, and he didn't even know how much time had passed in the outside. Couldn't be helped, he was trying to understand a spell that had no limits to its power. He couldn't expect to learn everything about it with only one round of the divine deduction technique. Noah needed time to thoroughly understand the lines of the diagram, time to learn how and why they were connected in that shape, and time to reproduce them in the form of wills. Only after all those processes were completed, he could start to modify it according to his needs. Of course, what he needed was to turn that movement-oriented spell into something that he could rely on in battle and hopefully increase his battle prowess. I might obtain black flames able to teleport only my attacks if I can remove those 2 fixed effects. At that point, I would be able to synchronize 3 spells and a martial art, creating an offensive that isn't affected by distances. The attacks in Noah's mind were the warp spell, the demonic form spell, the body inscription spell, and his dragon's claw. It wouldn't even stop there. Theoretically speaking, even my other spells could be directly teleported next to my enemies, and I might add a form to my martial art. All of this can only happen if I manage to modify this masterpiece, though. Noah knew that there was no point in dreaming when he had yet to take the first step toward his goal. However, he had all the time that he wanted now. The hive was still trying to create items able to lower the density of breath in the territories of the new continent, and he knew that hunting magical beasts before that was pointless. Other creatures would simply migrate to take the place of the killed ones. He and Elder Hope had already seen that happen after all. Also, he was the demon prince, and he had just claimed a territory containing traces left by divine beings under the hive's banner. His achievements were impossible to evaluate, and not even a rank 5 cultivator could dictate his next actions so casually. To put it simply, he didn't really need to help his companions with the colonization of the southwestern coast. I've done more than enough for the Coral Archipelago. I need to focus on my power now. The other elders can handle the pointless clearing of these areas. I'll just remain here to train. There was something that Noah was sure of. The new continent came from the Immortal lands, which meant that rank 4 cultivators could only affect it so much. He didn't know how the Wuxia nation had built those obelisks, but he was sure that the work of many rank 5 cultivators was behind it, meaning that the elders on his level wouldn't be able to modify the environment in the plain and the area after the lava lake. I'll just wait to be contacted by the higher-ups. Until then, there is only me. The situation in the old continent evolved precisely as the elders had predicted. The images of the 1 versus 1 battles had been registered and copied in crystals so that anyone with enough credits could purchase them. It was needless to say that many wealthy forces soon acquired them. It didn't happen that often to be able to witness a battle between heroic cultivators, especially between those in the 5th rank. The value of those images was extremely high for cultivators able to gain some inspiration from them. Also, they could be useful data of the heroic assets of the enemy forces, especially for those of the hive. The Coral Archipelago had to use its heroic cultivators in the fights. In contrast, the Council and the Elbas family had sent cultivators belonging to the Sex and the noble families in the battles. Of course, that didn't apply to the rank 5 cultivators who had faced Elder Julia and Elder Austin. They were representatives of the Council and the Elbas family. They had to show their power after all. June obviously purchased them and gave a lot of importance to the battle between Noah and Adrian, but many other forces in the Wuxia continent paid special attention to Noah's battle prowess too. The Yudi family, the Bulvin family, and other noble families whose heirs had met Noah in their life were interested in seeing the growth of the criminal that had managed to escape the grasp of the royal family. Those noble families had even prevented the soldiers under them from watching his battle, but that restriction only increased Noah's fame among the ranks of the exploited and suppressed cultivators. After all the citizens of the settlements in the new continent and those in the bigger cities of the old one had watched the fights unfolding during the event. Tales of the fiendish figure destroying the defenses of the Black Giant filled the rumors among those that lacked a noble bloodline. The number of cultivators rebelling or simply abandoning their countries to join the hive increased. The islands of the Coral Archipelago saw their population rise sharply in the months after the battles. Took a bit more than 3 months for Adrian to return to the Bulvin mansion. When he reached the main hall to report to his father, he found Thomas attentively watching the images of his battle radiated by a crystal. "You lost an ear," Thomas commented as soon as he sensed Adrian's arrival. Adrian lowered his head but didn't answer. Noah had won fairly. The proof to that was right in front of his eyes. There was nothing to add to his father's comment. "Do you want something to fix it?" Thomas asked after a long moment of silence. "It's just an ear. It's not worth wasting a precious potion for it." Adrian plainly refused Thomas's offer. He had a rank 4 body, meaning that only potions in the 4th rank could affect it. Good. Scars are important to a warrior. They remind him of his mistakes. "Tell me, why did you lose?" Adrian listened to those words and raised his head to watch his battle from a different perspective. He saw his giant fists piercing the armor of smoke and landing on Noah's body, but he also saw that they had almost no effect. "I honestly don't know." The Bass Dash, Noah seems to be training in a peculiar body nourishing method that gives him a strength and a resistance far superior to my black body transformation. Still, I couldn't understand if there were spells involved. Thomas nodded when he heard those words and used his mental energy to make the crystal display the images that pictured Noah when he dispersed the demonic form. Everything under heaven and earth follows their balance. Fairness is enforced on every living being, and the same applies to techniques and spells. Noah's physical prowess must come with a cost. His body seemed extremely frail when the battle ended, meaning that endurance might be his weakness. Adrian neared his father after he heard those words. He had noticed something similar as he pondered about the battle on his way back to the mansion. Yet, when he was there, even Noah's skinny figure seemed to contain an immense strength. Little did they know that they were completely off track. Noah's body was something that even heaven had tried to destroy, The only physical drawback was his endless hunger. He manages to hide secrets even with the eyes of the three big nations on him. I must say that we never had a chance to contain him, not after he saw his mother being abused for so many years. Adrian heaved a helpless sigh before speaking those words. He had accepted Noah's strength and had recognized him as an exceptional existence in his mind. He was just trying to console his father by giving voice to his thoughts. I know, no one could have predicted his talent nor that he would be so biased against us due to his mother. The youngest heroic cultivator in history had to be the son of a commoner. What luck. Thomas shook his head after he replied to Adrian. He felt really helpless about that matter. Lily was just a commoner. She would have never received a good treatment even if Noah's talent was accepted sooner. After all, how could anyone hinder the action of a noble just because a human cultivator seemed promising? The road to the heroic ranks was harsh, and only a small percentage of the human cultivators could obtain all the resources and experiences needed to survive the tribulations. Also, they even had to destroy the black clouds during the heaven tribulation, or their future progress would be affected since their dantions would lack vital nourishments. Did you consider that matter? Adrian asked with a serious gaze as he turned toward his father. What? Are you speaking about me approaching the 5th rank? I don't know if I can survive the breakthrough due to my old age, but I might be able to reach it with the help of the Elbas family. The rank 5 cultivators of the hive spent the months after the 1 versus 1 battles trying to find a way to fix the issue about the density of the breath in the new continent. They knew the method used by the Nation, but they were unaware of the specifics of the obelisks. They could only learn their most apparent features when they explored the eastern coast. The Papal Nation would never reveal its methods to an enemy force, and the Shandal Empire had been silent since the 2 big countries attacked its territories. The hive was on its own on that matter. Also, the Coral Archipelago lacked experts in many sectors. Only a few inscription masters specialized in formations could be found on its islands. It soon became clear to those rank 5 existences that they could only use formations to solve the issue. Yet, deciding on a method was different from finding a solution. The elders still had to find something that could absorb or drain enough breath from the environment to make the lands of the new continent habitable by human cultivators. The only formation in their possession that could drain so much energy was, of course, the copying technique. It didn't take much for the elders to understand that the copying technique had to be used to solve that issue. The only problem was that Chasing Demon was away at that moment and he couldn't lay the technique on the new continent. Some months and many tests had to pass before they could create the blueprint for something that seemed viable. The other rank 4 elders received a mental message that explained the plan of the higher-ups at that point. Even Noah had to admit that their move was quite smart despite the hive lacking the assets of the other big nations. To put it simply, the elders wanted to set up formations able to send breath to the copying technique in the Coral Archipelago. Of course, since the hive didn't have a method to accumulate that energy endlessly, the copying formation had to be continuously put to use to deplete it. Yet, the hive couldn't summon the copies of rank 5 beings just to deplete that energy. It would simply be a waste. So, the elders decided to create training grounds for the human cultivators in the archipelago and make them face many copies of rank 4 creatures. The population in the islands had sharply increased in the last years, and that growth didn't seem to slow down. That led to a situation where the hive was filled by many human cultivators or even commoners who lacked proper training or battle experience. Those cultivators could just be used as cannon fodder in their current state, but they could become valuable resources once gained enough experience. Some of them might even aim for the heroic ranks one day. The hive had a population with a high percentage of cultivators, similar to that of the Shandal Empire, meaning that it could copy the big nation in the methods that it used to sort it. The empire used its endless expansion campaign to train, sort, and promote soldiers, creating a ranking system where anyone could become the leader of a small legion made by simple soldiers. The hive wanted to imitate that system, but it lacked the power to engage in so many wars. So, it decided to use the copying technique as the method to train, sort, and evaluate its cultivators. The mental message didn't just convey that information, it also requested the help of the rank 4 cultivators. I should go, this is quite important. I've even completely understood the diagram of the warp spell. I've reached the limit of what can be achieved in seclusion. Noah thought as he stood up and exited the cave that he had created in the Azure Plane. He didn't know how many months had passed, but he had finally analyzed all the lines of the warp spell and understood how they interacted between themselves. It was time to bring the process to the next phase. I need to reproduce the diagram using my wills as the language. Succeeding in this procedure will allow me to modify it and will also give me experience in the creation of spells. I don't know how much it will take though. Noah sighed as he flew toward the forest of white woods. The elders had decided that the border between the two lands would be the area where the formations had to be placed. That position wasn't casual. The formations needed to be near the teleportation matrix, so that the latter could be used to set the destination of the absorbed breath. Noah's mind wandered as he fueled the divine deduction technique with his mental energy. He knew far too well that he could approach the translation of the diagram only in one way, through countless tests. Yet, he had divine demon's legacy and translating was easier than creating from nothing. He was confident that he would succeed. It was only a matter of time. When he reached the border, he found that many of the elders on his level were already there and floated silently around Elder Austin and Elder Julia. Noah reached the group and waited for everyone to arrive. It didn't take much before all the heroic cultivators that the Hive had deployed on the new continent gathered there. This will be the area where we will build the devices. You must fend off any magical beast or plant that tries to near this part of the plane until the constructions and its defenses are completed. Elder Julia ordered and began to assign specific spots to each elder. And she even requested for Elder Morgan, Elder Laurel, and Elder Duke's help. Linking the devices meant to absorb the breath in the area to the teleportation matrix wasn't an easy task, especially when the White Woods could just increase the toxicity of the forest when they felt threatened. Even those rank 5 cultivators needed the help of experts in specific fields, and those 3 elders suited their needs. Then, she just dismissed everyone else, and Noah could begin to fly toward his assigned area. Noah didn't mind the new assignment. He was used to training while he fought magical beasts. Defending an area didn't hinder the translation of the diagram at all. Thoughts for lines, wills for diagrams. Imitate the meaning of each line and link them to form a will that respects the effects of the spell. It's just a matter of testing. Noah's mind was focused entirely on the warp spell while he casually slashed toward a rank 4 saber-toothed tiger. His attack severed the creature in two even if he wasn't using the secret art. Weeks had passed already since Elder Julia gave her orders, but the constructions of the devices seemed still in progress. However, Noah didn't expect anything different. He knew that the devices had to be extraordinarily complex, and linking them to the teleportation matrix in the forest would take even more time. They couldn't be ready so soon. I'm losing track of time more often. I guess my concept of time is gradually adapting to the higher form of life that I've reached. Noah thought as he neared the maimed corpse of the tiger and calmly ripped off one of its legs before storing the rest in his space ring. His hunger continued to increase as his body grew inside the upper tier of the 4th rank, and he felt that his mindset was constantly distancing itself from the notions that he used to have when he was only a human cultivator. He couldn't help but notice that he was becoming indifferent to the passage of time. Months could go by while he analyzed diagrams or created techniques, but he would barely notice them. Heroic cultivators are higher existences, but this doesn't only concern the power that they hold, it also involves their mentality. Noah suddenly felt so distant from the feeling that he used to have when he was younger. He remembered the anxiety, the optimization of his training schedules, his constant efforts in trying so much to reach the next breakthrough. Now, instead, he felt calm. His eagerness and efforts were still there, but they had evolved into more mature feelings, into something fit for the higher entity that he had become. Maybe I feel in this way only because I know that I'm doing everything I can to improve already. That conclusion made sense in his mind. His body was improving at high speed. His dantian never stopped enlarging, and his mind could only benefit from the constant usage of the divine deduction spell. The growth of all his centers of power wasn't hindered in the slightest, and that made Noah feel delighted. Training his body and dantian almost took him no effort due to his cultivation technique and hybrid status, and he could just stare at the 5th Xianxia rune whenever he ended one of his activities. I wonder how many years will it take for the next breakthrough? 5? 10? 20? Noah didn't know what the average time needed for the breakthroughs in the heroic ranks was. They mostly depended on the cultivator after all. Also, the pieces of information about other heroic cultivators were rare, especially when they involved their age. Cultivators would simply stop aging as long as their rank increased. Noah still appeared as a 20-years-old man due to his fast growth, for example. These periods don't feel that long, though. I'm still eager to reach the next rank or stage, but I feel as if 5 years could pass in an instant if I just close my eyes. Noah's mind wandered as he finished eating the limb of the tiger. Only a few patches of blood remained on the corners of his mouth after the meal. Maybe I should just compress the corpses of some magical beasts in the upper tier in the form of small pills. Some of its nourishments would be lost in the process, but it would be far more comfortable to eat in battle. I need to find an alchemist, Noah thought when he inspected the huge pile of magical beasts' corpses inside his space ring. He preferred to eat them in the normal way since he had inherited the dragon's tastes. But the amount of nourishment that he could obtain while he was fighting was limited. Yet, if he compressed an entire corpse into a small form, he could avoid munching pieces of magical beasts in battle and simply eat one of those pills when he was reaching his limits. Noah immediately contacted Elder Austin and expressed his needs, but he didn't hope to receive an answer anytime soon. The elders in the 5th rank were quite busy after all. "Oh, it's done," Noah exclaimed in his mind when he sensed that a will rose from the sea inside his mental sphere. The inscriptions on the walls of his mind stopped shining, signaling that Noah had deactivated the divine deduction technique, and the will slowly flew outside of the sea of consciousness only to appear in the outside world. This is the 8th already. I should have fixed all the issues concerning the harmonization of the meanings inside it. Noah evaluated in his mind before pouring breath inside his half-transparent figure that floated right in front of his face. The will shone with a dark light as soon as the breath fueled the meanings that it contained, and black flames began to appear over its surface. Noah intensely stared at the changes in the will. He saw how the flames quickly absorbed its ethereal figure before disappearing together with the dark light. Black flames reappeared at a few meters of distance, but nothing came out of it even after they dispersed in the air. Noah heaved a helpless sigh when he saw that. He knew that he had failed in the translation of the diagram once again. I really can't seem to get this teleportation right. Well, I'm gaining experience in creating spells through wills at least, Noah thought before sitting on the ground and taking out the 5th Xianxia rune from his space ring. His consciousness didn't sense any creature in the area that he was defending, and a lot of his mental energy had been expended to create that will. It was better to use the remaining one to improve his sea of consciousness. Once his mental energy was almost depleted, he simply waited for it to reform before activating the divine deduction technique to analyze his mistakes. After he found some mistakes, he still relied on the divine deduction technique to find solutions. In the end, he began the creation of another will without ever deactivating divine demons technique. Noah had specifically chosen that order in his experiments so that his mind would always be slightly better when he approached the creation of the following will. Of course, during all those procedures, he would still pay attention to his area and kill the magical beasts that tried to enter it. He couldn't let anything affect the work of the elders on the border behind him. Weeks continued to pass in which Noah became faster in solving the mistakes that kept on appearing in his wills. Countless experiments and constant analysis were bound to give results. Noah found himself completing the creation of each will in a matter of days during the last period. After all, he was just translating a diagram in his personal language. He wasn't creating something from nothing. At some point, though, he received another mental message from Elder Julia, who pressed him to return to the border between the forest and the azure plain. Noah didn't hesitate and flew toward the forest of white woods as soon as the message ended. On his way back, he noticed that even the other rank 4 cultivators in the plain had been summoned. Noah saw a small group of powerful entities forming around him as he returned to the appointed location. The hive had deployed less than 20 heroic cultivators on the piece of immortal lands. That number didn't seem high, but it represented almost half of the entirety of the heroic assets of the archipelago. The elders that had joined the group on the new continent were either on the gaseous or liquid stage. The most powerful ones in the 4th rank were still in the archipelago to monitor the situation. Large basins became visible when the group reached the border of the plan. The basins were hundreds of meters large and less than 100 meters deep, and Noah couldn't help but sense a certain familiarity when he saw the terrain that made the surface of the vast holes. Then, the answer to that sensation came from the memories that he had inherited from the excavating worm. This is the same terrain of the bare dungeon. It will transform into obsidian credits if enough breath is poured inside it, Noah thought when he reviewed the images of the bloodline inheritance. You are all here. Good, we can start then. Elder Julia appeared over the basins as her words resounded in the air. Elder Austin and the 3 experts in formations and magical plants were behind her and remained silent as she kept on speaking. There are 10 basins along this border, and they are all linked to the teleportation matrix inside the forest. Formations also cover their surface, and we have already deployed many defenses in the surrounding area. These devices and the defenses will become self-sufficient once enough breath is gathered inside them. But we expect that magical beasts will try to storm this area once they sense the activation. The elders released amazed gasps when they heard her words and shot gazes to the basins that covered the border. The meaning behind Elder Julia's explanation was clear. They needed to defend the devices until their activation was completed. Choose a basin and defend it. Elder Austin will intervene if the number of magical beasts is too high or if something in the 5th rank appears. Go. And remember that the hive might go bankrupt if you fail. The elders showed stern expressions when they heard the last phase and immediately picked a basin to defend. Noah took the central one and found Elder Jason standing proudly next to him. No more words were spoken. Silence reigned over the area as everyone focused on defending against the incoming tide of creatures. Elder Julia nodded when she saw the resolve pictured on the elders' faces and landed on the spot before the basins to pour breath in what seemed one of the cores of the formation. Lines lit up under her and spread in the area. It didn't take much before their brilliance covered all the basins. Lines also spread toward the forest. A sort of humming sound resounded from the white crowns of the magical plants as the formation under them activated. Noah was the first one to sense that something was changing in the air around him. His mind was susceptible to the variations in the breath. He was a hybrid after all. That feature was part of his instincts. He sensed that the breath around him was moving toward the basins as if attracted by the terrain that made their surface. Its density in the air immediately decreased as the process continued. The terrain in the basins began to shine along with the lines of the formations around them. Crystals began to appear at their bases as the breath gathered there. I think I understand now, Noah thought when he stared at the shining holes. The formations enhanced the innate absorbing capabilities of that terrain, forcing it to accumulate enough breath to transform into obsidian credits. Yet, I believe that this is just part of the mechanism. Noah continued to stare at the basins with interest. His inscription method was somewhat limited compared to the formations field. He wouldn't give up on the chance to observe how it worked. The surface of the basins soon completely transformed into obsidian credits, but the absorption of breath didn't stop. Shining drops began to appear over the crystals. They accumulated at high speed, and soon became shining water that kept on filling those vast holes. The basins transformed into shining lakes right under Noah's amazed gaze. At that point, he understood the reason why Elder Julia was so concerned about the magical beast's attack. His hunger seemed to explode when he stared at that shimmering water. He felt the urge to dive in it and claim that area as his. Then, roars reached his ears. Noah turned only to see that smoke filled the horizon, and he instinctively wielded his sabers when he understood the cause behind that event. Heavy footsteps soon resounded in the area. The ground trembled as if unable to endure the charge of so many magical beasts. More than 100 of them, all in the 4th rank. Noah's eyes sharpened when he evaluated the power behind the incoming tide, and he didn't hesitate to cast the Dark Blast spell to begin the accumulation of energies as soon as possible. His companions imitated his actions. They also prepared their attacks and defenses when they realized the event that they had set off. After all, they were less than 20, and that was only the first tide formed by the magical beasts closest to their position. There were bound to be more of them as the breath kept on gathering behind them. Yet, 2 huge fiery snakes flew over the elders' heads and crashed on the incoming tide. unleashing deadly flames that burned to death most of those beasts. The rank 4 cultivators raised their heads to the sky only to see that Elder Austin was floating in the air above them, and that a rare seriousness could be seen in his expression. The first one is free, you can handle the next. The elders shot grateful gazes toward Elder Austin, but Noah and a few others could understand the reason behind his action. Rank 4 magical beasts weren't threatening for those lofty entities. The problem was their sheer number. Dealing with more than 100 magical beasts at the same time with 10 basins to defend and less than 20 rank 4 cultivators was quite problematic. Noah knew that those creatures would recklessly pounce the lakes made of breath. He was tempted to do the same after all. The amount of breath contained in all the basins could be compared to that inside the bodies of many rank 5 creatures. The most appealing part, though, was that so much energy was harmless. Anyone with enough power could just reach out and drink the shining water accu.mulat on the formations. The only threat in the area was the cultivators defending it. Noah didn't know the specifics behind the formations, but Elder Julia seemed quite serious when she explained the plan. So he could guess that they had to prevent anything from interfering with the basins. The situation must be quite delicate for Elder Austin to intervene. It seems that not even a magical beast must be allowed to pass. Noah thought while he focused on the horizon. He felt hungry beyond any limit, but his mind didn't falter and remained focused on the task. Other packs of magical beasts appeared in the distance. They completely disregarded the charred corpses of the creatures of the first tide and charged at high speed toward the shining lakes. Yet, there were only 50 or so creatures at that time, with only a handful of them in the upper tier. They were mostly saber-toothed tigers, but even a few ape-type magical beasts could be seen among those packs. The elders didn't wait to see if Elder Austin would intervene again. Those of them having long-range attacks at their disposal began their offensive. Bullets, spears, and slashes of various elements crashed on the sparse group of beasts, killing almost all of them in the impact. However, a few of them managed to survive and continued their reckless charge. Even those that had only been injured struggled to keep advancing. Noah slashed without hesitation when those creatures entered in his range, and his companions did the same. The beasts were soon defeated, and no problems occurred. More magical beasts appeared on the horizon. All the creatures on the plain, and those that inhabited the lands nearby, felt instinctively attracted by the basins and migrated as soon as they sensed them. Yet, now that the closest creatures to the border had died, only sparse packs and solitary powerful beasts neared the elders in the air. Noah and the others unleashed another wave of attacks and vanquished those creatures, but more beasts appeared once again in the distance. Hours passed with the rank 4 cultivators of the hive continuously dealing with the seemingly endless magical beasts that tried to reach for the shining lakes behind them. Even the creatures that inhabited the nearby territories made their way through the plain and pounced the elders. Noah saw the poisonous frogs that inhabited the area with the toxic rivers, the giant sandworms from the desert, and even the octopuses living in the lake next to the forest of white woods. Nothing seemed able to stop the hunger of those creatures, but the elders didn't falter and continued to launch attacks to fend off the beasts. Eventually, an entire day passed, but magical beasts kept on coming. Noah stared at the lakes behind him while he launched a few slashes toward a rank 4 giant sandworm. The lines of the formations kept on spreading on the terrain under him. The shining lakes fueled them and redirected the breath toward the defenses previously deployed by Elder Julia and the others. This should be almost over, Noah thought when he saw that the lines of the formation were surpassing their position and encircling an area that spread in front of him. He knew that the process was almost over. Then, a sandstorm filled the sky in the south. Noah felt a huge threat coming from that direction and knew that the only being that could cause it was the rank 5 sandworm that ruled over the desert. The massive figure of the rank 5 giant sandworm appeared in the distance. It resembled a mall mountain that crawled toward the azure plain and destroyed everything in its path. Elder Austin shot toward it without speaking any word. He knew that it was up to him to handle the situation. A fiery hydra appeared in the air and clashed toward the beast. Shockwaves spread through the plain and cracked the ground around the battle between the two massive figures. Elder Austin showed his perfect control over the spell as he kept the giant sandworm away from the area filled by the formations. Pillars of flames and screeches filled the battlefield in the southern side of the plain. Noah did his best to keep part of his focus on the two rank 5 beings, but most of it was still on the creatures that kept on charging toward the shining lakes. Even the appearance of a rank 5 magical beasts didn't stop their charge. Their hunger had completely taken over their minds. Yet, at some point, a change finally happened in the formations. A thick shining line appeared on the terrain in front of the elders and separated the forest and the area with the basins from the rest of the azure plain. The line encircled an area a few thousand kilometers wide before projecting its light in the air. An ethereal wall formed and covered part of the sky, creating something similar to an invisible dome. The dome covered the shining lakes and part of the forest of white woods in its range, and the group from the hive could immediately notice its effects. The magical beasts still lingering near the blockades stopped their charge and showed confused expressions when they looked toward the forest. It was as if they had lost their target. Even the rank 5 sandworm stopped attacking. Elder Austin patiently waited for its reaction before making his next move. Then, the giant sandworm suddenly left and returned to the desert, and the magical beasts near the dome began to fight each other for the corpses lingering in the area. It took Elder Julia's voice to awaken the elders from their amazement. Clean this mess and recover the corpses. The formation and its defenses are finally complete. Now, the hive can colonize the piece of immortal lands. The dome created by the formations didn't just have the ability to hide the shining lakes. Elder Julia took her time to explain the features of the formations after the battlefield was cleaned, and the corpses of the magical beasts were stored. The basins were an extremely efficient device that became self-sufficient once they were activated entirely. The formations activated the innate capabilities of the terrain that made the surface of the basins and initiated the accumulation of breath, which was then stored in the form of shining water. Yet, the accumulation didn't stop when the basins were full. Elder Julia and the other experts had made many tests and calculations to find a balance between the expenditure of breath and its accumulation so that the basins could function continuously without incurring in an overflow. Even the copying technique, though, wouldn't be enough to deplete that considerable amount of breath and bring balance to the device, not by copying rank for magical beasts at least. The hive couldn't possibly copy rank 5 magical beasts just to expend energy. It would be a complete waste. So, the elders decided to link other formations with different purposes to the basins. Those formations would gather their power to create the ethereal dome that covered the shimmering lakes, and that delimited an area habitable by human cultivators. The dome could stop the senses of the magical beasts and plants and even the consciousnesses of weaker cultivators, but it also featured many defensive mechanisms. According to Elder Julia's estimation, the dome would be able to defend against the attacks of rank 5 cultivators and even send part of their power back. It was basically a sturdy shield. Of course, the cultivators of the hive could easily cross the shield, but rank 5 elders could take control of it in dangerous situations and prevent access to anyone. This is indeed fit for human cultivators. I guess this area will become crowded quite soon, Noah thought when he analyzed the density of breath inside the dome. He could clearly sense that the area would be perfect for cultivators in the 3rd rank. The only issue was the lack of buildings where to live. Well, I would have trained here anyway back then, I still do. Noah smiled internally when he saw the vast azure plain and turned his gaze toward the shining lakes in the distance. He could still feel his hunger screaming to reach them and drink their water. But Elder Julia had emphasized many times that the basins didn't have to be affected in the slightest. Apparently, even the tiniest change in the balance between the absorbed and depleted breath could cause a chain reaction that would make the formations around them fall apart. Noah could only give up on the shining water after he understood that aspect of the devices, and he turned to leave in the direction of the lava lake. He couldn't concentrate with the hunger assailing his mind, and he needed to focus on completing the translation of the diagram of the warp spell. He desperately wanted to improve his battle prowess after all. His task in the azure plane was over, and Elder Julia didn't mention him when she assigned other missions, meaning that he could focus on himself for now. It was evident in his mind that the hive had just begun its exponential growth since it had finally covered all the areas where it was lacking. Human cultivators kept on migrating toward the archipelago, filling the hive with manpower and promising soldiers. Many training areas had also been created in the archipelago thanks to the shining lakes, The hive was now forced to create copies of rank 4 magical beasts to balance the absorption of breath, and could train all those inexperienced assets that reached its shores. The hive had also taken control over the southwestern coast of the piece of immortal lands, gaining lands that heroic cultivators could use to train and meditate. Some of those lands would eventually become sources of income. The elders mentioned by Elder Julia were tasked to analyze and write down the growth of Azure credits so that she could decide the quantity to reap. The cultivators with a fire aptitude had even gained a land containing traces left by divine beings. It wouldn't be surprising if many experts with that element were to appear in the next years. In the end, with the ethereal dome, the hive had obtained an area habitable by human cultivators. Not only the colonization could finally start due to that achievement, but the issue of the overcrowded islands would be solved once cities were built in that safe area. Noah could imagine that the scenery inside the dome would drastically change in the next months. But he didn't really care. He was too distant from the matters that concerned human cultivators now. That was why he decided to simply go away and leave those matters to Elder Julia. There was too much to do about his personal power. Noah flew toward the lava lake, but he didn't stop there. His destination was the area inhabited by ape-type magical beasts after the rocky wasteland. He knew that the next target of the hive would be that land. It couldn't be satisfied with just a few thousand kilometers of habitable terrain. So, he thought that he could begin to lower the population of magical beasts while he trained. He needed to feed his body after all. The next step of the hive will be the colonization of this area. Yet, it's pointless to create other basins now since a balance has already been reached. We must wait for Chasing Demon to return so that he can lay the copying technique on the new continent and on the territory in our possession in the area of influence of the Empire. Only then the hive will be able to create more training areas and more basins. Noah summarized in his mind while he landed among the sparse vegetation of that area. The inscriptions on the walls of his sea of consciousness activated and consumed mental energy to assemble meanings in an intricate layout. He had resumed the translation of the diagram of the warp spell without hesitation. Noah didn't choose that location just because it would be the hive's next target. The lava lake was nearby. He could just go there whenever he felt like meditating. He didn't have a fire aptitude, but the lake contained traces left by divine beings. They could still help him gain some insights. Noah didn't know how much time passed after he went into the new territory. Weeks would pass without him even noticing. It was as if his mind couldn't perceive them in the same way as before. Only the translation of the diagram of the warp spell occupied his thoughts. His battles against the ape-type magical beasts were something that he did by instinct. The fauna in that land, though, was different from that of the Azure Plain. Part of the mountain chain that stretched toward the center of the new continent and the snowy mountain were quite close, which meant that strong creatures could randomly appear in that seemingly safe territory. That would force an ordinary cultivator to be constantly wary of its surroundings. But Noah was different. He could just rely on his instincts to understand the safety of the area around him. The translation went well most of the time, but there always seemed to be something that stopped his wills from working. Even when he felt that the translation was completed, the spell didn't work as intended. It was clear that something was missing. His wills would produce the black flames and begin the teleportation, but they always came out damaged and broken. It's as if the world itself doesn't want it to work. Noah thought when another of his wills failed to execute the teleportation. He could see how the breath in the air resisted the effects of his wills and affected the teleportation. He couldn't help but feel that heaven and earth didn't want him to succeed. This should have some similarities to when I created hybrids, which means that I have to force the effects that I want on the world. Noah realized that when he pondered over the matter. Heaven had been against the birth of a hybrid, so it could also be against spells that had a foreign origin. I see, it has always been impossible to translate the language of heaven and earth completely. I've always needed to modify it to make it work in a world that doesn't follow my laws. The problem was simple. The diagram of the warp spell used the laws of heaven and earth to work, but Noah was a being wholly separated from them. His creations would obviously face some sort of resistance when they tried to apply their effects on the world of heaven and earth. There was a reason why Noah couldn't understand their language after all. That's why it took me so much to create a cultivation technique. I was able to forge the black hole technique only when I imbued it with my hunger. The same goes for my sabers and my body. I could forge them only when I've managed to imbue a strong will in them. The situation became clearer inside Noah's mind. Why was it so hard to create personal techniques, methods, and spells? Why wasn't every cultivator creating its own path? Noah had always believed that it was just a matter of complexity. His achievements could be linked to the divine deduction technique or his initial advantage with the sea of consciousness after all. Yet, that last realization led him to believe that there was a deeper issue to the matter. To create something able to show its effects on the world, a cultivator must have a will able to force its way through the breath under heaven and earth's domain. So, I need to modify my wills before they can work outside my mind. As soon as he found the cause of his problem, he began to work on a solution. Noah continued to spend his time testing wills and fighting the magical beasts in the area after the rocky wasteland. He would also occasionally meditate near the lava lake. He didn't stop exploring the depths of his individuality because he was busy with another matter. He would always find Elder Austin next to the lake, and even the other elders with a fire aptitude could be often seen near the area. The faces of his companions were quite relaxed. The hive was at peace after all, and was experiencing a period of stable and unhindered growth. Their job now was to raise their power and become even more valuable assets. Any other expansion project had to wait for Chasing Demon's return. Noah found it hard to contact Elder Austin and Elder Julia in that period. Not only was his mind mostly occupied by thoughts about the warp spell, but even those elders were busy with their matters. Elder Austin seemed glued to the lava lake and didn't interact with anyone. At the same time, Elder Julia managed the habitable area in the Azure Plain and oversaw the construction of the city there. Also, she added layers of defenses around the dome and made sure that the Shining Lakes worked as intended. Human cultivators from the Coral Archipelago had even begun to migrate to the new continent to make room for the other human assets reaching for the islands. Of course, only rank 3 cultivators with an excellent battle prowess would be allowed to travel to the new continent. The hive used the relocation as a form of reward. All those events occurred without problems. Every nation was focusing on itself since the pact between the rank 6 beings enforced peace. Yet, something was bound to happen as the hive grew stronger. It happened on a seemingly random day. Noah was casually eating the arm of an ape-type magical beast, while he laid on the branch of a tree, when he sensed a few strong presences coming from the snowy mountain. He first thought that they were magical beasts attempting to invade that territory, but he soon found out that those presences were, in fact, cultivators. Noah flew in the air to understand the identity of those invaders, but a surprised expression appeared on his face when he saw that there were even human cultivators in that group. There was some sort of barrier that surrounded the group and allowed those human cultivators to breathe. Noah's gaze went to the head of the group to try to understand its origin. He saw a slender young-looking man with short silver hair in the lead, followed by a tall, middle-aged man that resembled him and by a cultivator that had its face hidden. Human cultivators followed behind the 3 of them. They weren't really walking but merely being transported inside the barrier. Then, Noah was surprised once again when he saw the emblem embroidered on the robes of those cultivators. He could clearly recognize the symbol of the Yudi family when he saw it. Noah recognized the young-looking man and the emblem embroidered on the group's robes. Daniel Yudi. That name appeared in his mind as he kept on watching the group from above. This isn't an invasion. It's an envoy. Noah picked his inscribed notebook when he realized that and sent a simple mental message to the 2 rank 5 elders in charge of those territories. We have guests. There was no reason to say anything else because he would greet them himself. Noah began his descent toward the group, but he stopped midway when he remembered that he had lived like a beast for the last period. This is an official meeting. I should at least try to appear presentable. Noah threw away the torn robe that he was wearing as he thought that and used his mental waves to clean his body. The thick mental waves of a rank 4 mage were able to affect the material world. All the dirt that had accumulated on Noah in the last period was removed from him. I'm not exactly clean, but I won't resemble a magical beast, at least. Noah sighed as he took a clean robe from his space ring and quickly wore it. He really wasn't prepared for that event. Then, he continued his descent. The group suddenly stopped moving, and the human cultivators in it shot confused gazes to the three figures in their lead before a dark shape entered their field of view. 3 heroic cultivators, well, almost 3. Noah thought when he reached the group. The middle-aged man should be Daniel's father, and he is in the solid stage of the 4th rank. The woman with her face covered is in the liquid stage, but she doesn't seem part of the family. Daniel is in the gaseous stage of the 4th rank, but Noah had stopped in the air right above the group to analyze its power. His gaze moved between the 3 figures in the heroic ranks and lingered for some moments on Daniel. He isn't a rank 4 mage yet. He isn't a complete heroic cultivator. Noah didn't know how he felt when he understood Daniel's level. He clearly remembered that his power matched Daniel's back in the bear dungeon, but many things had changed in those years. Daniel, instead, felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. He was older than Noah and had the full support of one of the strongest large-sized noble families. Yet, his achievements paled in front of the young-looking cultivator floating above his head. This territory belongs to the hive. You have trespassed our borders. Do you mind explaining the purpose of your journey? In the end, Noah gave voice to those words. He didn't care much about the past. He had simply used Daniel and his connection to the cause to escape the Nation back then. Yet, the two of them had never been in any form of friendly relationship. Noah only needed him to gain time for his escape, and Daniel's purposes were linked to the cause. He needed a cultivator with a darkness aptitude to raise his status inside his family. Greetings, Demon Prince. I am Ian Yudi. I believe that you and my son Daniel know each other. We have traveled a long distance for the chance to be received by the higher-ups of the hive. Would you mind showing us the way? Ian spoke polite words, but Noah's gaze didn't falter. He continued to radiate a cold pressure as he stared at the group. Yes, I do mind. Purpose of your journey? Noah repeated his question. He knew the power behind his status far too well. The force in front of him belonged to a large-sized noble family, and it couldn't compare to the power of the entirety of the hive. He could act as overbearing as he wanted, and he felt that approach to be the best one. That was a delicate period for the hive. Troubles had to be avoided at all costs to ensure its growth. Daniel opened his mouth and was about to speak, but the woman next to him placed a hand over his shoulder to stop him. She was Octavia, Daniel's personal guard, and she couldn't let him do something so stupid like being impolite to one of the most important figures of an enemy force. On the other hand, Ian kept his calm and continued to speak politely to Noah. We only want to have a friendly meeting. The 4 nations have sealed a pact, but most of the smaller powers have been ignored in that agreement. We believe that both the Yudi family and the hive can benefit from cooperation. Noah remained expressionless, but he knew that Ian had made a good point. The Nation was considered the most advanced country when it came to inscribed items and other fields of the cultivation area. Its political system and the academy allowed the birth of many experts every year, and innovative devices were produced along with them. The airships were just one of the most striking creations, but the Elbas family didn't limit itself to the promotion of inscribed items. Alchemy, formations, runes, inscriptions, diagrams, forms, the Nation was advanced in all those fields. It's okay, Prince. They have contacted us beforehand. A voice resounded behind Noah, and he was suddenly able to sense that Elder Julia had appeared behind him while he was thinking. I guess you can handle them, Elder Julia. Noah nodded at her after he spoke those words, and was about to return to the ground below when he felt her hand over his shoulder. Then, he felt a mental message reaching his consciousness. I need you to lead them to the Azure Plane and show the actual strength of the hive. We need to make them understand how powerful we are to obtain a better deal. Elder Julia's words resounded in his mind, but Noah promptly complained through another mental message directed to her consciousness. Can't Jason do it? I'm in the middle of something, and I'm not exactly polite with nobles. However, his words did not affect Elder Julia, who quickly sealed the matter with her next phrase. You are the pride of the hive. You are the only one who can show how capable we are. Also, weren't you looking for an alchemist? The best ones are in the Nation and Papal Nation, but I don't think that the latter would contact us for the time being. We must settle for a noble family. Noah could only sigh when he heard those words and watched Elder Julia disappearing right in front of his eyes. Ian and Octavia could clearly understand that Elder Julia was a cultivator in the 5th rank, and they were stupefied when they saw Noah calmly conversing with her through his mind. They quickly realized that Noah's position was even higher than they expected. Yet, Noah was quite annoyed by that matter and ignored the gazes on him as he gave voice to a few words. "Let's go, we will take the long route." Noah led the group from the Udi family across the southwestern coast. Ian had to lift the barrier around them high in the sky when they flew over the lava lake. The heat in the area would just seep through it and kill all the human cultivators in an instant. Elder Austin interrupted his cultivation when he saw Noah and rose in the sky to speak a few words to him. Apparently, he was the one who had the idea of using a noble family to obtain the advanced devices of the Utra nation. The sects of the Papal nation couldn't seal a pact with the Hive. Its patriarch was the leader of one of the 11 unorthodox sects that had been exiled in the past after all. The council and the Elbas family were too busy with their territories in the new continent to care about a small force like the Hive, so only the noble families were left as an option. The best choice among them was obviously the Udi family. Not only was it one of the most potent large-sized noble families, but it also was one of the reasons behind the cause. The Elbas family would neglect noble families that sided with the cause and give part of the resources obtained in the new continent only to the loyal ones. That led to a situation where the families siding with the cause were forced to look for external help so that their power wouldn't stagnate. They could have just told me, "Well, the Udi family is perfect and it's already here. I might as well end this matter as fast as I can and continue to create wills." Noah sighed inside his mind as he thought that. He had never liked being interrupted when he was in the middle of his training, but his position brought duties along with benefits. He was quite annoyed, and that feeling was further fueled by Daniel's gaze, which was fixed on his back. Noah flew without turning his back. He didn't care if Ian was forced to move the barrier to avoid the heat waves. He couldn't be bothered to adapt to his problems. They soon reached the desert, and Noah purposely flew over the area where the rank 5 sandworm rested. Some of the human cultivators inside the barrier directly fainted when they heard the creature screech. But they were too high in the sky. The sandworm wasn't able to reach them. Noah led the group over the land filled by poisonous rivers only to reach for the forest of white woods where he turned toward the east. The ethereal dome was hidden entirely even to his eyes. Noah could only see the vast azure plain stretching as soon as the forest ended. It was at that point that Elder Julia appeared again and waved her hand to perform a spell. Winds blew over the surface of the barrier that covered the group from the Udi family, and a thick layer of compressed air soon surrounded it. The layer blocked the vision of the cultivators inside it and was also able to contain the consciousnesses of the 2 rank 4 mages in the group. Elder Julia then waved her hand again, and the oval layer descended toward the plain before disappearing when it crossed an invisible barrier. Noah understood that they had entered inside the area habitable by human cultivators. But his mind was on something that didn't concern the meeting. "Can I return to my training now?" Noah asked Elder Julia, but the latter simply shook her head before speaking a few words. "No, the Hive needs you at the meeting. You represent the new generations after all. Remember to change yourself before the banquet." "Banquet?" Noah was surprised by the turn of events and was about to ask more about that matter. But Elder Julia just vanished once again. He could only heave a loud sigh before diving toward the ground. His vision changed when he crossed the barrier of the invisible dome. Tall buildings appeared in his view. A small city had been built in that area in those months. Also, he could see small groups of rank 3 cultivators walking through the street. He couldn't help but realize how the human assets of the Hive had grown in the past years. Noah looked in the distance, toward the area with the shining lakes, but he was only able to see that a tall defensive wall had been erected in front of them. "A lot has changed while I trained. The life of the mortals seems so fast," he thought when he saw how his old home had been transformed into something entirely different. It didn't take much for him to find where he was supposed to go. He only needed to follow the presences of the heroic cultivators under the dome. Noah landed on top of a large building that stood at the center of the city and found Elder Duke waiting for him. Elder Duke notified him that a bath and new robes had been prepared on the floors below, so Noah didn't find any reason to waste time. The way he saw it, the sooner the banquet began, the sooner it would end. Not even an hour later, he found himself in a large hall that featured many long tables. Delicacies and fine wines filled the surface of the tables, and both human and heroic cultivators were seated next to them. Of course, the order of the seats followed the rank of the cultivators. Elder Julia, Noah, and Elder Duke sat on one side and faced Ian, Octavia, and Daniel. In contrast, the other human cultivators sat at some distance from that group of powerful entities. Noah ate in silence and enjoyed the excellent wine that was served on the table, but Daniel kept his eyes on him for the whole time. Meanwhile, Elder Duke entertained the guests with a long speech about the features of the piece of immortal lands. He seemed the appointed mediator for that meeting. The banquet ended after a few hours in which Noah never stopped eating and drinking. The hive was serving cooked magical beasts' meat after all. He preferred it raw, but he wouldn't waste such a nourishing meal just for his tastes. Then, the human cultivators left the room, and large sofas and praying mats replaced the tables. Even the remaining food was taken away with a gesture of Elder Julia's hand, and only the wine remained between them. You are free to begin with your requests. Did you find something interesting in our territories? Elder Duke spoke as he turned toward Ian. Elder Julia was a rank 5 cultivator. She was there only as a show of power, and Noah simply didn't care. He only wanted to finish the translation of the warp spell. There is something that I wanted to ask before proceeding with the meeting. Daniel spoke, surprising Elder Duke, who thought that it would have been Ian the one to lead their side of the conversation. Noah Bulvin, did you kill Phoebe and Manuel back in the bear dungeon? Noah was silently sipping his wine when he heard that question. Daniel's words surprised him. He didn't expect to be questioned about matters that had happened almost 20 years ago. Yes. In the end, he answered honestly. He had decided to stop hiding. Denying his deeds would only go against his individuality. Why? Daniel asked, and his eyes sharpened. He didn't expect Noah to reveal the truth so quickly. Killing heirs of large-sized noble families wasn't a small matter after all. They were in my way, so I killed them. A simple answer came out of Noah's mouth. He was being honest. He had never hesitated in killing whoever stood in his path, and he had never felt guilty about it. Power stood above notions of good and evil in his mind, and being weak would always put you on the wrong side. Daniel couldn't bear the sight of Noah speaking about the death of his companions so casually. Anger filled his mind and took control of his next words. Is there really nothing that matters to you? Does life have no value in your mind? Are you really the monster described in the reports? Daniel shouted as he gave voice to those words, and a series of gazes went on Noah. That was a discussion between heroic cultivators. Every trait of someone's personality could show something about its individuality. Noah felt the stares on him and the emotions behind them. There was anger, curiosity, surprise, and also anticipation. However, Noah felt only annoyed by that situation. His training had been interrupted by political obligations, the same obligations that had forced him to let Adrian go. It was as if the world tried to remind him that he wasn't strong enough to ignore all those matters that had no value in his mind. Noah placed the cup that he was holding on the ground and fixed his reptilian eyes on Daniel before speaking in a tone that resembled a growl. Who do you think you are? At that moment, Daniel could clearly feel the immense difference in their power. He felt those vertical pupils piercing his skin and reaching for his internal organs. It was as if his life was completely exposed to Noah. Also, sweat ran down his forehead since he had to focus on fending off the pressure radiated by Noah's stare. I could kill you with one thought. How can you have any right to accuse me? Noah continued to speak, venting part of the anger that he felt toward that society that kept on interrupting his growth. Do you think you are my equal just because we share a rare element? You are delusional. Ian seemed about to interrupt the conversation, but he suddenly felt an enormous pressure stopping his movements. He could only turn his head toward the origin of that feeling. The demon prince of the hive is speaking. Elder Julia murmured those words, and Ian understood that he couldn't intervene. It was Daniel's fault after all. He shouldn't have provoked a heroic cultivator while being only a rank 3 mage. You nobles are all the same. Your families give you power, techniques, resources, and a lofty status, but you always forget that all of that isn't part of your strength. My eyes can only see a void man who has deluded himself into believing that his borrowed power belongs to him. You are nothing without your family. Noah's words were sharper than swords. They stabbed Daniel's pride and continued to injure his belief. Why you are the same? What would be of you without the hive behind your back? You would still be running for your life, doing the dirty work for some organization to obtain some quick gains before hitting the road again. Daniel had to use all his concentration to stutter those words. He wasn't ready to accept Noah's view as the truth. Then, to his surprise, he felt the pressure that was pressing on his mind disappear. He raised a confused gaze toward Noah only to see that a slight smile had appeared on his face. I see, your birthright made you blind. Noah's words resounded in the hall, and Daniel felt chills running down his spine. You have misunderstood. I didn't reach this rank because the hive has my back. Instead, it is the hive that wouldn't be here if I hadn't appeared. Shocking words came out of his mouth, and Elder Julia's nod further surprised the guests. Noah was speaking the truth. Divine Demon's inheritance would have fallen in the hands of an orthodox organization if it wasn't for him. The Coral Archipelago would have never claimed its independence without the copying technique, not so easily at least. Without independence, there would be no hive. One of the underground organizations of the archipelago became the strongest country after the three big nations, and that fantastic growth was connected to Noah's appearance. Noah had dispersed his pressure because he had realized that he was already too far away from Daniel. He was a dragon, and Daniel was just a promising noble. Why would he even care about his words? Daniel was speechless. He couldn't believe that a rank 5 cultivator had actually agreed with Noah's statement. In his mind, something like that was simply impossible. After all, Noah was only a rank 2 cultivator when he reached the archipelago. How could his arrival influence its growth? However, his amazement was interrupted since Noah began to speak again. You are right about the murder of those 2 nobles. My actions were evil and ruthless. Noah wasn't lying. He clearly remembered the events in the bear dungeon. His decision to kill Phoebe and Manuel came from the need to lower the threats in Daniel's group so that he could exploit that situation more easily. However, being right doesn't give you any power. Only power can give you power, and you simply don't have it. Noah raised his hand and stretched his index to point at Daniel when he finished that phrase. His eyes began to exude a suffocating pressure again, but Daniel felt that it was somewhat different from before. There was cold anger before, but now Noah's pressure was calm and seemingly inevitable. Daniel didn't feel that he was the target of that pressure, but he still realized that it could be destroyed in an instant. That made him feel worse than before because he understood that Noah could kill him without even focusing on him. Noah's words resounded once again in the hall while his mind experienced all those emotions. Answer me. Who would save you if I was to attack now? Would it be your power or your family? Daniel couldn't find the strength to answer Noah. What demoralized him even more was that he couldn't turn that question toward Noah. He had watched his battle against Amos. He knew that Noah could defend against the attack of a rank 4 cultivator in the solid stage. Not even his father could kill him in one strike. Daniel could only lower his head. His mind was a mess. He was beginning to question the very reason why he had come there. He had always known that Noah was strong. His battle against Adrian had proved that. Yet, he believed that he could still be Noah's match sooner or later, or at least a worthy rival. After all, he was only 40, but his Danteon was already in the 4th rank. That achievement made him a genius in the cultivation world, but Noah was even above that title. His belief was incredibly distant from the truth. Daniel suddenly began to feel unworthy of seating among complete heroic cultivators. Noah's words resounded in his mind. He realized that he was sitting there due to his position inside the Yudi family and not thanks to his personal power. Everything that Noah had said was true. I might have helped him, Noah thought as he moved his gaze toward Ian while picking his cup from the mat. He knew that shattering someone's belief could lead to 2 very different results. The person could either fall apart, unable to stand up anymore, or use that experience to solidify its individuality. It seems that I can't help but spread my influence when I don't hide. Maybe the chaos that I radiate will eventually destabilize heaven and earth. Is this akin to plant seeds fueled by my intrinsic mistake? Is this a form of creation? Noah's mind wandered while he analyzed the influences that his individuality had on the world around him. An individuality absorbs laws to become a law with no connections to heaven and earth. Are these effects part of the law that I will become? The banquet became far more enjoyable now that Noah had managed to enter a meditative state. The other cultivators on the couches couldn't see that event, but Elder Julia's eyes sparkled for an instant when she saw his expression. Octavia was too focused on Daniel's mental state to care about her surroundings, and Ian had an unsightly expression on his face. That discussion had proved that the hive had the best prodigy. Daniel wasn't even close to Noah's level nor mindset. I think we can start the negotiations. Elder Duke stepped in to disperse that awkward atmosphere. The hive had yet to seal a pact with the Yudi family after all. However, Noah's performance had set the foundation for a good deal. It was now evident that the hive completely overpowered those nobles. Elder Duke and Ian began to discuss the details of a possible agreement. They first listed the resources that interested them. Elder Duke explained how everything that didn't concern the formations field could be useful to the hive, and Ian expressed his interest in the soil of the Azure Plain. Their conversation then became more specific, involving even manuals for certain inscription methods and magical plants. The hive wanted to nurture experts and become self-sufficient, but it lacked the basics in many fields. Its only way to create something similar to the Academy was to purchase tomes and scrolls that taught those methods. The Yudi family, instead, was interested in increasing its wealth. The White Woods and the Azure credits could become a reliable source of income if the nobles managed to make those plants grow in the old continent. Obtaining those magical plants was a way out of the monopoly of the Elbas family over the resources of the new continent, which would allow the nobles loyal to the cause to grow stronger without the help of the royals. Noah had even the time to express his request. Ian found the task of condensing an entire rank 4 magical beast in the upper tier into a small pill quite peculiar, but he didn't dare to express his opinion about the matter. Instead, it was Daniel the one who answered Noah. The process won't result in the same amount of breath. Some of that energy will be lost when compressing something so big. Noah turned his head toward Daniel. He couldn't help but be surprised when he heard him speak. I did help him, Noah thought when he looked at him. Daniel looked pale, but there seemed to be a peculiar light in his eyes. It was as if he was in the process of realizing something important. That's fine too, Noah shortly answered. Before you accept, you must know that I'm the best in my family when it comes to alchemy. Are you sure that you want to give the task to me? The meaning behind his question was clear. As an alchemist, it would be easy for Daniel to taint the pills with toxic substances or similar. However, Noah's answer left him completely stunned. Well, there would be no point in this deal if you are willing to spoil the only power that belongs solely to you just to hurt me. I don't trust you, but I don't have many choices. I never had. Noah's answer stunned Daniel. There was recognition in his words, something that Daniel didn't expect to receive after their previous conversation. The banquet ended after Noah's words. All the other details had already been discussed previously, and it was only a matter to create an oath now. Elder Julia and the others left the room, but Noah remained in the hall to think. The flavor of the wine brought back happy memories. It reminded him of his cohabitation with June of Ivor and his life in the academy. It reminded him of the period when he was simply Vance, a member of the Hunters Guild. Thank you for your pointers. I feel as if I was living in an illusion until now. Daniel's voice resounded in the hall, but Noah didn't turn. He had obviously noticed his arrival. There is just one question that you have yet to answer, and I will be thankful if you did. Are you really the monster described in the reports? Daniel's words entered Noah's mind, and his peaceful memories immediately disappeared. Images of countless corpses began to fill his thoughts. All the people that he had killed to reach his current rank appeared in front of him before falling under his feet. The many battles that he had fought, the experiments for the creation of the hybrids, Noah was aware of all the lives that he had taken. Noah saw himself standing on a massive pile of corpses, They resembled a hill built only to bring him closer to the stars in the sky. I'm worse than that. Daniel bowed and left the hall when he heard that answer, leaving Noah alone with his thoughts. Noah felt no sadness in that realization. He had never given much importance to life in both his lives, but that didn't make him unable to care for other people. Even a monster could love, even he could feel affection. Lily, William, June, Ivor, and Nina had managed to claim a bit of space in a mind filled only with thoughts that concerned the cultivation field. What importance can love have if you don't have the power to hold it? Noah asked himself. Lily had died when Noah was just a helpless rank 1 cultivator, and she had lived most of her last years in a violent man's grasp only to protect him. William had been able to help Noah only from the shadows, and he had to point him toward the academy to fuel his dreams. Noah had to leave June due to his peculiar situation. He liked to be around her, but the leash of the royals was becoming too tight. He had to leave the academy and her to improve freely. The situation with Ivor was a bit different. Ivor had ruined his mental sphere to create something that could make him reclaim his lover, and Noah had completely abandoned him when he left the country. Yet, Noah didn't believe that he felt any grievance. The latter had succeeded in his dream after all. He had found an heir for the elemental forging method. Nina, instead, was the closest thing to a lover that Noah had found in his second life. They had shared happy years, but Noah's ambition couldn't be tamed. Remaining in the Nation wasn't something that he could do. He would have never reached the heroic ranks in that environment. A life spent being the training dummy of the Shandal Empire, with only a bit of warmth at night to keep my morale intact. It would have been a nice life, but I want more. Noah's eyes shone when he thought that. The events of his Earth tribulation reappeared in his mind, and he felt as if he could see Earth watching him with its gaze full of contempt. Heaven and Earth's plan was to make me live as a commoner, but I decided to cultivate. The brilliance of his eyes became stronger as he kept on reviewing the moments when he defied the world. The language of the breath has always been hidden from me, but I learnt the elemental forging method and created a path that I could tread. A slight smile appeared on his face as his realizations took form. One of the 3 big nations was after me, but I've managed to escape and thrive to the point that they have to respect me. He had already realized that flaw in the world, but it became more evident as he kept on growing stronger. Heaven and Earth are bound by the same fairness that they enforce. They can't break their own rules, which means that there will always be a path available for me as long as I have the will to walk it. The inscriptions on the walls of his mental sphere began to consume mental energy at that point. Noah had activated the divine deduction technique to resume the creation of his wills. Was the banquet successful? Elder Julia's voice resounded in the hall. Noah suddenly turned his head toward the entrance, only to see the elder smiling at him. Noah was a bit surprised by her appearance and tried to give a polite answer. I guess it was. The hive will greatly benefit from the items from the Nation, and it only has to give up on a few magical plants in exchange. He was speaking the truth. The hive really didn't lose anything in that deal. The environment on the piece of immortal lands was simply fantastic. Magical beasts and plants would be born at an incredible rate. The hive could just give up on a few specimens to obtain long-lasting benefits. It could be said that Elder Duke had done a remarkable job in the meeting. However, Elder Julia shook her head at that answer and moved to sit on the couch in front of Noah. When she sat, she spoke again while pointing her finger toward her forehead. I meant successful here. Noah's eyes widened when he heard those words. It was as if Elder Julia knew about his recent realizations. How? In the end, he managed to ask that. Elder Julia's smile widened when she saw Noah's stupefied expression and lifted one of the jars in the back of the hall with her mental waves. The jar floated only to land between the 2 of them, and Elder Julia didn't hesitate to immerse her cup in it. She answered only when she lifted the cup from the jar full of wine. Elder Austin has told me that you were traveling toward the lava lake more frequently in the last period. We easily figured out that you were having problems with your training. The arrival of the Yudi family was quite lucky, though. It gave us the chance to force you to take a break. Elder Julia's words reached Noah, but his eyes were fixed on the cup. The wine inside it was overflowing, and red drops fell from the entirety of its surface. However, Elder Julia didn't seem to mind that her hand was getting dirty and continued to hold the cup right above the jar. One way to fill this cup to its limits is to immerse it in a larger container. Doing that will ensure that I've taken the best out of this cup. Noah's gaze went on Elder Julia at that point. He felt that she was trying to teach him something with that gesture. Yet, I have to get my hand dirty to achieve this result. It is a small sacrifice to obtain the best out of this cup. Also, I have to wait for its surface to dry up before drinking the wine since I don't want to sacrifice my robe too. Noah interrupted the divine deduction technique at that point. He wanted for the entirety of his focus to be on the rank 5 existence. Of course, there are other ways that would lead me to the same result or the same amount of wine, but this is surely the fastest one. Then, the surface of the cup dried up, and Elder Julia could finally drink from it. After she emptied it, she revealed the meaning behind that metaphor. The jar is the world, the wine its laws, and the cup is your mind. The stains are just the sacrifices that you have made. Noah fell silent when he heard that revelation, but the thoughts inside his mind were churning violently. Elder Julia's metaphor could be interpreted in many ways, or, rather, it could express the many available approaches to a cultivator's training. You can surely fill the cup without getting dirty, but you would only be able to drink less wine in that way. A steady growth without sacrifices. That was the normal method, what the majority of the cultivators did. You can drink directly from the jar, but the entirety of your body would be tainted, and most of the wine would fall on the floor. A reckless method, suitable only for helpless situations. Elder Julia remained silent. She didn't want to interrupt Noah. You can ask for someone's help to fill your cup or use a smaller container, but the flavor of the wine would be affected due to those steps. After all, the best container is the jar, which represents the world. That is the approach of the nobles. Then, he understood what method he was using. I would just get my robes dirty and waste part of the wine only to drink it sooner. In that way, something always escapes my grasp even though I'm making great sacrifices. Noah's eyes began to shine when he thought that, and Elder Julia understood that it was her moment to speak again. Prince, in my long life, I've never seen someone like you. You are extremely driven and incredibly hardworking. I don't think I've ever seen you taking a break. Elder Julia heaved a sigh after she spoke those words before continuing to give him pointers. Heroic cultivators have fewer physical limits, but that doesn't imply that they don't need to rest. You keep on sacrificing yourself to walk on the faster road, but you risk to waste most of the wine in the jar only to drink less than half of it. But the jar is bottomless, Noah said when he heard those words. No matter how much he drank, the wine wouldn't be depleted. The world would always have more laws for him to absorb. The metaphor wasn't a perfect representation of reality. Yes, but you have limits, every cultivator has. Also, you risk being too drunk to fully taste the wine if you keep on drinking it at that speed. There is nothing wrong with choosing a path filled with stains, but it is pointless if you can't enjoy the wine when you drink it. You must learn to enjoy every sip, Prince. Noah felt that he understood what she meant. Elder Julia had taken the fastest approach without getting her robe dirty. All she needed to do was to wait for the cup to dry up. Does she mean that my mind must become used to the changes before refilling it? He only thought that question since Elder Julia began to speak again. Prince, you forget yourself when you focus too much on the world, and you ignore the world when you focus only on yourself. In your case, you lose the beauty of the details when you focus only on the bigger picture. The beauty of the details. Noah repeated those words in his mind. Elder Julia was right. He had been able to accept the positive effects that he had on the people around him only recently after all. As cultivators, our lives are very long. Commoners would even call us in the heroic ranks immortals. However, we are living beings too, and no living being can keep doing something that it doesn't enjoy for centuries. Tell me, Prince, do you like cultivating? That question surprised Noah. He had never lingered too much on that aspect of his training. He would cultivate because nothing really mattered if he didn't have power. His choice had always been between a worthless life and one that could mean something. Noah answered after a long moment of silence. I think I like it. Not strictly training, but the power that results from it. He loved the feeling of his centers of power growing stronger with each passing day. He loved the freedom that his power brought. Also, after becoming a hybrid, he had begun to enjoy fighting more. He had begun to love when his training gave him the power to overwhelm his opponents. Enjoy that feeling, Prince. Cultivating is a journey, not a sacrifice. Learn to appreciate what you have achieved before turning your gaze toward what you want. Once you've done it, you'll be truly able to use your current power to affect the world. Elder Julia concluded her speech with those words, and she showed a smile before leaving the hall. Noah left his cup on the mat and closed his eyes to think. The divine deduction technique activated again, and the creation of a will resumed. Yet, there seemed to be some slight modifications from before. A smile appeared on Noah's face as a feeling enveloped his body and filled him with a dense ecstasy. He was bathing himself in the emotions that he had felt when he won his first battle as a hybrid, when he fought against heaven for the first time. He remembered the joy that he felt in that act of defiance when a transmigrator and a cursed species had finally managed to claim their first victory against such an oppressive ruler. I don't care about rules, but I like breaking theirs. Heaven and earth might suppress my creations, but they would only hear me laugh when I forge a different path. Noah felt as if he had found something that he lacked since the beginning of his second life. I'm not a machine. I am a hybrid. I've already forged my rightful place in this world when I defeated the tribulations. I've already proven that heaven and earth can't suppress me. Mental energy gathered under the surface of the sea inside Noah's mind as the light of the inscriptions on its walls illuminated the ethereal area. A will quickly formed and rose from the sea only to appear next to Noah's half-transparent figure. The will had Noah's shape, but its body was made of black flames. Also, an arrogant smirk was on its face as it floated outside of the mental sphere to land on Noah's hand. Noah injected his breath inside the will, and the flames that made its body flickered before disappearing from his palm. The black flames reappeared on the couch in front of him, and they soon took the same shape as before, even if some of them had been depleted. The will, though, continued to smirk and directed its gaze to the sky. It was as if it was challenging the world to stop it. Noah stood up at that point and reinserted the will inside his mind. The translation was completed. He had finally made the warp spell his. However, he didn't immediately leave. He stood there with his cold reptilian eyes fixed on the ceiling of the hall. Then, a thought hit his calm mind. I understand this feeling now. Defying heaven and earth is fun. The translation of the diagram of the warp spell had finally been completed. Noah had wholly understood the spell and translated it in his own language. It could be said that the spell now belonged to him. Yet, that was only half of the process that Noah had in mind. The warp spell was still flawed and unsuitable for battle. Noah needed to modify part of its effects to add it to his arsenal. Of course, that would take time and a lot of tests, but Noah didn't feel any hurry. He had actually chosen to remain in the hall after the success of the will. He wanted to enjoy the wine and reminisce for that night. One night didn't seem enough, though, and there was still wine in that room, so Noah decided to stay there for a few more days. There wasn't anyone in the hive that could force him to leave, and he needed those moments to attune his realizations with his individuality. He felt as if something inside of him had reborn. However, to his surprise, it was his human side that had benefited from the recent events. He had acted as a machine for most of his life and focused only on his goal, but there was far more in the world. There weren't sides inside his mind anymore. There was just him, but he could still feel that part of him had drastically changed. Other heroic cultivators would enter the hall and sit on the other couches to enjoy a few moments of peace. That place seemed renowned between them. I might come here again from time to time, Noah thought as he flew away from the room after nodding to the other existences on there. Learning to enjoy peace would take time too. Noah guessed that he would finish the modifications on the wills before that. Yet he felt no hurry. The cultivation journey was long, probably endless, and most of it had to be traveled alone. Right now, no one is after me, and the 4 nations are at peace. My ambition and the hatred toward my father will always push me to improve, though, especially the former. I feel that I have to find a sort of balance, Noah thought as he flew back to the area after the lava lake. He wouldn't take breaks at all if he had to be true to his individuality. He was hardworking to the extreme after all. However, he had to learn to enjoy his achievements, which was needed to fully make those improvements part of him. It's almost funny how I keep on forgetting to slow down, but there is always someone ready to remind me of resting. A complicated smile appeared on his face when he had those thoughts. He remembered how that had often happened in the past, even if the reasons behind it were different. Lily, June, William, and Nina did that as an expression of their affection, while Ivor and the Hive had personal reasons. Yet he didn't mind either of those reasons. Power can be the source of those behaviors. Ivor saw me as a promising heir, while the Hive wants to nourish the youngest heroic cultivator in history. I obviously understand them, since I'm someone who pursues power with the entirety of his focus. He couldn't find issues in Elder Julia's reasons. He actually felt that they were quite reasonable. The way he saw it, the world was founded on power, and everything originated from it. It was reasonable to protect someone that could wield it. Noah immersed himself again in the wilderness of the area before the snowy mountain as soon as he returned there. He didn't even take a look at the lava lake during his flight. He felt as if he had obtained too many insights for now, and he wanted to slowly absorb them before trying to improve even more. After all, his centers of power were already growing at an incredible speed. Even Elder Julia would be amazed by the enlarging speed of his Danteon. Of course, Noah was oblivious to that, since he had never compared himself to other heroic cultivators, and there weren't set standards for their growth. Peaceful times went by in the peace of immortal lands. Every faction was busy with something. There were too many resources to plunder and too many constructions to build. Also, there were areas that had yet to be fully explored due to their dangerous environment. The Hive still had to take a real look to the toxic rivers next to the White Woods after all. The other big nations were far ahead in the exploration and colonization. Still, the recent pact had shuffled some of their territories and forced them to use their manpower to relocate essential structures. All four forces in the new continent shared the issues connected to the population of the human cultivators, though. Every rank 3 cultivator with wealth and ambition would want to travel to those fantastic territories, and even those in the second rank wished to obtain some benefits from them. Most of those cultivators were either nobles, disciples of some important sect, or high-ranked soldiers in the army of the Shandal Empire, of which the old continent was full. Many new habitable areas had to be built to welcome such a large number of travelers, and there was even the need to create specific places that could accommodate the weaker cultivators. The situation reached a point where the habitations for rank 2 cultivators cost up to 10 times the price for those in the third rank. It was simply too expensive to force those territories to reach a density of breadth suitable for weak cultivators, and the 3 big nations couldn't give them away for free. Only the Empire was somewhat laxer on that issue due to its sturdy political system, but problems appeared anyway due to its higher number of human cultivators. The Hive, instead, eagerly waited for Chasing Demon's return. The Hive was becoming stronger with each passing day, but that growth would skyrocket if its patriarch were to return. Chasing Demon was the only one who could lay the copying technique on those new lands, and that was the only method that the Hive had to forcibly lower the density of breath in the environment. Yet, no trace of the rank 6 existences of the 4 nations appeared, no matter how many months passed. Quiet months passed in the peace of the immortal lands. Those months then became years, but the heroic existences inhabiting the new continent barely noticed that passage of time. Black clouds, though, often appeared on the sky above it, and the crackling of thunders followed them every time. Many rank 3 cultivators had been stuck on the last step before the heroic ranks, but the new environment and the help from strong organizations allowed them to cross it. Something had become apparent to the 3 big nations when they realized how sharply the Hive had grown. The independence of the Coral Archipelago could be the first of many successful revolutions. Their internal issues had been exposed, and the fall of the peace of immortal lands further worsened their political situation. A new land meant new hopes. Of course, the rebelling forces didn't aim for the new continent. The environment there was simply too harsh for organizations that barely had heroic assets. However, the focus of the 3 big nations in those territories gave them a lot of freedom in the old continent. Many forces saw that situation as a chance to finally escape from the influence of those oppressing rules. The three big nations were obviously aware that their behavior would cause such consequences, but there wasn't much that they could do. Even the most powerful countries of the mortal lands would find themselves short on assets when a new continent appeared so suddenly. It became clear that they lacked the manpower to control such a large surface and so many different organizations. So, they decided to slightly ease their grip on the techniques and methods in their possession. Loyal soldiers were given a chance to obtain the means to reach the heroic ranks at the price of harsh oaths, and even the costs for the resources useful in the heroic ranks plummeted. The Shandal Empire handled things a bit differently, but the council and the Elbas family favored the birth of heroic cultivators as long as they accepted their conditions. The territories of the new continent would often witness the bolts of lightning of the heaven tribulation due to all those human cultivators that had finally obtained a chance to break through the heroic ranks. After all, the number of hopeless and suppressed cultivators far surpassed that of those that could have access to cultivation techniques in the fourth rank. Also, those cultivators would often have sturdier mindsets due to the lives that they were forced to live, which helped in making their breakthroughs easier. Giving the means to advance to so many cultivators was a risky move, but the three big nations couldn't find any other solution to their issue in the short run. They could only create the harshest oaths and tune them around the power of a rank 5 existence so to preserve some form of control. Those events didn't only benefit the cultivators close to the leading powers of each big country though. Many noble families and sects who had been unable to nourish some of their promising heirs and disciples could finally afford heroic resources and increase their power. The heroic cultivators born among those organizations would have no bindings and could possibly go against the leading force of their country one day. However, the council and the Elbas family took that as a calculated risk. It was impossible to increase their manpower so quickly without risking anything after all. June was one of the few cultivators that didn't benefit from that situation, but that still managed to overcome her heaven tribulation in that period. June gasped for air in a remote area of the eastern coast that was close to one of the obelisks built by the royals. Sparks still lingered on the ground around her, and black clouds filled the sky above her figure. However, the clouds were slowly dispersing, and the sparks seemed to gather under her feet only to be absorbed by her body. White smoke came out of her charred orange robe, and a metallic hat fell on the terrain when she moved. The hat shattered when it fell on the ground. That inscribed item had simply endured too much during the tribulation. Yet, June hid an ecstatic expression under the wild silver hair that fallen over her face after her hat fell. I managed to follow Master's instructions. I've defeated the tribulation and captured a heaven spark, June thought while she waited for her dantian to fully absorb the nutrients released when she defeated the black clouds. Her breath slowly returned to a normal pace, and she felt a wave of power surging inside her body when the whiff of rank for gaseous breath inside her dantian stabilized. It was only at that point that she felt confident in raising her arms and stare at the material that she held in her grasp. There was a thick orange spark inside her hands that released crackling sounds whenever it touched her skin. However, her skin didn't seem affected by the shocks that hit it. The lightning simply dispersed inside her body without causing any damage. With this, I have the material needed to continue the nourishing of my body. Master said that he had probably lost against the rank 7 tribulation because his true thunder body wasn't perfect. Yet, with this spark, I can complete the method that he had been able to create only in the 5th rank. June couldn't contain her eagerness to absorb that spark when she thought that Eccentric Thunder had created the true thunder body refining method only when he was already in the 5th rank, meaning that he couldn't obtain a heaven spark during his tribulation. After I absorb it, I'll link my body to my dantian and create the perfect circuit described in his teachings. However, that can only work as a foundation to my power. Master has stressed many times that I need to add formations that I create to the circuit or my individuality won't be expressed. I need to become a rank 4 to create and add formations that can affect my current body though. June carefully stored the orange spark in a particular container that she had previously prepared before depositing it inside her space ring. She was too tired now, and absorbing something that was strictly related to heaven was a dangerous procedure. She would have the confidence in doing that only when her mind reached the 4th rank. I should face the earth tribulation in a few months. I can subdue the heaven spark once my mind is in the heroic ranks, and I will finally be able to pursue the laws of the lightning element when even my sea of consciousness joins the perfect circuit. The face of a young-looking man appeared in her mind at that point. The prospect of becoming a complete heroic cultivator made her think about the man that had given her the means to reach that level. Her ecstatic expression became a complicated smile, and a bit of longing filled the question that appeared in her mind. "Where are you, Noah?" June returned to the city next to the bushland inhabited by silent hyenas. The Elbas family had built one of the obelisks there after clearing the area from the magical beasts. That territory was the northernmost land in possession of the Wuxia nation. Cheers welcomed June when she returned to the branch of her family that had been established there. Max, her father, was there as well as some envoys of the Elbas family. The royals were obviously aware that she had set off to fight the Heaven Tribulation, and they had even offered their help in that matter. However, June insisted on undergoing the tribulation alone, and neither her father nor the Elbas family had been able to win over her stubbornness. June felt no happiness when she saw those heroic cultivators smiling at her. Her eyes became cold at that sight. She couldn't help but understand what Noah had been through when he was still in the Wuxia nation. "I guess they have a leash on me too. The only way to escape their control is to abandon my family," June thought as she bowed to those existences and entered the mansion behind them. Max and the two heroic cultivators from the royal family were used to her behavior by then. Their smiles remained on their faces as they began to discuss the future of their cooperation. The Balor family was deeply connected to the Elbas family. June's achievements in the Old Continent had provided it a prestigious position. Her family had long become a medium-sized noble family and was going to become a large size if the royals kept on supporting it. Of course, the Balors would need a rank 5 cultivator in their ranks first, but June seemed the perfect target for their hopes. Also, there was a high chance that the Balor family would just fuse with the Elbas family. After all, June was a great talent and even quite beautiful. Many royals wouldn't wait to marry her and absorb the Balor family in their ranks. Truth to be told, June had already received similar proposals, but she had always rejected them with the excuse of being too focused on cultivating. "You know, your family isn't as bad as you think, especially your father. He doesn't mind managing all the boring work of the family as long as you can cultivate in peace. I've never seen a heroic cultivator so dedicated to his daughter." Those words resounded in one of the halls of the mansion, and June could immediately recognize their source. "Shut up, Errol. My father's situation is hopeless. He passed the Heaven Tribulation only thanks to the Patriarch's help. The power of our Dantians isn't so different, and I've just advanced." June snorted and angrily answered the tall man seated in that hall. Max didn't destroy the black clouds of his tribulation back then, and his Dantian didn't obtain the necessary nourishments for its growth. That greatly hindered Max's cultivation, which, coupled with the already poor situation of the Balor family, forced him to stop cultivating completely. The royals had tried to make up for that lack of nourishments with precious pills, but there weren't many drugs that could emulate something created through heaven's power. To put it simply, Max Balor's Dantian had barely made any progress since it entered the 4th rank. "That doesn't mean that he doesn't care about you," Errol replied while taking a couple of cups from his space ring and filling them with some tea. "You had to see him before the academy. Don't speak about things that you don't know." June sighed after she gave voice to those words and sat on one of the couches in the hall while picking a cup. The treatment that her family had reserved her after her aptitude was confirmed still afflicted her mind, and she had yet to find a reason to forgive it. "I don't really want to forgive though, I know you wouldn't." Noah's face appeared in her mind when she thought that. June would often think about Noah when she met difficult situations. What would Noah do against this enemy? How would he face this situation? Those questions often appeared in her mind when she was forced to handle the pressure of both the royals and her family. After all, she yearned for power just like him. Her reasons and her notion of power were just a bit different from his. June wanted to imitate Noah, but that wasn't strange for a citizen of the Wuxia nation. Noah had basically become a legend among the suppressed cultivators and the smaller noble families since he had succeeded in their hidden dreams without anyone's help. His deeds had become a source of inspiration for many that didn't want to be limited by their social status. However, June felt something deeper together with admiration, but she mostly suppressed those emotions. Noah's name was almost a taboo among the ranks of the Elbas family, and his recent victory over Amos Lockster further worsened his image in the royals' eyes. "Why are you here? What do the royals want this time?" In the end, June asked. The Elbas family was aware of her friendly relationship with Errol and knew that he was the best person to deal with her wild character. Errol revealed a helpless smile and handed a scroll to June. June quickly sorted through its contents, and she revealed her arched eyebrows when she lowered it. "This event is scheduled for a year from now. You might reach the heroic ranks by then." "Why would I bother doing it?" June asked as she analyzed Errol. He was in the 3rd rank and was even nearing its peak. It would only take a couple of months for him to be ready for the heaven tribulation. Also, due to his peculiar position, Errol would surely receive the help of the royals, meaning that there shouldn't be any issue in his breakthrough. However, Errol shook his head at that question and revealed something that deeply surprised June. "June, I'm not like you and, well, Vance. I don't want to improve only to enter a larger battlefield. I'm sick of seeing blood. I want to have a family, and I want to see my children grow up far away from these political schemes. You lose something important when you live for too long, and I don't want to reach that point. My cultivation journey is over." Errol then pointed at the scroll still in June's hands and continued to speak. "The Elbas family is aware that you'll be a complete heroic cultivator soon, and it wants to show that there are promising talents that choose to remain in their ranks. Come on, June. It's just an exchange meeting. We have done worse in the royal inheritance." June's eyes sharpened when she heard those words. The Elbas family had obviously continued the exploration of the tower in the Narare country in those years. June and Errol had kept on clearing floors with the help of other cultivators that the royals were able to find, but their progress was slow. There was a limit to how much they could grow in those years, and the lower stages of the royal inheritance had begun to feature high numbers of rank for magical beasts. It was needless to say that the exploration had been put in hold until heroics cultivators without links to the Elbas family and the cause appeared in the Utra nation. However, June's reaction didn't originate from the memories of those tests. What concerned her was the awareness of the royals about the state of her centers of power. It wasn't an issue to know about her dantian or body. They were quite tricky to hide after all. Yet, the sea of consciousness of a cultivator was its most personal space. But the level of June's mind was still easily understood by the royals. "I swear, some of your expressions start to resemble his." Errol laughed a bit when he spoke those words, but his expression soon became severe. "June, you need to stop comparing yourself to him. He might be incredible when it comes to cultivation, but he leaves behind a trail of corpses wherever he goes. Look at Ruth, for example. Her will has shattered after our mission in the archipelago, and she claims that even her gift has been affected by that encounter. Don't follow the footsteps of a monster unless you want to turn into one." Errol advised June, and she knew that he was speaking the truth. Yet, she couldn't control her feelings in that matter. Noah had simply helped her too much. "I took your hand, and my world changed. You freed me with one gesture. How can I accept the happiness around me when it comes from cultivators that want to kill you?" June lowered her eyes when she thought that. The royals and her family filled her with glory and benefits, but all of that felt rotten when it came from their hands. Sometimes, a cup of wine is worth more than all the luxurious banquets of this world. June murmured those words and continued to speak before Errol could ask about their meaning. "I accept the mission. Just tell the Elbas family to send the specifics about the exchange in a few months. I need to stabilize my condition and focus on my mental sphere before meeting the heroic cultivators of other nations." The peace on the piece of immortal lands continued even in the following months. Nothing really changed in that period, only the cost of the resources suitable for heroic cultivators continued to plummet. That event was uncontrollable. There were simply too many precious materials on the new continent. Also, the 3 big nations continued to favor the birth of heroic cultivators, which further lowered the prices of rank 4 cultivation techniques and body nourishing methods. The only resources that saw an increase in their price were the spells. The population of heroic cultivators was increasing sharply, which increased the need for diagrams that could be used at that level. After all, a heroic cultivator without a suitable set of spells couldn't express the power contained in its centers of power. Of course, that situation wasn't completely casual. The central powers of each big nation knew that favoring the birth of heroic cultivators was a risky move, but they could somewhat control their power if they didn't make spells accessible. Controlling the power of those under them was a necessary act to remain in power. They couldn't risk becoming the cause of a successful revolution after all. Yet, the high prices around the spells didn't bring only positive effects. As large organizations, the leading powers of the three big nations were involved in many purchases. However, it wasn't worth purchasing diagrams in that period. They would simply suffer heavy losses just for spells with power up to the 4th rank. That's why they decided to organize an exchange meeting. What surprised the royals, though, was that both the council and the empire were willing to invite the hive to the meeting, which forced them to accept that decision. The news soon reached Elder Julia, who gave the role to inform the demon prince to Elder Jason. No one could represent the hive better than Noah. The thought of sending someone else didn't even cross her mind. Elder Jason gladly accepted the job and flew toward the territory before the snowy mountain, where he knew that Noah was training. The environment there was barren as usual. Sparse magical plants could be seen from time to time, but the packs of ape-type magical beasts were relatively abundant. Elder Jason found Noah in one of the areas near the lava lake, and he almost didn't believe his eyes when he saw the scene playing in front of him. He saw Noah with his usual torn robe standing in front of a rank 4 fire-eating ape in the lower tier. However, to his surprise, the creature wasn't trying to attack Noah nor to escape from him. He could clearly see the fear in the beast's eyes, but the latter didn't dare to move. It was as if Noah's eyes were keeping it still. "Jason, what is it?" Noah asked without even turning his head. He was too focused on the behavior of the ape to turn his gaze. "Prince, Elder Julia has a mission for you. There is a meeting organized by the three big nations and the hive has been in dash. I'll go." Noah suddenly interrupted Elder Jason's explanation before releasing a low growl directed to the beast in front of him. The fire-eating ape struggled a bit, but, in the end, it lowered its head and pressed its arms on the terrain. Elder Jason couldn't help but feel that the creature was kneeling toward Noah. Then, Noah simply nodded and pressed his foot on the lowered head of the beast. The beast didn't even try to react. It let Noah kill it without fighting back at all. "Jason, the report." Noah spoke again when he saw that Elder Jason was still floating in the air with his gaze fixed on the corpse of the creature. His amazement, though, was interrupted by Noah's words, and he hurriedly handed him the report contained in his space ring. Noah quickly read through its contents, and a slight smile appeared on his face after he stored the sheet. "This is perfect. I was getting bored of this place," Noah exclaimed and walked past the stunned Jason as if nothing strange had happened. Elder Jason didn't turn. He kept his eyes on the corpse of the magical beast. The scene that he had just witnessed simply didn't make sense. Magical beasts had innate aggression that couldn't be tamed. They could just be subjugated under the rule of a stronger being of a similar species. Those features were further enhanced as the creature's rank rose. Rank 4 magical beasts could be barely controlled even by the leaders of each pack. Of course, even those mindless beings could understand the difference in power when they saw it. Every living being had an innate sense of danger, and magical beasts were the best in that field. Yet, his eyes didn't lie to him. He knew exactly what he saw. He saw a rank 4 magical beast offering its life to Noah without struggling. It was as if Noah's pressure had suppressed even its survival instinct. That was theoretically impossible. Only creatures of a similar species and on a higher rank could subjugate lower beings so thoroughly. However, Noah was a human, and his centers of power were still in the 4th rank. "Are you coming?" Noah's voice resounded in the air, and Elder Jason felt a pair of reptilian eyes landing on his back. He could immediately sense from that stare that Noah's aura had changed into something sharper and denser. It wasn't surprising that a cultivator's aura changed as it explored the depths of its individuality. The heroic ranks were meant to solidify the essence of each cultivator. It was evident that a change in their mindset would affect the aura that surrounded them. After all, the aura was just the energy innately radiated by the mental energy contained in the sea of consciousness. Yet Noah's aura seemed to change way too often. It had first started as a cold and sharp halo only to become a violent membrane that surrounded his body. Also, Elder Jason could even feel some sort of pride inside it. Those sensations came from his instincts. Noah's aura wasn't clear in the end. He seemed to radiate far too many things at once. But, at the same time, it was as if everything simply came out from the dark halo that followed him. "How did you do it?" Elder Jason asked when he turned toward him. He didn't want to probe the powers of another cultivator of the hive, especially of the demon prince. Yet, the ability to tame magical beasts in the 4th rank wasn't something that could be overlooked. The copying technique had allowed the Coral Archipelago to become independent, showing how useful those creatures could be. So, the possibility of building an army of real magical beasts wasn't something that he could ignore just to be polite. "Oh, that." Noah didn't seem surprised by that question, but he still hesitated a bit to answer. He wanted to be true to his individuality, which meant that he couldn't just make up a lie to cover himself. At the same time, he couldn't just reveal that he had fused himself with a magical beast, which gave him access to powers that simple humans could never wield. "I think it's clear that my body-nourishing method imitates magical beasts in many ways," Noah said in a plain tone. Cultivators weren't stupid, especially those in the heroic ranks. Anyone would notice that something was off about his body. He had revealed his flames and his physical strength against Adrian after all. Also, it was easy to make a connection with the magical beasts world. Noah was an expert when it came to those beings. Anyone would be inclined to think that he had taken inspiration from those powerful creatures when he created a body-nourishing method. Of course, all of them believed that such a powerful body would have some sort of equally strong backlash due to the rules of heaven and earth. "My body releases a peculiar scent, which becomes stronger as my rank grows. This scent makes most magical beasts think that I'm one of them rather than a human," Noah said when he saw that Elder Jason's attention was on him. His words weren't exactly lies. He was really exuding the scent of a magical beast. Yet that was because he was a real magical beast, or, rather, because he was also a real magical beast. "I've been working on a language that could be understood by those creatures in the last period. I guess that I could talk to them since they recognized me as one of their kind. What you've witnessed is me succeeding for the first time in that language." That was another half-truth. Noah had never needed to create a language, he already knew it. However, he had to live in the wilderness as a magical beast for an extended period before becoming able to use that ability. His body alone wasn't enough to make those creatures accept him in that world. The aura around him also had to change to make that possible. In the end, he had succeeded. His growls could carry commands that the beasts submitted to him had to follow, and he guessed that he could expand that ability to other fields. He wasn't lying when he said that Jason had witnessed his first success. The ape in the lower tier was the first specimen that he had completely submitted to his rule. Yet, that was only the simplest way to use that ability. Noah could clearly imagine him becoming able to create packs as he continued to train or just build a system similar to that of the rank 5 albino snake in Toolboya Cliff. "That's amazing!" Noah was surprised to see Elder Jason exclaim that when he was done with his explanation. "Prince, you've managed to make use of a feature of your body to control magical beasts. The implication that this achievement could have are endless. We must tell Elder Julia. She will surely know how to bet dash." "No." Noah interrupted Elder Jason's phrase. "I can just give orders that magical beasts can understand, but it's the power behind the orders that affects their decision to follow them. I don't mind doing missions, but I won't focus on an unreliable ability just because it can be beneficial to the hive. Be sure to say this when you report to Elder Julia," Noah explained before flying away in the direction of the forest of White Woods. Elder Jason hesitated a bit, but he decided to follow him in the end. He couldn't really give orders to him, and Noah's words also made sense. Noah was a member of the hive, but he was also a cultivator striving for the higher ranks. No one could ask him to stop focusing on his cultivation only to train in something that could benefit the hive. A bit of guilt filled Jason, which made him transmit some thoughts to Noah's consciousness. I've spoken too much, Prince. You have done so much for the hive already, but I actually asked you to sacrifice your training to do even more. My apologies. Noah felt a bit relieved when he heard that message. He didn't really mind that the news of him submitting a magical beast spread inside the hive. After all, the original exploration team had seen him communicating with the sandworms inside the desert. It wasn't a secret that he could speak with those creatures. Yet, he didn't want the rank 5 elders to become interested in that ability. There was a chance that both his training and freedom would be affected, which was why he had decided to make his stance clear with Elder Jason. His words seemed to have the wanted effect since Elder Jason had immediately offered his excuses on the matter. Not hiding is one thing, but revealing all my secrets is something that I still need to avoid. There are too many eyes on me right now, and I can't expose my uniqueness until I have confidence in dealing with higher-ups of the other nations. Well, I managed to complete the modifications on the warp spell, at least. Noah thought as he continued to fly toward the forest of white woods. Those years of isolation had greatly benefited him, and it wasn't something that concerned only his centers of power. He had completed the modifications required on the warp spell and added its improved effects on his combat style. That achievement gave him a lot of confidence in his battle prowess since he had finally removed one of his most evident weaknesses. That confidence, though, also brought something else. Noah had learned to fight like a magical beast and to behave like one, but there was something that he had never been interested in learning. That was the ability to control other magical beasts. He had always relied on himself in his second life. Using someone else's power had never been his priority. Yet, when that confidence arrived, he instinctively felt that he was ready to rule. Noah believed that feeling to be something that magical beasts naturally felt when they reached a certain maturity, but it was something strange to experience nonetheless. Of course, he didn't give all the credit to his confidence. He was sure that his conversation with Elder Julia had influenced the arrival of that ability. It was as if his mindset had changed enough to allow the arrival of such power. As for what concerned his centers of power, they improved at an unbelievable speed for the standards of the heroic ranks. They were still in the same stages and tiers, but Noah felt that he was completely different from when he had just broken through. Yet, he also felt that he needed to gather more experiences if he wanted to quicken the arrival of his enlightenments, which was why he had immediately accepted the mission. I guess I'm still growing, both as a human and as a magical beast. Noah couldn't help but have those thoughts when he sensed Elder Jason behind him. Back then, he would have just lied or attacked whenever someone tried to probe him. Now instead, he had explained part of his abilities without minding it too much. Well, I did think about killing him for a moment. Noah smiled internally when he thought that. He had instinctively thought about killing Jason when the latter spoke about Elder Julia, but he had immediately suppressed that idea. He didn't need to hide anymore. His path led him out in the open where he could affect the world with blinding darkness. Elder Jason eventually accelerated to reach Noah. He was anxious that his outburst from before had angered the prince. However, Noah simply took the report that he had previously stored and began to ask about the specifics of the mission. I understand that this is an exchange and the reason behind it. However, why does it require only one cultivator for each faction? And why is it in the territories of the Papal Nation? Noah asked Jason while pointing at the report in his hands. It's a matter of glory and pride, Prince. The 3 big nations and the hive will send their most promising heroic cultivators to the meeting as a sign that they can carry the responsibilities of the organizations behind them. You will probably meet cultivators that will be assigned to important positions in the future. Elder Jason explained without even trying to hide the meaning behind his words. Noah was the demon prince. That alone meant that the hive expected a lot from him. However, the big nations had fragmented political environments, so the identity of those representatives couldn't be understood easily. As for the location, that was up to the 3 big nations. It's not bad at all, though. The territory is on the western coast, so your safety should be assured. Elder Jason continued to explain, but Noah didn't really like that situation. For rank 4 cultivators from different factions would meet in a territory unknown to 3 of them, and all of them would carry a high number of precious diagrams. Noah could clearly predict that the atmosphere in the meeting would be tense. I need a list of the diagrams to prioritize. I guess those of the fire element are a must, and I will surely go all out to obtain those of the darkness element, but I need more information about the requirements of the hive. Noah said as he stored the report again. The hive would obviously need spells for cultivators with a fire aptitude in the imminent future. The lava lake was the perfect training area for cultivators with that element. It wasn't hard to predict that the hive would see their number increase in the following years. Also, he didn't hide the fact that he would prioritize the spells of the darkness element since it was in his interest to obtain them. Yet, he wanted to know what the hive needed the most to complete his mission. I will contact Elder Julia. I'm sure that she has already prepared a list that will help you. Noah nodded when he heard Jason's answer. The meeting was at a few months from then. There was time to prepare for the worst. It doesn't look like a trap, and it should also be impossible to plan one due to the pact sealed by the rank 6 existences. However, even if I'm overthinking, I should still forge a few explosive devices as a contingency plan. Noah thought and spent the rest of the flight in silence, thinking about what he could do to be prepared for unexpected situations. The day of the meeting neared quickly. Noah began to fly on his own along the western coast a few weeks before the set date. He was directed toward the land after the mountains filled by snake-type magical beasts, which basically was on the other half of the coast. The rules of the exchange meeting allowed the presence of escorts as long as they stopped in the territories before the set location. However, the domain of the hive was already relatively close to that area, and the heroic cultivators from the Coral Archipelago were too busy with their matters. Elder Julia simply couldn't provide him with an escort. However, she still gave Noah a few protective items that would keep him alive until one of the rank 5 existences came in his help. Of course, no one believed that something would happen in the meeting, not even Noah. Yet, it was a habit of his to be always prepared for everything. Also, he had begun to feel a strange sensation in the past weeks. He felt as if a storm was about to crash on the piece of immortal lands. My dragon's instincts cause this feeling, but it doesn't seem to originate from the areas ahead. It is as if a natural disaster is going to storm the new continent. Noah thought when he left the domain of the hive and entered the territories of the Papal Nation. He could somewhat understand that the feeling didn't originate from cultivators, but a natural disaster seemed equally unlikely. The only beings able to affect the environment on such a large scale should live at the center of the new continent. But there are the rank 6 existences there. Noah couldn't shake off that feeling from his mind. Also, he had noticed how even the magical beasts and plants under him seemed to share his sensations. The yellowish moss under him seemed denser toward the coast and scarcer in the areas more inland. Even the lake inhabited by the octopus-type magical beasts that he had previously passed was completely dark, meaning that the magical beasts living there had activated their defensive measures. Well, there isn't much that I can do against something so powerful. I can only leave it to the rank 6 existences. In the end, Noah decided to suppress that feeling. There was no point in worrying about something that he couldn't control and that he wasn't sure would happen. It was better to focus on the impending mission. The absence of an escort didn't bother Noah. He was going to meet the talents of the other big countries, which meant that he would most likely be the strongest among them. He had left behind him the status of a newly advanced heroic cultivator some time ago. His Danteon was now deep inside the gaseous stage of the heroic ranks. Almost 4 years had gone by since he passed the heaven tribulation, but he felt as if he was still at some distance from the peak of the stage. However, he wasn't too worried about that. The heroic ranks were too different from the humans. He couldn't expect to experience breakthroughs every 3 or 4 years. Yet, he was confident that he was growing quite fast. His individuality continued to solidify, and he was using a cultivation technique that he had personally created. Theoretically speaking, he wouldn't even need to explore his individuality to improve since his cultivation technique already expressed part of himself. That was one of the advantages of creating techniques and methods. It was assured that Noah's journey toward the 5th rank would almost be without hindrances. Of course, Noah didn't want to rely only on his technique and desired to improve as fast as he could, which is why he focused so much on his individuality in the last period. Noah eventually crossed the area with the yellowish moss and entered the land inhabited by snakes. The mountains in that place showed signs of battles. Noah could imagine that they had been thoroughly explored after his clash with Elder Cheryl. The magical beasts in that area behaved in the same way as those previously seen by Noah. The rank 4 snakes seemed unwilling to remain close to the central territories of the continent and amassed themselves along the coastline. That amassment obviously generated battles between the many packs, but Noah wasn't interested in that event and simply continued to fly toward the next territory. A few days had to pass before a huge waterfall appeared in his eyes. The waterfall was incredibly tall. It originated from one of the highest mountain peaks at the end of the area and poured in the rocky environment below. The water of the waterfall was shining. It illuminated the land on the other side of the mountain peak and created a small river that filled that area with life. The water seemed to have peculiar capabilities. It released a scent able to relax even Noah's mind. Also, trees with a thick crown grew from the rocky terrain and gave to the environment many shades of green. I bet that many would treat this place as a natural paradise. Noah couldn't help but have those thoughts when the entirety of that new territory appeared in his view. Yet, he was soon forced to divert his gaze from it, since he sensed a faint presence approaching him from a distance. The demon prince of the hive is indeed amazing. Even my master struggles to notice me since I've entered the heroic ranks. A female voice resounded in the area, and Noah turned to take a look at the woman that had come to receive him. Brown hair, shining green eyes, slim eyebrows, a small nose, and a radiant smile appeared in Noah's vision. The woman had a slender waist, a quite ample bosom, and wore a luxurious white robe that enhanced the entirety of her harmonious body. The sense of purity exuded by her robe and smile created a deep contrast with the sensuality of her figure. Noah was sure that he had never seen a woman more beautiful than her. This place is amazing, isn't it? The waterfall brings life to the hard rocks that make the terrain and peace to the magical beasts that inhabit it. My nation is doing its best not to taint the environment. The woman continued to speak, but Noah didn't move his gaze from her. He wasn't mesmerized by her beauty. Instead, he was interested in the aura that she radiated. The woman was surrounded by a sort of peaceful membrane that managed to stop his mental waves completely. It wasn't a matter of power. Her mind was clearly weaker than Noah's. Yet, her mental waves seemed to have exceptional defensive capabilities, which made Noah unable to analyze her strength thoroughly. She is weaker than me, I'm sure of that. Yet, I feel that she would be quite troublesome to face. Noah thought before the woman performed a slight bow and decided to reveal her identity. I'm Faith Vigny of the Quiet Lake sect and the envoy sent by the council. Noah nodded at Faith before lowering his gaze toward the natural paradise. He was quite interested in the water poured by the waterfall. It didn't happen often to find something that could appease the innate aggression of the magical beasts. Faith had spoken the truth. The insect-type magical beasts that filled the environment seemed to peacefully cohabitate, which was something that Noah had never seen in his life. This can be a training area with equal value to the lava lake even if it lacks traces left by divine beings. I believe it might force any cultivator in a meditative state in a matter of hours. Noah thought while he analyzed that territory, but he was soon forced to stop since Faith continued to stare him with growing intensity. What is it? Noah asked. Faith wasn't trying to probe his centers of power, so he couldn't understand the reasons behind her action. My apologies. You are the first man that can divert his gaze from me so soon. I was just surprised. I guess that the demon prince is amazing even in fields outside of cultivation. Noah shot a confused expression toward Faith before shaking his head. He could imagine the torments that such a beautiful woman had to endure through her cultivation journey. The world wasn't exactly a good place after all. Her beauty might have been the very reason why she focused on cultivating. Noah was aware that Faith was a rare talent. Her youthful appearance was the proof that she had met few hindrances on her path toward the heroic ranks. Yet, there was a limit to how much Noah cared about her situation. He was simply analyzing her to understand her individuality better after all. He remembered Jason's words. He knew that the cultivators on that meeting would probably become someone important in the future, which was why he was using that chance to learn about them. Noah didn't know if they would become his enemies in the future, but it didn't hurt to be prepared for that eventuality. Faith, don't mind the eunuch. Any man that can't appreciate your beauty shouldn't be worthy of your thoughts. A manly voice resounded in the area. Noah turned to look at the huge figure that had appeared in the distance. The man that had spoken was extremely burly and was more than 2 meters tall. He wore a sleeveless red robe that revealed the thick black hair on his arms. Long and unruly black hair fluttered in the wind as he neared Faith, and traces of a growing beard filled his chin. Did he just shave to impress Faith? Noah couldn't help but think that when he saw the burly man kissing Faith's hand as a form of greeting. Did he bother you in any way? You know the voices about him. He isn't called demon only due to his title. The man asked Faith while wearing a concerned expression. He seemed really worried about her well-being. Andrew, you can drop with your act. I've already said that I won't accept a man that can only think about war. Faith retracted her hand, and a bit of coldness began to fill her figure. Noah stared at the event with interest. It seemed as if Faith's peaceful aura had instantly solidified into something sturdy. I also think a lot about you, Andrew complained, but Faith simply heaved a sigh and distanced herself from him. I apologize for his rude words. He is Andrew, also called Eager Titan, and he is the envoy from the Shandal Empire. Faith revealed the man's identity to Noah, but the latter simply nodded and continued to analyze the environment under him. Andrew seemed far weaker than Faith. Noah felt that he could completely overwhelm him if a battle were to happen. Andrew, though, didn't like Faith's kindness toward Noah and began to radiate a dense battle intent as he stared him. No one should ever challenge a dragon unless it is confident in defeating it. Noah thought as he turned his head to reply to Andrew's stare. The envoy from the Empire was clearly challenging him, and he wasn't even slightly inclined to ignore him. Not only was that meeting a matter of glory and pride, but Noah couldn't let anyone challenge him so bluntly and just ignore it. Andrew was a bit surprised to see the same person who was ignoring Faith's beauty was immediately reacting to his challenge. However, he was the eager titan of the Empire. He couldn't just show any weakness against the representative of such a small nation. The two of them kept on staring at each other, and the atmosphere between them became tense. Then Noah broke the silence with a few words. I'm ready when you are. Both Andrew and Faith could see the pure confidence radiated by Noah's figure when he spoke. Noah was basically asking Andrew to attack first, and he did so without the slight trace of worry. Andrew felt as if he was just an ant in Noah's eyes. You think that, just because you have defeated your worthless uncle, you know the power of melee specialists? Andrew's aura surged as he gave voice to those words. His muscles bulged, and his hair fluttered as mental energy and breath were exuded from his body. Faith, do you have anything against this battle? Andrew asked without moving his gaze away from Noah. Faith sighed before answering. Do what you want, but I'll kill both of you if you ruin the harmony of this place. Faith didn't exude any battle intent, but her words carried a chilling pressure. It was clear that the territory was more important than her guests in her mind. Then, right when Andrew was about to charge Noah, a fourth figure appeared in the area. Noah and Faith turned toward the new presence, and Andrew dispersed his aura when he noticed the action of the two of them. A young-looking woman with wild silver hair appeared in their view. A golden spear filled with orange inscriptions was in her hands, and her eyes radiated a bright orange glow. The color of her eyes has changed. Noah couldn't help but notice that difference, and June had similar thoughts about his pupils. June had completely ignored the other two envoys when she realized that Noah was there, and Noah found it difficult to divert his gaze too. More than 20 years had passed since their last talk, but their aspect had barely changed. However, they could both notice the few and small differences that had appeared in those decades. The scars on her arms have disappeared, and she seems less wild than before. Her hair is still the same though. He is a bit taller, and his features aren't as soft as before. Even his aura is different, but his gaze still radiates the same coldness. What's with his hair though? Did he always like it long? Noah and June had those thoughts while they stared at each other. 20 years had passed, but they could still see the wild girl and the aloof boy behind their powerful status. June tried her best to keep an expressionless face, but Noah noticed the slight tremor of her eyelids. Also, he sensed that their prolonged exchange of stares was attracting the attention of the other two cultivators in the area. She might be an enemy now. I don't know how the Elbas family has treated her due to her relationship with me, so I should just avoid revealing anything. I guess I would like to catch up. Noah diverted his gaze and turned when he thought that. His last words to June had been a threat, and she had been under the rule of the royals for 20 years. He didn't know how she felt about him or what the royals and her family had done to her in those years. He didn't even know how she had described their relationship to the Elbas family. The royals might even believe that he was her worst enemy. Friendship and love are complex matters. Instead, fighting and killing are quite straightforward. Noah thought when his gaze went back on Andrew. He felt somewhat irritated to see his actions being restricted once again by the politics of the forces behind the envoys. He couldn't have an honest chat with an old friend, since he didn't know what restrictions had been placed on her. He couldn't even ask if she still considered him a friend, since he would risk breaking her pretense inside the Utra nation. That irritation was something that Noah was becoming familiar with. The reminder that he couldn't ignore rules that he didn't care about annoyed him to no end. Luckily for him, he had already found someone that could help him venting that feeling. Andrew could clearly understand that Noah wanted to return to the previous situation, and he didn't hesitate to unleash his aura again. He is protecting me, June thought when she saw Noah turning without saying a word. She could somewhat understand what Noah was thinking at that moment. He doesn't know if he can trust me, but he still chose the approach that won't cause me any problem. That realization annoyed her too, but part of her felt glad that Noah hadn't changed into someone that she couldn't recognize. It's up to me then, June thought before flying toward Noah. She didn't even mind Andrew. She knew that Noah wouldn't face him if he weren't confident of winning. Yet, there was something that she had to tell him, and she had to make sure that the other two cultivators wouldn't understand the meaning behind her action. The battle was interrupted once again by June since she quickly arrived next to Noah. Noah showed a curious expression when he turned, but June's words made his eyebrows arc in surprise. Demon Prince, I'm ashamed that a fellow student of the Academy has betrayed my nation and committed uncountable crimes. Yet, I must admit that your achievements deserve my respect. Then, June stretched her right arm toward him. I respect you. Take my hand if you feel the same about my achievements. Noah felt that the corners of his mouth were curving into a smile when he heard those words. However, he suppressed that instinctive gesture and focused on June's eyes. He could see her determination reflected by the orange halo in her irises, but he also noticed a trace of fear. She has actually used my words from 20 years ago, Noah thought while he maintained an expressionless face. He had already decided to take her hand, but he still waited to do it. June had gone to such lengths to express her feelings. He couldn't ruin her effort because he was eager to do the same. Noah noticed how the fear radiated by her eyes became stronger, but he continued to wait. Yet, when he saw the first trace of sorrow appearing on her gaze, he raised his arm to grasp her hand. The sorrow and fear that had accumulated inside June in those instants were dispersed as soon as she felt Noah's warm hand touching her palm. What only appeared as a normal handshake to Andrew and Faith hid deep meanings that only Noah and June could understand. Noah felt glad too that his relationship with June hadn't changed through the years, but he soon sensed something strange. June's body emanated a strange scent that gave birth to a wave of primordial anger inside his body. It was as if he instinctively hated that aroma. June let go of Noah's hand and neared the other two envoys to greet them. Noah noticed the relief and happiness hidden behind her expression, but he was too focused on that scent to appreciate her emotions. This smells like a heaven tribulation. Don't tell me that eccentric thunder was really a madman, Noah thought when he recognized her scent. He could easily make a connection inside his mind between June's centers of power and the heaven tribulation. After all, he had given her the inheritance, and the heaven tribulation consisted of lightning bolts. It wasn't hard to link the two to the aroma so hated by his instincts. Now, I want to ask her more about the technique, method, or whatever she used to obtain such an interesting feature. It might be beneficial to my individuality. Noah's gaze unconsciously went on June's back as he tried to understand which of her centers of power carried heaven's scent. June was simply greeting the envoys when he sensed the reptilian pupils trying to analyze her. Noah's mind was stronger than her. She had basically just become a rank 4 mage after all. There wasn't much that she could hide to his probing, and she didn't really mind that Noah was staring at her. Yet, Noah's mental waves carried his interest, which June could clearly feel when they landed on her body. Of course, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Noah was so interested in her technique that he didn't take into consideration the misunderstandings that his gaze could create. At that point, June turned and moved to the side to symbolize that the exchange meeting could begin. Noah saw June shooting an admonishing glance toward him, but he also noticed that her cheeks had reddened since their handshake. Noah's eyes widened when he understood that she was blushing, and he quickly retracted his mental waves. "I'll explain this when we find a moment to talk," Noah thought as he turned and imitated June's actions, moving to the side to show that he was ready to negotiate. The image of June's blush appeared in Noah's mind and caused a feeling that he had yet to experience since he became a magical beast. "Am I aroused?" Noah couldn't help but think that when he sensed what that feeling caused inside his body. Of course, feeling something and letting it affect his body were two very different things. Cultivators had incredible control of their bodies, especially those in the heroic ranks. Noah easily prevented any effect of that sensation from appearing on his body, but that event still made his mind wander a bit. So much for a species of magical beasts with limited fertility. Damned cursed dragons. How can your arousal be almost as intense as your hunger? Noah cursed in his mind while he kept on suppressing that feeling. He wasn't surprised about his sexual interest in June. He had always known that he liked her character and that she was quite beautiful. Yet, he didn't expect that the sexual drive of a magical beast could match its hunger. She even smells like a heaven tribulation. She should be the last person able to give birth to these sensations. I guess a beast, it's still a beast in the end, no matter how powerful it is. Noah gave up on trying to suppress that feeling when he thought that and simply limited himself to control the reactions of his body. His sexual drive was just like his hunger, something deeply rooted in instincts that were now part of him. His hunger couldn't be suppressed, so the same had to be true for the former. Andrew and Faith took their place too, and the 4 envoys became the corners of an imaginary square that floated in the air. Andrew still stared at Noah with an intense battle intent, but Noah's mind was too messy for him to care about him. "I hope this drive will go away at some point, or I will need to take care of it once I return on the southwestern coast," Noah thought while shining lines appeared under the feet of the envoys and traced a shining square in the air. The instructions for that exchange meetings were quite clear. None of the envoys was surprised to see those lines appearing seemingly out of nowhere. The Papal Nation had prepared the area beforehand and created an environment where the envoys could trust each other's words. Taking a position to form a square would activate an area where the cultivators inside it couldn't lie nor taint the truth. Of course, the trigger for that technique was Faith, but the same restrictions would bound her after the square was completed. The 3 big nations didn't trust each other, especially when it came to the most important resource of that period. The same obviously went for the hive. There was the need for an even ground where cheats and tricks were impossible to actuate, which was something that the Papal Nation found quite easy to create. After all, oaths and devices with similar purposes were something that every nation had. The cultivation world was cruel, and trust was rarely found among forces with a different origin. It wasn't surprising that the oaths field was so advanced in each country. The shining lines under the envoys' feet spread, creating a luminous platform that radiated a peculiar yellowish light. Noah felt his mind being affected by that light, but he didn't mind it too much. The fact that the cultivators inside the square couldn't lie didn't mean that they were required to answer every question. Remaining silent was an option, so there was no risk of exposing valuable information to the enemies. The exchange meeting began immediately after the square was completed. Faith suggested simple rules which everyone accepted without complaining. To put it simply, the value of a diagram had to be decided according to 3 factors: its effect, its element, and its limit. The last 2 factors were easy to evaluate. The rarity of an element set the base value of a diagram, and the limits to its power defined by how much its importance had to be raised. For example, A spell of the thunder element up to the 4th rank would be worth less than a diagram of the fire element that could be used till the 6th rank. The first factor was harder to define by precise boundaries and had to be discussed for each specific case. For example, diagrams like the warp spell would be less valuable since their effects were hard to apply in battle. Of course, some spells weren't battle-related but were still extremely valuable. Noah saw a spell of the water element that was potentially able to entirely reconstruct a body as long as the Sea of Consciousness and Dantian of the Cultivator were intact. Its cost in terms of breath and mental energy was obviously huge, and only rank 6 mages could safely use it. Yet, it was still a fantastic spell obtained by faith at the price of 5 diagrams of the earth element with limits to the 5th rank. Noah focused on obtaining the diagrams of the elements that Elder Julia had requested. The hive's main interests were the spells of the fire element, followed by water and wind. It was needless to say that Noah had informed Elder Julia about his intention of obtaining as many diagrams of the darkness element that he could. Elder Julia didn't oppose him, but Noah soon discovered that he was bound to be disappointed since no diagrams of the darkness element were mentioned during the meeting. This is too coincidental, and some of them are trading spells of the light element. They did this on purpose. Noah immediately suspected that, but there wasn't much that he could do. The only method that the other nations had to slow down his improvements was to keep the resources that could help him for themselves. Noah couldn't force those countries to sell them after all. The lack of spells of the darkness element, though, didn't bother him too much. He was approaching the next step in his cultivation journey. He knew that he would create his own diagrams given enough time. What bothered him was the constant need to suppress his arousal. Noah tried not to look at June during the meeting, but their eyes were bound to meet when they traded. Every time that happened, Noah had to enforce his control on his body again. That was quite easy for Noah, but it was also a constant reminder of that feeling. However, at some point that drive suddenly disappeared. A subtle tremor ran through the terrain below them, and the magical beasts inhabiting that area stopped moving. The envoys didn't sense that tremor, but Noah felt the same sensations of the magical beasts below. He instinctively turned to look toward the center of the new continent, but he could only see the beginning of the mountain chain in the distance. Yet, another sensation took the place of his arousal, something that even surpassed his hunger. He felt fear. The world slowed down in Noah's eyes. The living beings in the area seemed to be holding their breath, and that behavior wasn't limited to the magical beasts. Even the magical plants there stopped absorbing nutrients, and the air seemed to freeze as if waiting for the catastrophe to unfold. Of course, the world appeared utterly normal to the other envoys. Only Noah could feel those sensations since they originated from the instincts inherited by the cursed dragon species. His strange behavior was quickly noticed by the other 3 heroic cultivators who began to stare in the same direction. However, they could only see the beginning of the mountain chain that stretched toward the center of the continent. They couldn't sense anything out of the ordinary even with their rank 4 Cs of consciousness. Yet, June was able to recognize Noah's expression. She had seen him doing something similar when they were exploring the 7th layer of the royal inheritance, just before the rank 4 Cloud Eagle's attack from the sky. Her survival instincts kicked in, and her awareness reached its peak, but she still couldn't sense anything from that direction. As time passed and nothing happened, she began to think that she had misinterpreted Noah's gesture. "What are you staring at, Prince?" Andrew asked while adding a mocking tone when he said the word, Prince. He found it funny that the demon who had escaped from the Nation would just become distracted during such an important meeting. On the other hand, Noah barely noticed that the eager Titan had spoken to him. Fear spread through his body. He felt that the sensation that had accompanied him in the last weeks was becoming more intense with each passing second. Then, when the intensity of that sensation reached its peak, he understood what was about to happen. "Close your ears and retract your consciousnesses," Noah shouted before gathering all his mental energy inside his mental sphere and blocking his ears with his hands. The instincts of a magical beast, coupled with the heroic mind of an expert in the beast's field, made Noah able to predict the imminent catastrophe. Of course, he didn't care enough about Faith and Andrew to help them. He would actually prefer for them to die since they belonged to enemy organizations. Yet, June was among them, and he didn't want her to be unprepared. A mental message sent by his consciousness would have reached her sooner without revealing its contents to the other two envoys. But Faith and Andrew would have noticed his action. Noah couldn't evaluate the power behind the imminent catastrophe, but the two envoys would suspect that June was on his side if they survived after seeing him personally warning her. Warning everyone would avoid creating any suspect while still alerting her, which was the best outcome that Noah could hope for in that sudden situation. June didn't hesitate and followed his orders. She simply trusted him too much to do otherwise. Noah's words confused Faith, but the solemnity radiated by his expression made her took his warning seriously. After all, Noah's achievements were well known by anyone in a position of power. Faith knew that the demon prince of the hive had managed to escape from organizations ruled by heroic cultivators, had traveled for half of the old continent, and helped in the war for the independence of the Coral Archipelago. She didn't trust him, but she trusted his survival instincts. Faith closed her ears and retracted most of her consciousness inside her mind. However, she left part of her mental energy around her figure in case Noah's act was part of a trap. It was needless to say that Andrew didn't follow any of Noah's orders. "What are you even saying? Faith, why are you listening to him? This prince is surely planning something. I think it's time to count." Andrew began to speak, but he couldn't continue the rest of his phrase since a deafening cry resounded from the center of the continent. The piece of immortal lands shook when the sound waves spread through the entirety of its surface. The ground split, mountains fell apart, and cracks appeared in the sky as soon as the cry crossed those areas. It wasn't a matter of shock waves or just an attack that used the sound to inflict damage. The cry was simply so loud that even the environment of the new continent could only crumble in front of it. The cry affected even the sea around the continent. Giant shards of ice separated themselves from the land under the Azure continent. Even the spell that had stopped the fall of those territories from the sky suffered some damage in that situation. Noah couldn't move nor inspect his surroundings. The air around him seemed stiff. It was as if it had become solid under the pressure that accompanied the cry. His mental sphere trembled to no end, but the entirety of his consciousness was working to keep it intact. His internal organs couldn't oppose those vibrations. He felt blood reaching for his mouth from inside his body, yet he didn't dare to spit it. He was sealing all his orifices in the best way he could. He even shut his eyes to protect them. However, injuries were inevitable in that situation. He felt a warm liquid spreading on his palms, which made him understand that his eardrums had collapsed under those vibrations. He felt tears running down his eyes, only to realize immediately after that those tears were instead lines of blood. Blood kept on accumulating on his mouth as his internal organs kept on being torn, and he felt the foothold created with his breath shattering every time he lost his focus. In the end, the sound dispersed, and the tremors stopped. Noah tried to open his eyes, but his vision was foggy. It seemed that they had been damaged while he endured that attack. He couldn't hear anything too. Even his sense of touch felt off when he waved his arms. Of course, Noah wasn't in the dark. His consciousness left his mental sphere as soon as its walls stabilized and analyzed the situation around him. The other envoys seemed to be still struggling with the aftereffects of the piercing cry, and Noah could see that they were far worse off compared to him. 2 pills appeared in his hands, and he quickly put them inside his mouth. A warm sensation filled his body, and a massive amount of nutrients began to focus the injuries on his internal organs with their healing capabilities. Noah didn't hesitate to gulp one of the rank 4 healing pills from Divine Demon's Inheritance, and one of the compressed rank 4 magical beasts in the upper tier that the Yudi family had sent in the last period. Little by little, his vision and hearing came back, which made Noah able to analyze the devastation that the cry had brought to the piece of immortal lands. Noah analyzed his surroundings while he waited for his body to return to a decent state. June seems fine. Eccentric Thunder's technique and methods must be amazing. Her centers of power are working together to disperse the remaining tremors that are still affecting her. She shouldn't have suffered any lasting injury. A glance to June was enough to make him understand her state. She was utterly defenseless now. Her mental waves were all inside her mind. There was nothing that could stop Noah's probing at that moment. Faith's mental sphere is still trembling, but she appears quite calm. I wonder what kind of individuality does she have to have such firmness. Noah saw how Faith was using her focus to stabilize her mind without revealing any struggle in her expression. It seemed that her mental waves had some peculiar capabilities. The idiot, instead, is lucky to have a sea of consciousness still. Noah thought when he turned toward Andrew. The latter's mental sphere had endured the entirety of the cry without defenses on its insides, and the mental energy that was around him had dispersed when the tremors arrived. Noah could see that cracks had appeared on the walls of Andrew's sphere. His mind was able to remain in one piece only thanks to the protective membrane that had enveloped him when the attack reached him. Of course, Noah didn't even need to analyze their bodies to understand their state. Noah was a hybrid, but he had suffered a lot of injuries when the tremors swept him anyway. The envoys, though, were only humans. Many of their bones had cracked, and some of their internal organs had completely stopped functioning. Blood came out from every part of their skin. Their robes had been thoroughly drenched in those few seconds. I could easily kill the two of them now. However, this crisis has just begun. Noah's mind was working at full speed while he analyzed the situation. He picked up clues from everything that he could see or sense and quickly compared them with his vast knowledge of the magical beast's field. He had been able to predict the arrival of the deafening cry mostly due to his instincts, but he couldn't know what would follow that event without understanding the situation first. The natural paradise under him had mostly fallen apart. The small lakes had disappeared since deep gorges had appeared after the earthquake, and the magical beasts that had survived had left in a hurry toward the areas over the sea. The waterfall was still standing, but the mountain behind it had seen many boulders falling from its surface. A cry able to reach the western coast and possibly the entirety of the new continent. A power that can affect this sturdy terrain at such distance. The rank 6 existences exploring the central areas. A piece of the immortal lands falling into the mortal ones. The data inside Noah's mind seemed to point toward a simple deduction. Rank 7 magical beast. No, I would be dead in that case. Noah quickly discarded that hypothesis. He had seen the power of a god. The ruler of the Shandal Empire had been able to stop a meteorite that would have probably killed most of the lifeforms on the mortal lands. Rank 7 magical beasts would obviously be less potent than cultivators on the same rank. But that didn't mean that they were weak. Andrew had managed to keep his life without preparing any defense beforehand, which meant that heroic cultivators could protect themselves against that power. Also, the immortal lands should have gods continuously absorbing their breath. It's unlikely that a single being can cause its fall. Well, I hope it, at least. Noah thought while he stared at the hordes of magical beasts migrating toward the coastlines. Roars and cries resounded everywhere in the continent. The magical beasts in every territory didn't hesitate to run away from the central areas as soon as the tremors stopped. Those creatures abandoned their packs to distance themselves from the origin of the deafening cry. They didn't even fight when they crossed each other's paths. The entire fauna of the central territories was migrating toward the coasts and unleashed chaos along its path. Noah remained in the air, and his gaze went toward the beginning of the mountain chain after he understood what was happening around him. However, the cause behind that event was still unclear. He didn't have the confidence of evaluating events that were so far away from his rank. What happened? Faith's voice resounded in the area. She had finally managed to stabilize her condition, and she directly asked that question after gulping a few pills. June opened her eyes a few seconds later and did the same. Their complexion seemed to improve slightly after the drugs had taken their effect. Of course, their bodies were far from fine. They could only see and hear thanks to their consciousness. Noah didn't answer. He was as clueless as them in that situation. He was just waiting to see what other events would follow that cry. There was no point in escaping. The tremors would reach him even if he flew over the sea. Also, he now knew the entity of the attack. He could just deploy one of the most suitable defensive measures that Elder Julia had given him before the meeting. Andrew was still doing his best to control the damages on his centers of power, but Noah didn't care about him. He had chosen not to kill him simply because he didn't know what to expect from now on. There was a chance that he could use Andrew's life to his advantage. Noah wasn't wrong to expect some consequences, but what followed made the fear that had dispersed after the cry reappear. Thousands of figures rose at high speed in the air. carrying clouds of dust and terrain in their trail. They had a pair of large feathered wings attached on their backs and a skeletal humanoid body. A pair of curved horns grew from their temples, and long claws spread from what could be considered their arms. However, what made Noah really scared was that those creatures could fly. The new continent was relatively safe due to the absence of flying magical beasts, but the appearance of those humanoid beasts completely changed the situation. What was worse was that many of them were in the 5th rank, with a handful of them in the 6th rank, and the rest in the 4th. The winged beasts released cries that echoed the loud one that had previously filled the continent. The creatures under him stopped roaring when they heard those cries. It seemed that they feared the new presences that had filled the sky over the piece of immortal lands. It was at that point that Noah understood the meaning of their roars and repeated them in human words inside his mind. Gather food. Black feathered wings, gray skeletal bodies, and curved horns. I don't recognize them. Noah tried to link the identity of those creatures to the bestiary inside his mind, but he couldn't find any match. The fauna and flora of the immortal lands were radically different from those of the mortal ones. It wasn't surprising that Noah couldn't recognize those magical beasts. They must have been dormant deep underground. Earth element? Can't be sure. Yet, it's certain that they are the pack of the being that has released the cry from before. Noah's mind worked at full speed to find ways out of that situation. Understand the threat, study the environment, and choose the safest path. Noah was going through those processes in a matter of instants. He had even activated the divine deduction technique to improve his thinking speed. He wasn't holding anything back in front of such a threat. The leader of the pack should be at the peak of the 6th rank or even be half-step inside the divine ranks. A handful of rank 6 creatures as captains, 100 of rank 5 beasts as soldiers, and thousands of rank 4 pawns. We might be forced to abandon this place. The width and power of the pack of winged beasts could match any of the 3 big nations. It could even be considered superior. Only the Shandal Empire with its god could overpower such a force, since it appeared that the pack lacked a divine being. I can't affect this situation. I can only try to survive until I reach Elder Julia and Elder Austin. Noah realized that almost immediately, the pack of winged beasts was simply too numerous and powerful. He could only escape. His gaze went on the other envoys, and some coldness filled his reptilian pupils while his mind made plans about them. Andrew can't run away on its own. He can be a good bait. These are the territories of the Papal Nation, so Faith should know escape routes towards safe areas. June can use her status to find protection under the Council, but my situation is a bit different. Noah cursed inside his mind when he understood his options. He would just follow Faith toward one of the safe areas of the Papal Nation if he was a normal envoy and leave to the force behind him to reward the Council. However, he was the demon prince of the Hive, the most promising new talent of the mortal lands. His value would be incredible in the eyes of any force, especially since he belonged to the weakest country among the important ones. Also, he was divine demon's heir, and the Papal Nation was the home of the ravaging demon, the traitor of the 12 demon sects. Noah didn't know how much ravaging demon knew about him, but he couldn't take any change against a being that was at least in the 5th rank. Calm filled his mind when he understood that he couldn't seek political asylum inside the territories of the Papal Nation. Hundreds of thoughts had surged inside of Noah's mental sphere since its walls had stopped trembling, but only a few instants had passed in the outside world. Dust and debris were still falling from the winged beasts' bodies. It was as if the divine deduction technique was hastening the passage of time inside Noah's mind. It would take me less than a week to return to the Forest of White Woods if I used the secret technique, the shadow sprint, and the warp spell. I must go now. Noah thought and turned toward the south to prepare himself for the fastest escape that he was capable of. He didn't care about Faith at all, and June was far safer than him in that situation since she could rely on the Council and on the escorts that had accompanied her through the travel. However, he was alone. He could only rely on himself for his survival. Yet, a sudden sense of danger filled his mind. Noah felt helpless when he saw that winged beasts rose in the sky from the territories along the western coast. It seemed that they took a bit more to awaken due to the distance from the rest of the pack. Only a few instants had passed from when the deafening cry filled the new continent. but that time was enough to fill the sky above its territory with winged figures. Noah saw how hundreds of rank 4 magical beasts appeared in the escape route that he had just set, and they were even accompanied by a multitude of beings in the 3rd rank of the same species. This land was the damned hunting area of these beasts. Noah quickly understood the situation and realized that he couldn't fly back to the territories of the hive. He could cross the sea of rank 4 magical beasts, but they would inevitably slow down his journey and gain enough time for the rank 5 beings in the distance. The safest path had suddenly become the most dangerous. By foot then, Noah directly switched approach and dived toward the ground. Faith and June were still recovering, but their consciousnesses made them able to see their surroundings. They could see that Noah was charging toward the ground, and they instinctively decided to follow him. After all, it was thanks to him that their centers of power were still intact. Of course, Andrew was completely unaware of the events that were sweeping the new continent and remained in the air. The pack of winged beasts began to move after they were done echoing the orders of the leader, and each specimen shot toward the first life form in its line of sight. Every magical beast or plant that couldn't fly had instantly become a prey. The tide of migrating magical beasts appeared in Noah's eyes, but he didn't fear them. They were too scared. Their only focus was to escape that situation. Such an innate fear had been able to suppress their aggression, which made the ground the safest place where to hide for the moment. Noah didn't slow down his descent and crashed on the ground, creating a large hole in the terrain that flung away the weaker beasts that were escaping on that spot. Noah punched the terrain as he kept on diving underground. He was basically creating a large cave where he could reorganize. The sky was the territory of the winged beasts now, and the surface was their hunting area. Only the underground could provide him with some safety. Noah punched and kicked, shattering any sturdy rock that appeared as he dug deeper. He stopped only when he saw that the sunlight couldn't reach his position anymore. Now what? Faith's voice resounded in the underground area, and Noah turned to stare at the 2 women that had followed him underground. The azure light radiated from the terrain illuminated their bloodied figures. It was clear that their bodies had yet to reach a stable state. Now we wait, Noah said as he crossed June and Faith to destroy the entrance to the underground area. Wait? How can we just remain here during this crisis? My people are probably dying out there. I can't let these beasts take over the territories of my nation. Faith loudly complained, but a wave of coldness immediately surrounded her figure. She felt Noah's reptilian eyes fixing on her and exuding a chilling, killing intent. Then, soft words that resembled a growl resounded in the underground area. An army of powerful magical beasts has suddenly appeared on the continent, and you thought that it would be wise to raise your voice against the man that saved you. I will personally bring you back to the surface if you keep on threatening to reveal my position. Noah warned Faith as he tried to suppress his killing intent. Attempting to kill her now would just reveal his position, and he needed her contacts on the surface to keep track of the advance of the pack. Faith shut her mouth at that point. Noah was right. She wouldn't be there if it weren't for his warning. Also, losing her calm was out of her character. Sorry. I guess I don't have much experience in these kinds of crises. Faith apologized using a soft voice before sitting on the ground to calm herself down. She was a rare talent in the Papal Nation, but no one could compare to Noah when it came to survival, especially when it was about magical beasts. Andrew? Faith asked while picking her inscribed notebook from her space ring. Dead or worse. Noah gave a plain answer before sitting on the ground too. His body was stable, but there were many injuries on his internal organs that had to be taken care of. He guessed that he would need a week to return to his peak. Worse? Faith asked, but Noah didn't answer. He didn't have certainties. There were only hypotheses inside his mind. What are those things? How could our forces miss something like that? June questioned Noah when she sat too. She knew that he was an expert in the magical beasts field. He was the only one among them that could reveal something useful. I don't really know. There is no record of those creatures even in the archives of the Academy. They probably are a species exclusive to the Immortal lands, or some sort of mutation that has happened due to the high density of breath up there. Noah revealed his thoughts when June asked for them. I'm still unclear about many aspects of this situation, but it seems that the entire pack had gone dormant before or during the fall of this continent, only to awaken when the leader released its cry. Noah explained the things that he was certain of. Magical beasts could go dormant in certain situations. For example, they would hibernate during their breakthroughs to a higher rank or when the environment lacked the necessary nourishments. Of course, that action wasn't completely safe. There was the risk that a dormant creature wouldn't wake up anymore since the nutrients inside its body were consumed during its sleep. Only a rare species like the undead chameleon could use that ability at will and without risks. However, that was their only way to survive at times. What's the plan? June asked without even bothering to hide her trust toward Noah. Faith noticed that interaction. It seemed that they were almost used to working together. Yet, she also knew that they had been students of the academy during the same period. She had never studied the specific behind their relationship, but she could easily guess that they weren't simple classmates. Wait, for now. The appearance of the pack would modify the food chain, and I can predict its behavior only when the fauna reaches some kind of stability. In the meantime, we must rely on your escort and on Faith's forces to obtain reports about the situation on the surface. Noah sighed when he finished explaining. There was a limit to how much he could do even with his instincts and with the divine deduction technique. The fauna on the surface was chaotic now. It was impossible to predict it. Yet, he was sure that the strongest beasts would take care of the central areas once the situation stabilized, meaning that only rank 4 beasts would patrol the coastlines. I agree to help both of you, but you must stop hiding things. What did you mean by worse? Faith asked while waving her inscribed notebook. Coldness appeared once again in Noah's eyes, but he forced himself to suppress that feeling. I need the eyes of the Papal nation on the surface. That thought made him sigh internally, but revealing his hypothesis wasn't really a bother. A magical beast that has just come out from the state of dormant would require a large amount of food to restore its body, and cultivators are more nourishing when they are alive. I believe you can understand where this is going. Faith's eyebrows arched when she heard Noah's answer. That gesture caused her pain since her eyes were still recovering. But that realization made her completely ignore that sensation. There was a high chance that Andrew had been captured and brought at the center of the continent alive. After all, cultivators kept most of their breath inside their dantians. Their bodies were almost worthless for the magical beasts. It's just a matter of how smart these beasts are and what abilities do they possess. Noah kept that thought for him. He knew that the leader of the pack was relatively smart. Forcing rank 6 creatures to gather food that they couldn't eat wasn't a small matter. Faith remained silent for a while, but she soon decided to maintain her side of the deal. She sent mental messages to the force behind her, and even June did the same. Instead, Noah simply waited for the hive to send a report. There were around 20 heroic cultivators from the Coral Archipelago in the new continent, and they were probably all busy handling the crisis. He was sure that they would notify him once they managed to retreat to a safe position. Faith and June didn't have much luck. None of their messages were answered, which left them entirely in the dark about the situation on the surface. However, there wasn't much that they could do. They could only wait for their answers before deciding on their next move. Hours passed in the silence of the underground area, with occasional cries resounding from the terrain above them. Noah saw how June's body was slowly recovering. She seemed almost able to open her eyes after that break. Faith couldn't help but continue picking some clues about their relationship. She didn't know if it was the way Noah answered June or just the way she looked at him, but she didn't seem to treat him as a criminal of her nation. In the end, Faith decided to break the silence and directly ask since she realized that they would probably be stuck in that area for a while. Say. Did you have feelings for him before Noah turned out to be a criminal? Faith's soft words ran through the underground area. June kept an expressionless face while Noah simply ignored the question. He knew that it was easy to mask expressions and hints during a formal meeting. Still, anything could reveal the truth behind his relationship with June in that relatively safe situation. He knew that because he had spent most of his life hiding and pretending. Vance was the strongest student in the academy, and I was only his sparring partner. Noah Bulvin, instead, is a traitor and a criminal. I have nothing but battle intent for him. June answered without putting any emotion in her words. She wasn't exactly lying. Her relationship with Noah had begun to evolve through their cohabitation, but he left before it could solidify into something more than friendship. Noah had given her a future and good memories that had accompanied her through the years, but they had never even labeled themselves as friends. He is an amazing rival that I will surpass one day. June said, and the honesty behind her words could be clearly felt by the other two envoys next to her. Faith stretched her legs and laid her back on the azure terrain when she heard that answer. Her mind seemed to wander for a moment. It was as if she was choosing her next question. I've spent my whole life surrounded by old cultivators that focused only on my centers of power and men that could only see my beauty. One side claimed that feelings were a hindrance on my cultivation journey, while the other said that their lives were worthless without my love. I guess I'm fairly interested in the topic, but maybe I've asked the wrong person. Faith summarized her life while turning her face toward Noah. The meaning behind her words was clear. She thought that it was Noah the one with feelings for June. You do realize that you two are alive simply because you can provide me with intel useful to my escape? The continent is in complete chaos. No one would blame me for your deaths. Noah gave a cold answer while continuing to focus on his body. Yes, but you can't continue to punch through the ground until the path above is clear, and you can't fight me for the same reason. Also, June's envoys might be already dead. You need the council to return to the hive. Faith answered while waving her inscribed notebook. A sly smile was on her face. She knew that she was the most valuable person among the three. Beauty is useless if you don't have power. Why would I care about a pretty face? Noah sighed before giving voice to those words. He was being honest. Beauty has never clouded his judgment nor affected his behavior. Even his arousal from before hadn't been triggered when he saw Faith. It was as if that instinct was linked to the emotions contained in his mind. So you do find June pretty, but you've barely laid your eyes on me. There must be something deeper than... Faith continued to speak while keeping her sly smile on her face. Why are you doing this? A powerful pack of magical beasts has just invaded the continent, but you seem more interested in annoying us. June gave voice to those words. She was clearly irritated by that situation. She had barely been able to express his position to Noah just to be stuck with a woman that kept on asking about their relationship. Maybe what annoys me the most is that I don't even know how to describe it. June thought when silence fell in the underground area. Both she and Noah were around 40 years old, but they had known each other for less than 3 years and cohabitated for even less. She had spent those 20 years fighting and training, surrounded by people that she didn't trust and that she didn't care about. Instead, Noah had traveled far and wide and claimed a position of power that he would have avoided back then. Maybe the fact that he has stopped hiding isn't the only thing that has changed about him. June couldn't help but reach that point in her thoughts. I need to know if it's worth experiencing feelings. I can't express peace and calm if I'm clueless about that matter. I need it for my individuality. Faith explained the reason behind her interest, and silence fell once again inside that underground room. The individuality of each cultivator was vital for cultivating through the heroic ranks, and it wasn't just a matter of learning the depths of their personality. A cultivator's individuality would eventually become a personal law in the divine ranks, meaning that everyone needed to express it other than understanding it. A partial understanding would obviously lead to a partial expression. Faith had simply recognized that her mindset lacked something and was working to fill those gaps. The old cultivators that trained her couldn't help in those matters, and her followers were mostly interested in her aspect. However, June and Noah came from different nations. They didn't have any obligation toward her. Also, they seemed to share something more profound than simple rivalry, which led her to use that chance to learn more about a world that she couldn't explore under the watchful eye of the council. The best talent of the Papal Nation lacks experiences in normal human interactions. Well, I can't say that I'm different. I guess we are still growing. We have just begun our journey through the heroic ranks after all. Noah thought when he heard her explanation. The envoys were all in the gaseous stage of the 4th rank. They could be labeled as the best talents of their nations, but they also were cultivators who had just begun to explore their individualities. Their path wasn't set since they had just taken a few steps on it. Not even Noah could claim to know where his enlightenment would lead him. The Royal Academy is a place filled with nobles and every sort of talent. But I guess you already knew that. June broke the silence and claimed Faith's attention. I knew that I would have had to make up for the lack of resources with my hard work when I enrolled. So I kept on fighting and training. It was at that point that I met him. June didn't turn toward Noah, but it was clear that she was talking about him. This guy rarely spoke, and you would always find him in some corner, focusing on his centers of power. His focus on his cultivation could only be labeled as addiction. Memories of his life inside the academy appeared in Noah's mind as June kept on speaking. I really admired him. He was the best of the best without anyone's support. His power came only from himself. It was clear that he hid something, but I didn't care back then. I just wanted to be like him. An honest smile appeared on June's face when she reached that point in her story. Yet he left, and the truth behind his identity was spread through the old continent. The person that I admired so much turned out to be a criminal who only cared about power and was ready to forsake everything else. June's smile disappeared when she spoke those words. Noah didn't reveal any expression and June lowered her head in the silence that followed. Only Faith continued to move her gaze between the two of them. June seemed to have revealed her true feelings, but the end of her speech was somewhat hurried. However, there was a limit to how many clues Faith could pick up. June's words were close to the truth after all. Her lies were hidden under the feelings that she had really felt. Is she speaking the truth? Are you nothing but an addict ready to sacrifice anything just to improve? Faith asked when she realized that June wasn't going to speak anymore. The temperature inside the underground area seemed to drop when Noah opened his mouth to speak. Yes. I devour what I need and destroy what opposes me. Everything I do is for my benefit. Noah's answer made Faith's expression become cold. I have to say, I expected more from the famous demon prince. Faith shook her head after she spoke those words. It was clear that she couldn't learn anything else from them, especially after Noah claimed to be precisely as the report said. Noah didn't mind her comment, he was that type of person after all. He knew that he was slowly accepting other things inside his mind, but that process was still ongoing. The way he saw it, caring about something was pointless if he didn't have the power to hold it. No one spoke after that last exchange of words. The three envoys simply focused on their centers of powers. Little by little, June and Faith managed to open their eyes, but bloody veins still lingered on those organs. The deafening cry had hurt them deeply. Even Noah's internal organs needed some time to recover. Minutes became hours, and hours eventually became days. The three cultivators hidden underground focused on their recovery and rarely spoke. Only Faith broke the silence from time to question June about random matters. What kind of family do you have? Will you have children in the future? What do you think about the Elbas family? What do you think about my nation? Will you get married at some point? Is orange your favorite color? Those questions came out of Faith's mouth from time to time. She seemed interested in learning more about June. June gave short answers without ever revealing too much about herself. Her mind was too messy to care about bonding with the envoy of an enemy nation. The sound of battles resounded continuously above them, but she could only think about the man that was stuck with him. She had finally met Noah after 20 years of work under the Elbas family, only to be forced to keep some distance from him. Noah had similar thoughts about her, but they weren't his main concern. His instincts screamed to no end due to the battlefield above him, and they had yet to receive any news from the four forces on the new continent. Maybe, the sudden appearance of the pack has temporarily disabled the communications between the inscribed notebooks. Noah couldn't help but reach that conclusion. A sudden increase in the /breath/ radiated on the surface could affect the mental messages sent by those inscribed items. After all, he had seen Elder Julia blocking one mental message. It was probable that those winged beasts could do something similar since there were rank 6 existences among them. However, on their 6th day spent hiding, a loud explosion resounded right above them. The ceiling of the underground room began to fall as an earthquake shook its foundation. Cavities began to appear on the ceiling, and the sunlight illuminated the area. Noah wielded his sabers, and the other 2 envoys did the same. They were ready to fight for their lives. Yet, human figures became visible as the cavities enlarged to form a large fissure that connected the underground area to the surface. /Elder Clara. /Faith exclaimed when she recognized one of the figures on the surface and shot in the air to meet the elder. Noah's eyes sharpened when he saw the golden colors of the Elbas family on the robes of some of those figures. He immediately realized that the group wasn't formed only by the forces of the Papal Nation. June shot a worried gaze toward Noah before flying to greet the forces of the royals. Noah didn't move. He analyzed the situation above him and waited to see the behavior that those heroic cultivators had toward him. They are injured and covered in blood. It seems that they have fought a lot to reach this position. Noah thought when his gaze swept the figures. Where is the eager titan? What happened? A loud voice soon resounded among the group on the surface. 3 heroic cultivators dressing robes with the emblem of the Shandal Empire anxiously swept the underground area before focusing on Noah. What have you done to him, demon? We know that his space ring is still in the area. The 3 cultivators immediately blamed Noah for Andrew's disappearance. This group must be formed by the escorts of the envoys. This is bad. I had planned to use their intel and escape before meeting them. But now, hundreds of thoughts rose inside Noah's mind as he tried to find a way out of that situation. Wait, he has saved --silence, Lady Vigny. This is a matter between the Empire and the Demon Prince. Faith tried to explain the situation, but one of the cultivators belonging from the Nation interrupted her phrase. It was clear that the forces of the Elbas family wanted to use that chance to take Noah with him. They were even willing to let the Empire take him in custody. I can't let them take me to their territories. I don't know what they will do to me or what price the Hive will have to pay for my release. Well, chasing Demon will find a way to justify my actions. Noah thought while his arm shot in front of him. Black flames appeared in front of him, and his arm directly pieced them. Yet nothing came out from the other side of the flames. The cultivators above him were surprised, but they were all in the 4th rank. They weren't fast enough to stop Noah's actions. Black flames appeared behind June, and Noah's hand came out of them to grab the collar of her robe. Then, Noah directly pulled and threw the powerless June toward him. June suddenly felt her waist being held by a firm but careful arm, and a cold sensation spread from her throat when a black saber neared it. In less than an instant, Noah had thrown her inside his arms and trapped her. Then, she heard his cold voice. Take 1 step forward, and she dies. June had been taken hostage under the gazes of 10 heroic cultivators in the 4th rank. Everything had happened in less than an instant, and Noah's actions had been noticed only when it was too late to do anything about them. Of course, Noah's decision to use June instead of Faith wasn't random. Faith would have undoubtedly struggled to break free from Noah's grasp, but there was a high chance that June would just play along with his act. Luckily for him, June was able to read the situation and pretended to be unable to do anything to escape from him. Release Lady Balor at once. These actions can only worsen your situation. You muse -- one of the heroic cultivators from the Nation began to speak, but he suddenly stopped when he saw that a drop of blood fell from June's throat. Noah had only neared his demonic sword to her neck, but a cut had already appeared. The sharpness of his saber was simply incredible. The 2 sides had reached a stalemate, but the situation of the escorts was far worse than Noah's. Roars and cries resounded from the surface. It was clear that the environment of the new continent had yet to stabilize. That fact made the escorts anxious. There was a limit to how much they could stay in that open position. It's thanks to him that we are still alive. Andrew ignored his warnings and was swept by the power of the cry. He wasn't in the condition to follow us. Faith was finally able to explain the situation to the newly arrived heroic cultivators, and ugly expressions appeared on the faces of the escorts from the Empire. Even the 3 cultivators from the Utra nation knitted their eyebrows. They wanted to take advantage of the situation to ask compensations from the hive and even interrogate Noah, but he had reacted too quickly and was actually on the right side of the matter. The roars of the beasts became more intense. Noah guessed that it wouldn't take much before the winged beasts stormed the area. Threw away anything that the royal family can use to trace your position. Noah murmured those words to June's ear, and she removed a golden ring from her finger. Noah tugged June when the ring began to fall to the ground. It had to appear that he was forcing her to do that after all. The meaning behind his order was clear. Noah wanted to use June as insurance for his escape. The roars became even more intense and forced the escorts from the Utra nation to take a decision. You better return her alive, or the hive will pay. The leader of the 3 cultivators from the Elbas family shouted before leaving the area, and the other escorts did the same. June's family had yet to fuse with the Elbas family. She was a promising asset, but there was a limit to how much those escorts were willing to risk for her. Also, they could always blame Noah afterward if something was to happen to her. The Papal nation had retrieved its envoy, and there was no reason for the forces of the Empire to linger there any further, so they simply left. Faith shot one last gaze to the 2 envoys in the underground area before turning to follow the forces of her nation. She didn't seem to believe Noah completely, but that wasn't the right situation to learn about others' relationships. Noah waited for the cultivators to disappear from his sight before forcefully kicking the ground. The floor of the underground area crumbled and its ceiling began to fall apart. It would be a matter of seconds before that room was submerged by azure debris. Noah continued to use his kicks to open a path that would lead him further downward. He didn't trust any of those heroic cultivators, and his position had been revealed. He had to go deeper if he wanted to make humans and beasts lose track of him. June remained silent in his arms. Noah had long removed the saber from her throat and had stored his weapons to use his now free hand to help in the excavation. Of course, using his martial art would facilitate the excavation, but Noah didn't dare to release breath since he was trying to hide. He is doing his best not to hurt me. I'm barely noticing that he is carrying me. June thought while Noah used his physical strength to reach deeper parts of the piece of immortal lands. She could clearly feel that just a bit of his strength was enough to divide her body in half. However, Noah was holding her with incredible control. He had even managed to avoid reopening the injuries that had healed during the previous day. Playing the damsel in distress is annoying though. I guess I can let it slip this time. June's wild character was still there. She really hated the part that Noah had forced her to play. Yet, her performance was helping Noah, and she felt that she owed him too much to ruin his plan. Also, she didn't exactly hate to be held with such care by him. She even felt that she could relax for the first time since the detonation of eccentric thunder's separate dimension. Noah continued to dig. Even the rocky terrain that would generally take spells to break crumbled in front of his attacks. He stopped only when he reached a depth of a few dozens of kilometers since the ground under him had become too hard to break even with his body. Noah began to excavate toward the south at that point. He intended to create a tunnel that would bring him directly under the territories of the hive. He didn't know what kind of fauna the underground of the new continent would have, but he was sure that it would be safer than its surface, especially during that crisis. Noah's excavation continued for a few hours before he decided to stop and to make the tunnel behind him crumble. He didn't believe that the heroic cultivators would follow him till there, but he didn't want to leave a tunnel behind him. Then, he released his hold on June and let her feet touch the ground. Thanks for sticking with my act. I can't allow myself to be a political prisoner. Noah spoke as soon as he let June go, but a golden flash suddenly appeared in his vision. Noah's hand shot and grabbed the flash, which turned out to be the inscribed spear that June was wielding when she reached the meeting. June held the other side of the spear, and Noah could sense her irritation hidden behind her expression. Sorry. I guess I could have released you sooner. Noah apologized while continuing to keep the tip of the spear still. I guess some things never Noah continued to speak, but his phrase was interrupted since June let go of the spear and jumped toward him. His eyes widened when he saw June suddenly hugging him. Noah felt June's arms suddenly squeezing his torso. It was needless to say that he didn't expect something like that, especially not right after her attack. Heaven's scent filled his nose and incited the hatred hidden in his instincts. However, June's warmth spread through his body and suppressed that feeling. A complicated expression appeared on Noah's face when he lowered his gaze toward the woman hugging him. It was as if he could sense how lonely she had been during those 20 years, after the only person that she trusted had abandoned her. Noah's hands moved. His right arm went around her back to return the hug, while his left hand went on her head to caress her hair. She feels so small. Noah couldn't help but have that thought. A mighty, heroic cultivator, one of the best talents of the Wuxia nation, was in his arms, holding him tightly. I'm sorry. I knew nothing back then. Noah felt her words reverberate on his chest. June had spoken without releasing the hug. A slight tremble went through her arms when she spoke. It seemed that she was really concerned about that matter. It's fine. I wasn't exactly fair with you too. Noah replied and slightly separated himself from June. His left hand went on her chin and lifted it to expose her throat. The wound made by the demonic sword had healed, but a faint scar was still there. Also, the drops of blood spilled when he had threatened the escorts were still on her skin. Noah used his thumb to wipe away those red spots from her neck. He wanted to understand the exact amount of damage that he had caused. However, that situation was a bit too much to take for June. They were still hugging, and Noah had his head lowered to inspect her wound. She could feel how careful Noah was when he cleaned those red spots, and she was barely able to suppress the blush that his actions were causing. She didn't hate that situation, but she wanted to catch up before reaching that point again, once the relationship between them became clear. That's why she pushed Noah away and stored the spear that had fallen on the ground when he had begun to caress her. What now? June asked before sitting on the ground and supporting herself to the walls of the underground area. Noah didn't answer immediately. There were thoughts in his mind that he had to sort before he could be sure of what he wanted to do. Is this disappointment? Noah asked himself when he saw June distancing herself. Even my arousal is back. Maybe this sensation is triggered by my emotions since I'm a hybrid. Elder Julia's words resounded in his mind at that moment. He wasn't the Vance of the Academy anymore, nor the hooded devil. He felt no need to suppress his desires. I want her, it's clear. Yet, she is different from Nina, and I don't think I want that kind of relationship when it comes to her. Those thoughts surged inside Noah's mind, but his body had already started moving. He was escaping from a difficult situation with one of the few people that he cared about, while an army of powerful magical beasts was invading the whole continent. There was enough tension around him. There was no point in holding back in that already dangerous situation. Enjoy the moment. Noah repeated Elder Julia's words inside his mind as he sat next to June. A familiar jar appeared in his hands, and June couldn't help but reveal a smirk when she recognized it. Do you still keep Ivor's wine? Do you know that it does not affect rank 4 mages? June's laugh accompanied those words, but her smile faded when she remembered what had happened to Ivor. Many things have changed after your departure. June lowered her head when she gave voice to those words. Noah poured the wine inside 2 cups and handed one of them to June. Tell me about it. Noah said while poking June's shoulder to make her grab the cup. Only if you tell me about your life. No lies this time. June replied, and Noah was able to sense some hesitation behind her words. He could tell that she was still a bit hesitant about that situation. It was impossible to prepare for that sudden turn of events. Yet, Noah had made his mind about her and didn't hesitate to agree to her terms. Deal, no lies. Only when she heard those words did June pick the cup and began to speak about the events that had happened after his departure. Noah learned about Ivor's death, about the detonation of eccentric thunder's separate dimension. He learned about the progress of June and her group in the exploration of the royal inheritance, about the effects that the cause was having on the nation and the rule of the Elbas family. Then June spoke about her family, about how its situation had evolved. Also, she even mentioned the many marriage proposals that she had received during that period. Her voice trembled a bit when she spoke about that topic, and she shot glances at Noah when she described the royals that had sent those proposals. Of course, Noah didn't show any reaction but limited himself to listen quietly. June wasn't his woman or anything. He felt no jealousy when he learnt about the kind of interest that the royals had in her. Her family can be a good asset, and she is talented other than beautiful. I don't see the Elbas family choosing a better candidate to add to its ranks. Noah thought as he refilled the cups. His stash of wine was basically empty even if they only had drunk one jar. Only a couple of them remained inside his space ring. June spoke about how she ended up in the new continent after she learnt that Noah had become a heroic cultivator. The awkwardness between them had mostly vanished in those minutes. June felt relaxed even when she mentioned that she had often thought about him. Then, you used me to escape from a different situation, and I had to play the role of the scared woman kidnapped by the ruthless demon prince of the hive. I'll forgive you only if your story doesn't disappoint me. June smirked when she said those words, and Noah could already imagine that she would keep on using her abduction as an excuse in the future. However, he didn't mind it. He actually felt glad that she was smiling so often once again. I guess I should start from my escape through the area of influence of the Shandal Empire. Well, I knew that the western side was less -- No, I want your full story. You don't get to keep the matters of your family for yourself. June interrupted Noah with her words, and he could only sigh before focusing on the first memory that he had of his second life. My mother was a commoner. Noah didn't limit himself to speak about his life. He even told June about the mindset that he had when he went through certain events. He talked about how his addiction to cultivation started when he saw Thomas Bulvin defeating the dragon that had attacked Bulvin Mansion, and revealed that his interest in the magical beasts field had probably begun that day. He told her about Lily, about how he had chosen to cultivate instead of attempting to escape with her, and how that decision had ultimately led to her death. He spoke about William, about the first time that he had taken a human life, about his encounter with a rank 5 creature when his dantian had yet to form. June had long stopped drinking her wine. Noah's adventures were simply too incredible. A noble family that tried to suppress him, his mother punished in his place, Baylor's betrayal, Resploy. She could barely believe that a kid less than 15 years old had survived all of that. Then, his story arrived at his life in the academy. Noah told her that Thaddeus had instantly understood his real identity, but wanted to use him to do the dirty work of the royals. He spoke about his dream during the test of his attitude, about the stars in the black sky, about his ambition. I dreamt about an endless battle back then. Powerful enemies kept on coming, and I would spend hours to defeat them. Yet, even stronger enemies appeared after every victory. You want to reach for the sky, but I strive for an endless battlefield. We are similar but also completely different. June revealed the contents of her dream, and Noah couldn't help but comment on that. Like a true battle maniac. A pity that you've met someone that you'll never beat. Noah revealed a smile when he gave voice to those words. Bickering with June was as fun as he remembered. The demon prince has kidnapped a noblewoman to escape. I wonder what your followers in the academy would think about it. June smirked when she reminded him about the girls that had started to call him Dark Prince after his battle with Manuel. Noah's story then reached the point of his departure. Part of me wanted to remain in the academy, but but you had too much on stake, and you will never forsake your ambition for friendship or, well, other things. I get it. June interrupted Noah when he tried to apologize for his sudden departure. But she wasn't able to express herself completely. They had just returned to the status of friends. She didn't know how her relationship with Noah would evolve. Yet, Noah had already made his mind on that topic and didn't miss her hesitation. His story continued after that. Noah told her about the Hunters Guild, the events of the Bear Dungeon, the city of Slyfall, Audionation, the Coral Archipelago, his enrollment in an underground organization, Divine Demon's Inheritance, and the exploration of the new continent. Of course, Noah didn't reveal the specifics behind his centers of power, but he hinted something, and June didn't mind him keeping those things a secret. Also, he kept hidden the contents of the inheritance and the behavior of the hive in the new continent. They both knew that there was a slim chance that their relationship would be revealed, and they had both agreed not to disclose anything that the Utra Nation could use against the other. Noah even spoke about the matriarch of the charming demon sect and Nina. Honesty was everything with June. She would never accept him if he kept on hiding his true self. June didn't seem to mind his past women too much. She was inexperienced in that field, but she wasn't a young girl anymore. She understood that they didn't have any kind of relationship in that period, so there was no reason to feel jealous. She was obviously a bit annoyed, but Noah was right next to her now, and he was doing what he hadn't been able to do 20 years ago. I guess we both went through a lot. Noah ended his story while leaving his cup on the ground. Humph. I kept on fighting in the royal inheritance and managing the western border, while you went around messing with the big nations. You even had the time to stay with other women. June complained, but Noah didn't waste that chance to point out something. Other? Do you mind being more specific? June blushed when she heard those words and stood up to distance herself from Noah's sly smile. Noah sighed before standing up too. He had lowered his barriers, but June was still resisting her feelings. I wouldn't be able to talk to you like this if it wasn't for those other women. It's also thanks to Nina that I can see myself with another person. Noah spoke while pulling June's robe. June let Noah hug her from behind but kept her head lowered. She had yet to get used to that type of physical contact. You became close to me because you needed to find an heir for eccentric thunder back then. Isn't this the same but for different reasons? June asked. Noah had told her that his body-nourishing method made him similar to a magical beast. He had skipped the fusion part, but he had explained to her that she gave birth to sensations that he found hard to control. I'm fairly sure that I feel this way because it's you. Yet, the decision is yours. I will understand if you refuse me. Noah answered. He was being as honest as he could in that situation. There was nothing else that he could do. He had revealed his feelings. Now it was up to June. June raised her head and stared at Noah that was hugging her from behind. Noah could see the hesitation and fear hidden behind her eyes. But there was some determination in the words that followed that gaze. It's hard for me to remain alone if you keep on creating good memories. She then turned and put her arms behind Noah's neck. Noah found himself surprised by her actions once again when he realized that June had closed her eyes and was reaching for his lips. Noah didn't think anymore at that point. He was already immersed in a long kiss before he could feel his mind again. June lowered her gaze when the kiss ended, but her arms were still clinging on Noah's neck. She was choosing her next words very carefully. I don't want to live in regret again. So let's create amazing memories this time. She wore a warm smile when she spoke, and Noah could only limit himself enough to nod before diving toward her lips again. No other women after I leave. It might be hard, but I can do that. June elbowed Noah's ribs when she heard his answer, but she soon forgot about it when she felt his hand caressing her hair. They were laid on the terrain of the underground room, and the azure light radiated by the rocky ground of the new continent illuminated their naked bodies. June was using Noah's shoulder as a pillow and had her left arm stretched on his torso, ready to hit him whenever he pretended not to take her seriously. She had understood by then that she was unable to wound Noah with her physical strength, so she simply used her full power to poke him. Of course, she didn't do that to hurt him, but to simply hear the laugh that he made afterward. And no death. Try not to die while you do something crazy like overthrowing a country or mocking the rulers of one of the three big nations. June spoke again while changing her position to lay her head over Noah's chest. They both knew that June couldn't remain in the hive if they managed to return to the territories under its control. No excuses could justify her change of factions, and the Elbas family could just use that chance to declare war to the hive. Also, June had her dreams too. She still wanted to become the matriarch of her family and use the help of the royals to obtain resources. She couldn't just abandon the position that she had gained in 20 years of work. Noah could understand her decision better than anyone. They weren't strong enough to have a relationship out in the open. Noah was the greatest humiliation in the history of the Elbas family, and June was one of the talents that it was nourishing. The consequences of their relationship could involve the forces behind them and endanger their lives. The same goes for you, no death. I want to meet you again. Noah expressed his feelings without any shame, and June revealed a warm smile when she heard those words. I guess I can have other men since you didn't say anything about that. June couldn't suppress her laugh when she felt Noah's body becoming tense for a moment after she said that. She turned her face to meet a pair of reptilian eyes that stared at her while radiating incredible greed. June, don't joke about that. Magical beasts are possessive creatures. You shouldn't push their limits. Noah was serious when he said that. He had felt a wave of anger filling his body when he heard that joke. He believed that even his hunger couldn't reach the intensity of that feeling. The instincts of the cursed dragons must have been slightly modified since I'm a hybrid. They have become more human. Noah thought that when he analyzed his anger, but June suddenly kissed him and made him leave the matter for the moment. They had remained in that area for a week already, doing nothing but talk, joke, and sleep together. It had been June's first time a week ago, and her body was still injured, but she quickly became used to that practice. She was a heroic cultivator after all. A mighty being like her couldn't possibly have issues during sex. On the other side, Noah found the matter a bit more troublesome. It was his first time with his new body, and he never seemed to have enough. Yet, he had to hold back to let June rest. There was the risk of reopening her injuries if he pushed her limits more than that. Of course, he didn't mind holding back since he was able to enjoy that precious time with June. Stop using your similarities with those creatures to justify your actions. You are you can be jealous even if your body-nourishing method didn't imitate magical beasts. June spoke when their lips separated. Noah found himself agreeing with her every time. He had spent years attuning to his magical beast side when he trained in the wilderness, but now, he felt that he was doing the same with his humans one. He had realized that there was something that he lacked since his conversation with Elder Julia, and June was helping him on that part by just being with him. These peaceful feelings are indeed nice, but Noah thought before his gaze went toward the southern wall of the underground room. He knew that they were still in the middle of an invasion, and the lack of information didn't really help their situation. I don't mind punching a tunnel for thousands of kilometers, and we should be deep enough to avoid being noticed from the surface. Yet, I don't know the fauna and flora of the underground world. I guess we can only be cautious. Noah sighed when he thought that. The underground world of the piece of immortal land was unexplored. The pack of winged beasts wouldn't have taken the forces of the four nations by surprise otherwise. Yet, the surface was too dangerous, and he was still in the territories of the Papal nation according to his calculations. He couldn't just reappear after only a week. His act of kidnapping June could be treated as something for his survival only if chasing Demon was the one to interact with the forces of the Nation. The Elbas family would just force its truth on the matter if Noah were to meet the royals by himself. Already thinking of leaving me? June's voice resounded in the area. She had noticed that Noah was analyzing the southern wall. A smile appeared on Noah's face, and he straightened his position while lifting June in his lap. June would simply allow him to move her. She limited herself to find the most comfortable position over Noah. After a week spent in that way, she had begun to learn even Noah's small habits. She knew that he would speak a few words to her ear, kiss her neck, and then carefully lay her on the ground to continue from there. I told you that we would have waited for your body to recover before moving. Also, you can stay in the territories of the hive for a while. The royals can wait. June closed her eyes when she heard those words, and she felt even happier when she felt Noah's lips on her neck. Predicting his behavior made her feel closer to him. She felt as if the distance between the two of them kept on shortening with every second that they spent together. 3 more weeks had to pass before June returned to her peak. Noah gave her some of his spare robes since hers were filled with her blood. Then, after 1 month spent in that room, Noah and June began their travel toward the territories of the hive. Noah took down the hard, rocky terrain of the underground area with his bare hands. June followed closely behind him. She wielded her spear tightly in her hands, ready to stab anything unusual that came out during their advance. Of course, Noah had told her not to intervene unless the situation became really dangerous. He didn't want the two of them to release breath in that unknown area, which would only reveal their position to any being inhabiting the underground. Also, he could take care of any beast and plant below the 5th rank with his body alone. He was a hybrid in the upper tier of the 4th rank after all. June agreed to his terms, but she still preferred to have her weapons next to her. Noah used his consciousness to keep track of his direction. Their advance was slow, and they had to take breaks every few weeks, but they didn't meet anything out of the ordinary in the first part of their travel. June and Noah did their best to enjoy those breaks. Sometimes they even stopped for a few days in the same area. However, they always resumed their journey in the end. Many scenarios appeared inside Noah's mind while he continued to excavate. He could predict the behavior of the magical beasts better than anyone else, but there were too many uncertainties in that situation and a lot of things that he couldn't be sure of. The appearance of a new ruler in the magical beast system was a revolutionary event, especially when those new rulers could cover an area as large as the new continent. The environment would be modified entirely, and those changes would affect both the surface and the underground. Those winged beasts have come from the ground, which means that we are in their old domain now. There is a chance that another pack has claimed this now empty area since more than 2 months have passed. Noah thought while continuing to punch through the rocky wall. An exchange between domains was inevitable since the winged beasts had appeared. Different creatures would choose to hide underground now that the surface was a hunting area. It was just a matter of what depths they were able to reach. Noah knew that most creatures wouldn't be able to arrive in his position. He was an anomaly in the magical beasts world. He could use his instincts to improve the already amazing capabilities of his mind. However, magical beasts didn't have that freedom. Their instincts simply ruled their actions. He knew that the octopus-type creatures that inhabited the murky lake would never attempt to dive underground. It was simply against their nature. So, he was reasonably sure that he and June could only meet certain species at that depth. The insect-type creatures in the natural paradise were a possibility, but we are almost under the mountain area. They aren't a threat. The snakes inhabiting the mountains could try to excavate, but they shouldn't be able to reach our depth. The octopuses, poisonous frogs, and saber-toothed tigers are not a threat. The sandworms, though. Noah reviewed the species of magical beasts that inhabited the western coastline and found that only the sandworms living in the desert could completely migrate underground. Yet, they are on the other side of the coastline. There is a high chance that we won't even reach their new territory. Noah concluded in his mind, leaving only the magical plants and the beasts that had migrated during the invasion as a variable. We should almost be on the other side of the waterfall. Noah warned June, who took a battle position. Noah pierced the walls in front of him for some time and sighed in relief when he saw that nothing out of the ordinary was happening. The way he saw it, it would be perfect if he could just create a tunnel without disturbing anyone's environment. Fighting in that situation would only bring trouble to them. Yet something did change at some point. Noah punched a wall but was surprised to discover that there wasn't ground anymore on the other side of that spot. He nodded toward June to signal that the situation would be different from that point onward and tore down the remains of the rocks that blocked the passage. The wall crumbled and revealed an ample open space filled with gray objects hanging from the ceiling. Dense and transparent drops of a smelly liquid fell from those objects and reached the terrain far below. It was clear that they had been broken only recently. Noah was immediately able to understand the purpose of those objects. The winged beasts have instinctively created these sacs when they have gone dormant. They are quite evolved. Noah whispered so that his words would vanish after reaching June. How do we proceed? June asked. She was leaving all the decision-making to Noah. She knew that her survival instinct couldn't match his. Let's maintain this altitude. There might be snake-type magical beasts at the bottom of this area, and it's better if I keep on having rocks that I can break in front of me. Wasting time to find the proper altitude again might be fatal. Noah explained and took the first step inside the large underground area. Breath appeared under his feet as soon as he stepped on the air, but he tried to keep its quantity to the minimum possible. June did the same as she followed behind him. The depths of the area appeared in their field of view. Noah could clearly see that the floor of that place was at a few kilometers under him. Only a rank 5 beast could excavate it. Was it one of the winged beasts? Or did the pack simply choose this pre-existing place as the area where to go dormant? Questions filled Noah's mind. There were too many variables, and he couldn't create a fixed picture. He could just keep on adding everything that he noticed to his hypotheses. Their journey was uneventful for the first hours. They could finally pick up some speed since Noah wasn't busy excavating. But they still didn't hurry their pace. Noah was sure that the snakes inhabiting the mountains on the surface would have used the paths created by the winged beasts to escape. After all, he was in the area where they were sleeping, meaning that their flight toward the surface had left open passages through the azure rocks. Noah was rarely wrong when it came to the magical beasts field. You got this, right? Of course. June asked when she sensed that a huge figure was falling from the ceiling of the underground area. Noah was soon able to make out the shape of a snake that had opened its maws when it saw the two humans walking on the space under it. Yet, when it was about to reach June, a sharp hand ripped off its upper maw and its brain with it. The snake that had fallen from the ceiling was a simple rank 4 magical beast in the lower tier. Noah only had to arch his fingers and deliver a clean sweep to tear its body apart. June stored the corpse of the creature as soon as it died, and she didn't even bother to dodge the blood that had fallen on her during the process. Noah couldn't help but stare at her when that happened. Her face stained with the blood of the beast that he had killed, coupled with her swift gestures, created an extremely captivating picture in his mind. I recognized that stare. June revealed a smile when she said that, and she grabbed Noah's collar before reaching for his mouth to kiss him. They had been in a relationship only for a few months, but they were already able to understand what was in each other's minds without speaking. Later. June murmured that word when their lips separated. I know. I was just imprinting this image in my mind. Noah answered before turning to continue moving toward the south. Those interactions had often happened during the past weeks. They would just stop at specific points in their travel to express the feelings that some of their gestures caused. That open area was different from the tunnel, though. They couldn't just stop whenever they wanted. Yet, Noah didn't mind using a few seconds to enjoy the sight of his partner. He felt as if a sort of limit had been removed after some of his feelings had fulfilled, something that ultimately benefited his individuality. The absorption speed of his cultivation technique had increased since he had decided to fulfill his desire even if it wasn't strictly connected to his cultivation journey. It wasn't a matter of insights or laws. His individuality had simply expanded. That behavior was obviously limited to June. His core was still the same. However, he had accepted that he cared about her. As someone that had been driven by purposes strictly linked with death, Noah found in June something that inspired life. After all, Noah's goal in that life was to be true to his ambition, something that was followed only by his desire to avenge his mother. Yet, there was a third goal now, and that featured June. Of course, that goal was still unclear, but it was a start. Creation needs destruction, and the same goes for the opposite. My ambition and vengeance will undoubtedly lead me to a path filled with death, but I can also see life now. Noah thought while walking in the azure environment filled with gray sacks. It is impossible to create if I only pursue death. The answers always seem so close when you find them. Noah smiled internally when he felt his individuality slowly solidifying. Snakes kept on falling from time to time from the ceiling. Those magical beasts were using the paths created by the winged beasts to migrate since they couldn't oppose their invasion. Noah killed those beasts without hesitation, and June promptly stored them inside her space ring to avoid creating any noise. The tunnels on the ceiling were narrow since the winged beasts were only 2 to 3 meters tall. meaning that most of the strongest snakes on the surface didn't fit inside them. That led to a situation where only beasts in the lower or middle tier managed to reach the underground area. Taking care of such weak and sparse rank 4 beasts wasn't a problem for June and Noah. They could easily handle them while remaining silent. Snake-type creatures weren't the only beasts that fell from those tunnels, though. Every magical beast would attempt to defend its domain, especially if some time had passed since the deafening cry of the invading force. The fauna on the surface had begun to fight back since it couldn't escape from the invasion, and Noah guessed that even the cultivators of the 4 forces were doing their part. Blood flowed through the tunnels on the surface and fell in the area where June and Noah were walking. Also, sometimes the figures that fell from above them belonged to the winged beasts. Noah didn't let go of that chance. He stored each of those creatures inside his device so that he could study them. The winged beasts that fell from the tunnels were all dead. They would never retreat on their own since their leader had ordered them to gather food. Noah dissected and analyzed those creatures as their advance continued. What arrived in the underground area were mostly body parts and not intact corpses, but Noah did his best to discover as much as he could from them anyway. The spirit automaton also helped in analyzing their structure. The automaton was the manager of a rank 6 inscribed item. There were countless pieces of information listed inside it. Also, its analytical skills surpassed even Noah, who was an expert in that field and a hybrid. He simply couldn't compare to such a strong item. Of course, the automaton was only able to point out features without managing to indicate their exact purposes. Most of its data concerned inscribed items after all. Yet, that was enough for Noah since he could use his expertise to fill the gaps that the automaton wasn't able to explain. The wings are only useful to their flight. They provide average maneuverability and high speed, but don't add any special ability. Noah summarized in his mind when he thought to have a clear picture of those beasts. Their claws are simply long and pointy fingers. No special abilities there either. They can use them to dig through the terrain easily, and they are their main weapons in melee combat. Noah then focused on their horns, which were the most interesting aspect of those beasts. Horns curved downward, useless in physical combat. Yet, they seem to radiate soft mental waves that don't belong to them. Telepathy? Are all of them like this? Is the leader the only one commanding them? Noah finally understood why those beasts had been dormant while the cultivators of the 4 nations explored the surface. Generally speaking, a dormant beast could be awakened quite easily. Any external input would reactivate its organism. Yet, they kept on sleeping during the fall from the immortal lands and through many years on the mortal ones, which meant that they could be awakened only under certain circumstances. Now that Noah knew that they were controlled, he became sure that they had been awakened due to the leader or other existences inside the pack. There are too many of them, so I guess that the leader only controls the other rank 6 creatures inside its pack. They then control a certain number of rank 5 beasts that are in charge of those in the 4th rank. A pack linked by tight strings, formed by winged beasts of the earth element. How unusual! Noah was aware that those horns also had other purposes, but it seemed that their primary ability was to control weaker beings of the same species. They have the same purpose as our inscribed notebooks then. No wonder our communication devices can't pass information anymore. There are too many interferences. Noah completed the profile of those creatures through the travel in the underground area. He and June had been able to cross many kilometers in a couple of weeks since Noah didn't need to create a passage there. They could pretty much guess that they would soon reach the area under the yellowish moss. Noah told his discoveries to June, and they discussed the weaknesses of that species along the road. It soon became clear that it was pointless to exterminate the weaker beings. That approach would just give enough time to the strongest creatures to return to their peak. That approach would leave thousands of magical beasts without leaders, which meant that they would probably go rampage on the new continent. Yet, that outcome was far better than the others. Noah couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen if the rank 6 specimens of the pack and its leader were allowed to return to their peak. Only the joint effort of the rank 6 cultivators in the mortal lands would be able to stop them. They can't be so stupid, right? They have to realize this. Noah gave voice to that question even if he already knew the answer. The cultivators on the surface would be mostly busy defending the territories of their nations, focusing on limiting the losses on their territories rather than attacking the leaders of the pack. Also, the political tension between the four countries would prevent the creation of a joint front unless the situation became too critical. Noah could already see hundreds of rank 4 magical beasts dying to feed the rank 6 winged beasts in their pack and succeeding in restoring their power. He released a sigh when his mind portrayed that vision, and he turned to speak to the woman behind him. June, we nay -- Noah wasn't able to finish his phrase since June suddenly put her index on his lips and laid her head on his chest. I know, we need to warn them. Humans can't lose the piece of immortal lands, or our future prospects will be endangered. It's fine, let's hurry back to the hive, we will take our time once we get there. June finished Noah's sentence, and he couldn't help but caress her hair when she saw her hugging him. Losing the new continent would hinder their path toward the higher ranks and would leave the pack of winged beasts free to thrive. Killing hundreds or even thousands of rank 4 specimens was useless since they were treated like puppets, and the powerful beings in the pack controlled most of their actions. The leaders could easily refill their ranks, they could just force them to procreate and feed them with corpses that were useless to them. Reaching the 4th rank for a magical beast was a slow and harsh process unless it had access to a large amount of nourishment. Noah had been able to reach the upper tier in a bit more than 4 years since his battle prowess allowed him to hunt powerful beasts after all. The same could happen for the weakest creatures in the pack of winged beasts. The leaders would just force their growth and refill the number of pawns in their grasp. The 4 nations would just have to face an endless army at that point while the rank 6 beasts kept on recovering their power. That outcome had to be avoided at all costs. The leaders of the 4 nations had to be warned as soon as possible, even if it meant sacrificing part of their intimate time. Let's quicken the pace then. Noah said when June released her hug. Are you so eager to warn them? Or do you just want to bring me to your quarters? June smirked when she saw Noah's solemn expression, and he felt no shame in giving an honest answer. The second, of course. I would even let this continent crumble if it didn't affect my cultivation. June happily followed Noah after she heard his words. She simply liked his honesty too much. The two of them eventually reached the end of that vast underground area, and azure rocks appeared once again in front of them. Noah resumed to punch a way through the terrain, and their consciousness told them that they had reached the area under the plain filled with the yellowish moss. Smaller open areas featuring the same gray sacks appeared from time to time during their travel. The awakening of the winged beasts there had created tunnels linked to the plain, which the moss didn't hesitate to fill. Noah and June found themselves forced to change direction every time they met one of those areas due to the threatening power behind those magical plants. Yet, their sharp minds and Noah's senses were enough to avoid any danger. Those hindrances only slowed down their advance. It had to be said that they still took breaks once every few weeks. Noah's stamina was almost limitless, but his hunger couldn't be appeased so easily. Also, they had just decided to hurry, meaning that Noah didn't stop excavating for entire weeks. That forced Noah to take breaks to eat, something that gave to the couple time to satisfy their desires for intimacy. June was initially surprised to see Noah eat entire corpses of rank 4 beasts, but she soon became used to that. Her body had been reconstructed by a formation after all. She was in no position to judge other body-nourishing methods. Also, that practice was one of the things that allowed Noah to express his incredible physical strength, the same strength that was allowing them to cross the new continent without encountering any deadly danger. Eating the raw meat of a magical beast was a reasonable requirement. She would even envy him if she didn't already have a body that perfectly suited her aptitude. Crossing the area under the plain filled with yellowish moss took a bit more than a month since they had been forced to change route many times. Yet, they managed to safely reach the next area without having to release any breath. It was at that point that the environment changed. Noah destroyed the wall in front of him, and another vast area appeared in front of the duo. Nevertheless, sunlight reached those depths, and the couple was immediately able to notice that murky water occupied the bottom of that area. The ceiling there was non-existent, which meant that the lake inhabited by the octopuses had simply fallen underground when the winged beasts flew back on the surface. Trouble? Trouble. Noah answered June's question and took one of the magical beast's corpses inside his space ring. It wasn't anything too precious, just a rank 4 tiger in the lower tier. Yet, Noah threw it toward the underground lake as if it was something worthless. The corpse fell into the lake and created ripples on its surface. Noah remembered that a rank 5 octopus inhabited its water, but he didn't know if the winged beasts had taken care of it. To his disappointment, a huge tentacle rose from the lake and wrapped itself around the corpse. The tiger seemed just a small animal compared to the size of the tentacle, and Noah could hear its bones cracking right before it was pulled under the surface. June's eyes sharpened at that sight. It became clear that they couldn't cross that area. Going forward is out of the question, and the same goes for reaching the surface. There is an entire territory to cross to reach the forest of white woods, and we don't know if the winged beasts control it. Noah analyzed his options in his mind. He knew that the hive would probably focus on defending its most valuable assets, meaning that it would forsake certain areas. The lava lake should be safe since the traces left by divine beings would scare away most creatures. I believe the hive is focusing on the forest and the azure plain right now. It wasn't hard to reach that conclusion. Noah had a good understanding of the value of those areas after all. Reaching the coastline and flying over the sea is too dangerous. Most of the fauna of the continent have migrated there. I wouldn't be surprised if those areas have become a messy battlefield in these months. Noah thought before turning toward east. He didn't want to dig toward the central areas, but there didn't seem to be any other option. He had to choose between a deadly danger, 2 paths that would most likely feature an even more potent threat, and the unknown. We have been lucky until now. We didn't find any underground pack since these areas were the home of the winged beasts. The central territories, though. Noah had seen how rank 5 winged beasts had come out from the central areas of the continent. He would avoid going there if he had the chance. However, walking around the lake to resurface on the border of the azure plain seemed the only feasible option. June had remained silent while Noah thought. She knew that only his survival instinct and expertise in the magical beasts field could bring them to safety. So, she simply waited for him to make a decision. In the end, Noah retreated for a few hundred meters and began to punch the eastern wall of the tunnel. He still had Chasing Demons talisman, and there was virtually no creature in the 4th rank that could hurt him. He had no reason to hesitate. June noticed his stern expression and limited herself to follow him closely, ready to provide him with the assistance that he needed. The light radiated by the azure ground became softer as the duo neared the terrain under the azure plain. Noah didn't know much about magical plants, but he could link the growth of the azure credits to that phenomenon. The bushes that grew on the plain contained an incredible amount of breath, which meant that they had to take it somewhere. That somewhere was most likely the terrain under them. Noah and June's surroundings kept on becoming darker and darker, but a faint radiance still lingered around them. Then, they ended up in another large chamber that featured the same gray sacks that they had seen in the last period. However, to their surprise, those sacks were bigger than the others, and some of them weren't broken. The duo could see the faint figures of the winged beasts inside the intact sacks. Why aren't they awake? June murmured after they retreated in the tunnel. Noah had told her that those creatures were probably sensitive to the mental waves, so it was safer to use their voice in their presence. Something must have happened during their sleep. I wonder if that event is connected with the azure credits. Maybe those plants have found a way to steal nutrients from the dormant winged beasts. Noah answered, but he was mostly speaking to himself. Magical plants were living creatures. They could adapt to survive and grow just like any other existence. This can be the reason why the azure bushes proliferate on the surface. I don't think it's a matter of roots, though. Noah analyzed the situation in his mind, but he couldn't find any certainty. Magical plants weren't his specialization. He barely knew how they were supposed to function. He couldn't possibly know that the azure credits had affected the ground under them to increase its absorption of breath, so that they could feed on it. The breath in the air was limited, but many magical beasts were sleeping in sacks connected to the terrain. The ground then subtly absorbed the breath contained in their dormant bodies and slowly weakened them. The bodies of those creatures deteriorated at a faster pace because of that and made them unable to wake up even when the leader of their pack issued its orders. Noah only understood that the winged beasts had continued to sleep through the echoed orders of the rank 6 creatures, which meant that they probably were unable to react to external inputs. Yet, would they wake up if a living being was to come close to them? That was the gravest doubt inside Noah's mind. Let's move quietly. We will immediately resurface if anything moves, so be ready. Noah took a decision and moved again toward the underground area under the azure plane. June followed closely behind him, ready to cling on him if the need to resurface arrived. The duo took small steps on the air among those large gray sacks. They could both understand that some of them still contained rank 5 creatures. The atmosphere was tense, but both of them managed to keep their calm. They were experienced warriors. Anxiety wasn't enough to make them commit a mistake. Yet, something peculiar happened while they flew in that area. The azure radiance of the ceiling suddenly became more intense, and soft cries began to resound from the sacks that still contained winged beasts. Noah could see how the liquid inside the sacks thinned during the process, and he could feel the pain that those cries carried. They are the nutrients for the terrain. Noah understood part of the situation at that point, but his mind froze when a series of piercing gazes fell on his back. Those dormant beasts would become conscious for a few instants when the ground fed on their bodies, but they would usually sleep again when the process was over. However, there were 2 preys in their vision now. The hunger of a magical beast was the feeling that drove most of its life. The winged creatures that had remained in their sacks after the leader's orders were simply too weak to reach the surface. Also, due to the peculiar features of their species, they couldn't feed on the other specimens of the pack unless the leaders allowed it. So, they had been forced to remain in their dormant state for all that time, awakening only when the ground absorbed part of the nutrients contained in their bodies. Yet, when they saw something that they could eat right in front of their eyes, their hunger exploded. Low growls began to resound in the underground area as the winged beasts tried to use their feeble forces to come out of their dormant state and break the membrane around them. Of course, most of them didn't have any remaining power in their limbs. They couldn't even point their claws toward the internal surface of the sacks. However, there were a few exceptions. Some of the rank 4 creatures at the peak of the upper tier had enough strength left to pierce the membranes, but they could only fall toward the bottom of the area when their foothold was broken. They couldn't even spread their wings, let alone flying and hunting 2 heroic cultivators. The same didn't apply to the rank 5 beings though. Their bodies weren't strong enough to fly to the surface, but they could still launch a few attacks after they pierced the sacks. Noah felt a sudden sense of danger filling the air around him. It was as if a subtle vibration had invaded the atmosphere and was reaching for him and June. As expected, mental attacks. Noah quickly retracted his consciousness and activated the secret art to prepare for the incoming shockwave. June did the same with her mental waves. Noah had shared his understanding of the winged beasts with her. She was more than ready to defend against that attack. Of course, even the joint force of those attacks couldn't match the real power of a healthy rank 5 creature. Years of weakening had anthropized the capabilities of the horns of the 2 rank 5 beasts that had managed to free themselves from the sacks. Their joint attack was enough to cross the power of the 4th rank, but it wasn't able to completely reach the 5th rank. Could barely be considered a quasi-rank 5 attack. Noah didn't close his eyes and stared at the 2 humanoid beings at the bottom of the underground area. Their horns released soft vibrations that made the walls of his sea of consciousness tremble, and it seemed that their ability was connected with their line of sight. The vibrations spread randomly but gathered in his position after a few instants, increasing in intensity as they accumulated in the air around him. I can't fight them yet. Noah gave up on the idea of exploiting their weakened state and decided to retreat. The tremors that filled his mental sphere became more intense as time passed. The soft vibrations around him were slowly becoming sharp needles that tried to shatter his mind. He was sure that he would only last for 20 seconds in that situation, which meant that he had to escape from the range of their attack before that. Noah quickly turned and took June in his arms before shooting toward the ceiling. June was doing her best to fend off the mental vibrations, but her mind was far weaker than Noah's. She was already reaching her limits. She barely noticed that Noah was flying at high speed toward the surface. Not even the shockwaves released under his feet were enough to break her concentration. Noah flew in a straight line toward the surface while using his martial art and secret art. He didn't even bother to change his direction to fly toward one of the tunnels previously created by the winged beasts that had woken up a few months ago. He simply headbutted the azure terrain of the ceiling. The power of a rank 4 hybrid in the upper tier that used a secret art was incredible. Not even peak rank 4 beasts could match his physical strength in that state. The rocky terrain above him shattered, and cracks spread whenever he kicked the air to sprint again. The ceiling of the underground area under him became unstable, and large boulders began to fall from it. Noah had utterly given up on sneaking back in the territories of the hive and was betting everything in one full-speed escape. He didn't have other options. The dormant beasts had been awakened, and they could use their mental capabilities. Their position had been discovered. Noah was sure that an army of winged beasts would soon converge there, so he decided to face them on the surface where he would have more room to escape. Also, they were under the azure plane, which meant that the forces of the hive had to be nearby. As minutes passed, June managed to stabilize her mental sphere and open her eyes. The sight of Noah using his head to excavate a tunnel toward the surface seemed incredibly reckless, but the warmth spread by the arms around her waist made her ignore that detail. She felt happy to be with him in that dangerous situation. The duo had long escaped from the range of the mental attack and was reaching the surface at high speed. Only a few hundreds of meters separated them from the plane. Then, they came out in the open again, creating a trail of terrain and debris as they kept on rising in the sky. They had finally resurfaced after months spent underground. The azure terrain of the plane filled Noah's vision, and he could immediately understand how intense the battles on the surface had been. Countless corpses, body parts, and red puddles filled the plain. It seemed that thousands of magical beasts had died only in that territory. Nevertheless, Noah didn't even have the time to think about gathering those spoils, since hundreds of winged figures gathered in his position and filled the sky around him in June. The winged figures kept on accumulating. Noah could see that the number of rank 4 creatures almost reached 1,000. There were even thousands of rank 3 beasts among them. It seemed that the forced reproduction that Noah had predicted had already begun. The scene was quite disheartening. An army of humanoid, winged beasts encircled 2 heroic cultivators in the gaseous stage. No rank 4 creature could match a rank 4 cultivator, but there were simply too many of them. Also, they could fuse their metal attacks, making that species extremely threatening when its packs were so populated. The winged beasts didn't hesitate. They began to release soft vibrations from their horns that gathered in the air around June and Noah. Noah and June felt the walls of their mental spheres tremble again. Thousands of magical beasts were fusing their attacks into few dense vibrations. It was needless to say that they surpassed the might of the 2 weakened rank 5 creatures from before. June felt forced to close her eyes again to focus on her sea of consciousness. Her mind had just stabilized only to be targeted by an even stronger attack. She felt as if cracks would form on its walls in a matter of seconds. On the other side, Noah could resist the vibrations for the moment, but his situation was equally ugly. Charging at the army around him wouldn't solve the issue. The mental attack wouldn't stop even if he killed hundreds of them in the short period in which his mind could hold. He was about to take out Chasing Demons Talisman when a strange feeling appeared inside him. Thousands of magical beasts were sieging him in June, but they weren't particularly strong if taken singularly. There were beasts in the upper tier, but they were little more than flies in his eyes due to his battle prowess. They could only overcome him because of the difference in numbers. Do I need to use the talisman against mere pawns? Noah thought as that feeling grew in intensity. He knew that the rank 3 and 4 winged creatures were simply following orders echoed through their horns. They were nothing more than pawns used by the rank 6 beasts of the pack to gather food. However, he was a hybrid in the upper tier, the only one of his kind. His species had the potential to stand above any other magical beast. But the leaders of the winged beasts didn't even send a rank 5 creature to deal with him. They only sent pawns after him. It was as if his enemies thought that he would be just a weak and defenseless human. It was as if those creatures were purposely mocking his pride. Anger surged inside Noah at that moment. He knew that his power couldn't save him in that situation, but he still felt the need to express his superiority toward the army around him. Of course, he didn't express it through his words. Noah lifted his head and roared, backing his cry with all the pride that his status as a hybrid contained. Flames came out of his mouth and accompanied his roar. Noah created a pillar of pale gray flames that landed on the army around him. He wasn't really attacking them, he was just making a point. They could siege him and overpower him, but he had to be treated with the respect owed to a beast that had no equals in the fourth rank. A dark halo surrounded the bright flames as they landed on the army. It seemed as if the light in the environment was their natural enemy. Noah knew that his ability had improved, but it still couldn't reach the power of the rank 5 cursed dragon inside the granite abyss. Also, he wasn't really analyzing his attack at that moment. His focus was on transmitting his emotions through his roar. The pale pillar crashed on the winged beasts and disrupted their ranks, forcing many of them to interrupt their attack to retreat. It was needless to say that the creatures in the third rank died as soon as the flames neared them, while the weaker ones in the fourth rank suffered substantial injuries if they survived them. Noah turned to spread his flames toward all his enemies, making sure to avoid June in the process. The air around him softened after a while. It seemed that Noah's action had momentarily interrupted the joint mental attack with his roar. The winged beasts around him took a few steps back at that point. Noah had killed countless rank 3 creatures with that attack and injured many of those in the fourth rank. But the power of the army didn't change by much. His flames weren't dense, he had spread them to focus a large area, meaning that part of their power had been dispersed in the process. However, he could see in their eyes that they now had the right mindset. He could sense their fear, their hesitation in facing something that had the power to be their leader. "I feel better now," Noah thought after he vented his anger. A helpless smile appeared on his face when he saw that the army was preparing another joint mental attack. He knew that he had to rely on his items from that point onward. Elder Julia had given him many protective items before the meeting with the other envoys, but stalling wasn't the best approach in that situation. More magical beasts would simply gather there. There was no point in gaining time. It would be better to destroy that army and charge toward the forest of white woods. He was quite sure that he would be able to reach it before another army formed. June had just managed to stabilize her mind and open her eyes when she felt Noah pulling her toward him. She was about to question him about the situation around them when she saw a talisman that radiated a purple light held tightly in his left hand. I don't know what this thing does, but it should take care of these beasts. Stay close just in case. Noah's soft voice reached her ears, and she didn't hesitate to wrap her arms around his torso. The talisman radiated a powerful aura. It seemed that an immense power was contained in that small inscribed item. Noah wrapped his right arm around June's shoulders and prepared himself to crush the talisman. However, at that point, a rough voice resounded above him and dispersed the vibrations that had begun to accumulate again around them. Why would you use my talisman when I'm here? Noah recognized that voice and immediately turned to stare at the powerful figure that had just appeared above them. He saw a burly man with sharp features and red eyes staring at him with a satisfied smile. Chasing Demon had appeared in the sky over the azure plain. Noah saw the patriarch of the hive and relaxed. Chasing Demon had arrived. There was nothing that could threaten the duo now. Noah released June, who stared at the powerful figure in the sky in awe. She had never seen a rank 6 existence, and she could barely understand that the man above them was on that level. After all, her eyes were only able to sense the immense power contained inside him, but couldn't define it nor evaluate it. Even Noah was able to understand the rank of certain powerful beings only when they were magical beasts. He had learnt about chasing demons level due to divine demon in the end. The army of winged beasts tried to resume their offensive. Chasing Demon's arrival didn't make them stop their attempts to gather food. Mindless creatures. Chasing Demon snorted a softly tapped the air with the tip of his right foot. A sharp shockwave spread from his foot and reached from the army around June and Noah. Those hundreds of rank for magical beasts showed some confusion when that tremor swept them. They felt as if their bodies had begun to destabilize on their own. Then they began to detonate. One by one, The almost 1,000 creatures in the 4th rank that were sieging June and Noah exploded, leaving nothing but puddles of blood behind. Red drops rained on the azure plane and tainted its surface, creating small rivers that the ground would take time to absorb. June was mesmerized by the event, but Noah's mind was focused on the behavior of the winged beasts. They changed approach when I roared, but they simply ignored chasing demon. Maybe there is a limit to the orders that they can execute. Noah tried to immerse himself in the peculiar mindset of that species. The rank 4 pawns should be controlled by the creatures in the 5th rank, meaning that their orders are tuned around the power of their captains. They can deploy simple battle tactics and modify them according to their prey, but only inside the limits of their leaders. Noah noticed that small detail. According to his hypothesis, the army had changed approach against him because they had received orders that featured the possibility of hunting rank 5 creatures. However, against something in the 6th rank, they simply continued to attack as if it wasn't there. Removing their freedom makes them more efficient but suppresses their instincts. This detail can be exploited. Noah was already formulating a battle plan against the leaders of the pack, but Chasing Demon was more interested in the silver-haired woman next to him, and June felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Chasing Demon had clearly seen Noah taking her in his embrace, but she was the envoy of the Nation according to the recent reports. The Demon Prince is safe. Prepare a banquet and apprehend the envoy. Elder Julia's voice resounded in the area, and her figure appeared next to Chasing Demon. Elder Jason and Elder Hope arrived in that territory too and flew toward the duo, but a chilling pressure soon enveloped their figures. They stopped when they saw Noah flying toward them, wearing a gaze that radiated a violent coldness. June followed closely behind him. She had to rely on Noah in that situation to clarify her status. Prepare some quarters. We will share them and she will be treated as a guest. This is an order. The elders' eyes widened when they heard Noah's words. They felt surprised, but that feeling didn't originate from the strange relationship that Noah shared with June. Instead, they felt amazed to see Noah openly using his status as Demon Prince to give orders. Even Elder Julia felt surprised when she witnessed that event. Noah had always used his status only to obtain cultivation resources or other items that could be useful to himself. He had completed missions, but never for his own choice or for a sense of belonging to the hive. The elders respected him as a cultivator, but the Demon Prince was supposed to be more than that. It was a title given to someone that would eventually become the leader of a demon sect after all. Yet, in that situation, he was using his position to command others. It was as if he had begun to accept the entirety of his status. Elder Jason and Elder Hope ended up in an awkward situation though. There were Elder Julia's orders on one side, and the Demon Prince's on the other, who had the highest authority between a rank 5 elder and the most promising heroic cultivator in the mortal lands. Luckily for them, Chasing Demon interrupted that awkward silence with a laugh and loud words. Haha. Well, you have heard the prince. Prepare some quarters and accompany the envoy there. I will have a talk with the prince in the meantime. About an hour later, inside one of the few intact buildings of the city in the Invisible Dome. Noah, Chasing Demon, Elder Austin, and Elder Julia sat on the sides of a small table. Wine and delicacies were laid on its surface, but no one seemed interested in enjoying them at that moment. Noah felt the eyes of those 3 powerful existences on him. It was clear that they wanted some kind of explanation about the recent months. The Elbas family has annoyed me for months about its envoy, but a certain Faith Vigny kept on claiming that you were forced to take a hostage and that both the Empire and the Nation were biased against you. It turns out that there is something else too. Chasing Demon spoke, and a slight smile kept on appearing on his face. He couldn't help but find that situation quite hilarious. The Elbas family was accusing Noah, the council was defending him, and the Empire had simply gone silent. Also, it seemed that Noah and June were quite close, which made the situation even more interesting in Chasing Demon's mind. Faith is right. I took June hostage to avoid being captured by the other forces. Noah gave an honest answer. It seemed that Faith's version of the story was being used by the council to undermine the Elbas family, The papal nation could only benefit from the troubles of the other big countries. What about your relationship with her? Chasing Demon's eyebrow arched when he asked that, and the focus of the two rank 5 elders intensified at that moment. We are together. Noah's plain answer triggered the reactions of the other 3 cultivators in the room. Chasing Demon laughed, Elder Austin sighed and massaged his temples, while Elder Julia simply shook her head before revealing a smile. She felt that her previous discussion with Noah had somewhat influenced that outcome, but she couldn't complain about that since Noah was showing clear improvements. Then, Chasing Demon spoke, changing the topic of the discussion. Let's not talk about the envoy. The prince said that he had a pressing matter to expose to us. Yes. I believe that you have started to study these winged beasts in this period. What did you discover? Noah asked. He wanted to have a complete view of the current situation before exposing his plan. However, the situation was bound to be worse than he expected. The 3 powerful beings shook their heads, and Elder Austin even stood up to lay the complete corpse of a rank 4 winged beast on the floor. Noah's eyes widened when he saw it. He had only been able to study the features of that species through body parts after all. The cry from months ago shook the very foundation of the continent. We managed to stabilize the situation when the Patriarch returned, but we can barely defend our territories. We don't have much time to study these creatures. Noah nodded when he heard Elder Austin's explanation. The situation matched the prediction in his mind. A few months weren't enough to stabilize the domains of the organizations. Even the fauna had yet to stabilize after all. Yet, it was clear that limiting their efforts on defense wasn't the right approach. The number of winged beasts was increasing at high speed, even with the cultivators and beasts defending their domain. The leaders are forcing the birth and growth of the pawns. This gives us more time but also stabilizes their position on the new continent. Noah thought as he crouched to analyze the complete corpse. Forcing the growth of weaker beings would undoubtedly slow down the recovery of the rank 6 creatures in the pack. But it would give them more assets. They are smart. They know that investing in stabilizing their hunting areas would hasten their recovery. Noah's eyes sharpened at that moment. The winged creature occupied his vision. It would resemble some sort of tall angel of his previous world if it wasn't for specific differences. The long and sharp claws and the dark wings were its most striking features, but its real capabilities could be found in the mental waves radiated by its curved horns. I believe you've realized by now that they mostly use organized attacks to exploit their mental abilities. Noah began to speak to the higher-ups in the room. Both elders nodded, and Chasing Demon put a hand under his chin to express his interest in the matter. However, their most powerful skill is hidden under their organization. Noah pointed at the horns when he gave voice to that phrase. Their organization isn't part of their species but something that derives from their leader. These horns can echo the orders of the powerful beings of the pack and make all the weak beasts nothing more than cannon fodder. The leaders are sacrificing them to gain enough time for their recovery. Noah's words slightly startled the powerful cultivators in the room. Magical beasts were renowned for their lack of control and intelligence. It was hard to imagine that such beings could form organized packs and even have ranks among them. That behavior could very well resemble that of humans. Yet, the world was vast, and it gave birth to many peculiar existences. Magical beasts able to formulate complex orders were extremely rare, but their existence had already been proven many times in the past. The most striking example was the Xianxia species, a race of humanoid magical beasts that had been exterminated to develop the best training method for the mental sphere. Of course, intelligent beasts would have a higher chance of awakening their defective sea of consciousness, but that event was strictly related to their rank. It was different from the creation of a bloodline inheritance. A bloodline inheritance contained the accumulated emotions of a species passed down for millennia and could be used to expand the mental sphere of a cultivator. However, a beast that had awakened its mind would only be able to formulate complex thoughts, and humans couldn't use its defective sea of consciousness. The thoughts of a beast were different from those of a cultivator, but their emotions were quite similar, which led to the ability to absorb bloodline inheritances. Noah had read reports that concerned the appearance of intelligent beasts in the past, but the pieces of information that involved the heroic ranks or above were scarce and extremely valuable. He could only rely on his instincts and expertise to formulate hypotheses that could match the current crisis. /Patriarch. Noah then directed his speech to Chasing Demon. He was the only one that could confirm his ideas. You and the other rank 6 existences have awakened the leader of the pack. Am I right? Yes. Chasing Demon didn't hesitate to answer, but he didn't dwell on the details. What did it do when it woke up and found that powerful existences were surrounding it? Noah continued to ask. He needed to know the first instinct of the leader to complete the image inside his mind. It released the cry that has shaken the continent and made the mountains around its chrysalis crumble. We wanted to follow it, but the rest of the pack appeared, and we decided to focus on our respective territories. Noah nodded at that point. The leader had understood its situation and decided to retreat to focus on its recovery. Then, when it saw that no one was hunting for it, it began to enlarge its pack and stabilize its control over the new continent. How many rank 6 creatures are there in the pack? 7 if we count the leader. Chasing Demon answered Noah's question. He had begun to understand what he wanted from him. 7 rank 6 beasts would need a lot of food, and they can't go after the creatures in the 6th rank in the danger zones. They are simply too weak now. They would need a stable source of food for the next years to recover completely, which puts them at their weakest now. Noah summarized everything in his mind. He finally had the information that he needed. Is the pact between the 4 nations still active? Yes. Chasing Demon answered again, but his eyes sharpened at that point. He had understood what Noah wanted. Patriarch, you must destroy the leaders as soon as possible. These beasts are intelligent and organized. They would just keep on increasing their numbers if we let this situation continue. We might lose the piece of Immortal lands if we give them enough time to recover. Noah explained the situation as better as he could. It was up to Chasing Demon and the other rank 6 existences now. Why would the powerhouses of the other nations believe a rank 4 cultivator? Chasing Demon asked, but Noah shook his head. They must believe that this discovery comes from someone else. Actually, I would like it if you kept my arrival a secret. And why is that? Elder Julia asked when she heard Noah's words. In her eyes, that was the perfect occasion to improve Noah's status. However, Noah had his reasons. Because I can avoid sending June away if the royals think that I'm still underground. Noah's answer stunned the 3 cultivators for a moment. They knew that Noah wasn't interested in glory or similar, but his reasons were purely egotistical. You want me to create a united front with the other powerhouses and hunt the rank 6 beasts while also lying about your status so that you can spend more time with your woman? Chasing Demon summarized the situation with that question. Precisely. Noah wore a serious expression when he answered that. He knew that he couldn't have any vital role in that battle. There was no point in him joining the battlefield only to keep the rank 4 creatures at bay. That crisis was simply out of his league, and he didn't see anything wrong in enjoying his remaining time with June while the higher-ups did the dirty work. Chasing Demon couldn't help but explode in a loud laugh when he heard Noah's answer. Noah had been nothing more than a rank 2 cultivator when he joined the Chasing Demon sect, but now he was informing the higher-ups of the hive about the dangers linked to the current crisis. Haha. It took you 40 years to learn to desire something outside the cultivation journey, but you are already willing to use your patriarch for your needs. I acknowledge your desire. A demon must enjoy its freedom after all. Chasing Demon spoke before turning toward Elder Julia to give voice to some orders. Contact God's right hand. Tell him that the hive accepts the conditions of the empire and would like to set a meeting to announce its discoveries. Elder Julia bowed and disappeared as soon as she heard those words. Chasing Demon then turned again toward Noah. We need to have a long talk about your woman when this is over. Noah saw the patriarch of the hive disappearing after he spoke those words. Only Elder Austin remained in the room, and he began to eat the delicacies on the table as if nothing had happened. However, Noah was confused by the recent turn of events. What did the patriarch mean with accepting the conditions of the empire? Noah asked, and Elder Austin took a sip from his cup before answering him. The higher-ups of the empire have already tried to create a united front to kill the rank 6 creatures among the winged beasts. Of course, their reasons weren't as detailed as yours. They simply wanted to take down the quasi-rank 7 leader before it returned to its peak. Noah's eyes widened when he heard his words. The deafening cry really belonged to something that is half-step into the divine ranks. No wonder the empire is so concerned about its existence. Noah thought, but Elder Austin wasn't over with his explanation. Your report is very appreciated though. The Nation is the only force that has discovered something about these creatures, and the Elbas family keeps on refusing to collaborate with the excuse of being more valuable than the other factions. The Patriarch will probably spread this information and put every force on the same level. Noah sighed internally when he learnt that. He could imagine the value that information had during that crisis. It wasn't surprising that the royals wanted to benefit from the efforts that they had put in their researches. However, Noah had reached similar results with his expertise and inscribed space ring, taking away the monopoly over those pieces of information. Elder Jason is waiting in front of your new quarters. He will inform you about our losses and progresses. The envoy of the Nation is also there. She has been treated with care. Elder Austin spoke while focusing on the banquet in front of him. He didn't even turn when Noah bowed and left. Noah came out of the building, and the sight of the wrecked city appeared once again in his eyes. The deafening cry of the quasi-rank 7 winged beasts had destroyed most of the buildings and killed the vast majority of the human assets inhabiting them. The protective dome had defended the shining lakes, but it couldn't protect the frail centers of power of the human cultivators. A mere cry has killed the best rank 3 assets of the Coral Archipelago, and the same should have happened in the territories of the other nations. Humans are less than ants in this environment. Noah's mind became cold when he thought that. The world was always the same, one calamity would just end your life if you weren't strong enough to oppose it. Noah quickly found Elder Jason with his consciousness. He was sitting cross-legged in front of a 3-story mansion that seemed to have been built recently. He stood up and handed him a scroll when he saw Noah's descending toward the mansion. Then he simply flew away. Noah began to read the contents of the scroll as he entered the mansion. The scroll listed the events that had followed the deafening cry, describing everything in great detail. Elder Pansy, Elder Emil, and Elder Dorian have died during the cry. Almost all the human assets have died too, and those that survived are either crippled or completely ruined. The city was almost destroyed, but the shining lakes are fine. This area is still inhabitable by human cultivators. The hive's losses weren't that severe, but the death of 3 heroic cultivators was somewhat disheartening. Those elders had been stuck in the gaseous stage for decades, if not centuries, only to come to the new continent and die during the crisis. Their hope to advance had become the reason behind their death. Chasing Demon has begun to deploy the copying technique on these territories, though. The hive will soon obtain larger training areas and create more inhabitable domes. Not bad in the end. I guess the hive benefited from having fewer valuable territories. Noah's mind continued to stay on the scroll until he noticed the young-looking woman casually sleeping on one of the couches in the main hall of the mansion. She was still wearing his robe, and her eyes opened as soon as she noticed the new presence in the room. A warm smile appeared in Noah's view, and part of the coldness that had invaded his mind dispersed at that sight. Life and death can coexist in the world. Warmth and coldness can do the same in my mind. Feelings, mindsets, and laws can express the same power. The only difference is in the sharpness of the blade that radiates them. Noah thought when he felt the 2 different emotions in his mind. The world filled his being with death and coldness, but June made him feel life and warmth. How did it go? June asked when Noah lay down behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. I've taken away the advantageous position of your nation, but they won't know that it was my doing. June turned to face him at that answer and neared Noah's face to murmur soft words. So, do we have time? Yes, we have time. Noah kissed her after his answer. His role in that crisis was over. Meetings filled with complaints and quarrels occupied the schedules of the higher-ups of the forces that shared the peace of immortal lands. The Shandal Empire wanted to create a united front and disperse the threat of the winged beasts in one powerful offensive, but the other three countries couldn't allow it to lead the attack. The Empire was the strongest organization in the mortal lands. Its assets would secure the largest share of gains if the other nations let them lead the assault. The Elbas family wanted to exploit its discoveries and obtain advantageous agreements before joining the United Front. The Utra nation had lost a lot of assets between the assault on the territories of the Empire, the ambushes of the Hive, and the loud cry. Its desire to make up for those losses was understandable, as well as its intention to limit the gains of the Empire. The Council shared that intention. The Papal nation couldn't provide anything special to the United Front, but it still pressed for an equal distribution of the profits. That offer saw many enemies. The Empire would deploy more Rank 6 assets, and the Elbas family had useful knowledge. They couldn't just neglect those advantages when sealing an agreement. The Hive had remained silent during that period. The Coral Archipelago was aware that its power wasn't enough to influence the meeting, but Noah's return and his discoveries gave it some leverage. The Empire and the Elbas family had formed a sort of privileged side in the matter since they were the forces that could provide more advantages to the front. So, Chasing Demon decided to cooperate with the Council to balance the sides and seal an agreement that could avoid benefiting few countries in particular. The Hive knew that it wasn't a match for the three big nations. They could only aim for an equal share of the profits even with Noah's information at hand. The royals found their advantage being taken away in a matter of days, and they felt forced to abandon their privileged position in the deal. The Empire was then put against three forces that pressed for an equal share of the profits and could only give up to their requests. The pack of winged beasts grew stronger with each passing week, and the Empire didn't have the power to defeat 6 Rank 6 beings and 1 quasi-Rank 7 creature alone, even in their weakened state. Hesitating on forming a united front would only increase the losses during the offensive, which would render worthless any privilege that the Empire could obtain from the agreement. Of course, just one word from the god of the Empire would have affected that impasse and silenced the other three countries. However, the leader of the Empire couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters and wholly ignored the meeting. In the end, the weeks spent quarreling and negotiating gave birth to an agreement that divided the central territories and the resources found during the assault equally. Only the ownership of the corpse of the quasi-Rank 7 creature was left out of that agreement since the four nations decided to give it to the cultivator that managed to kill it. It was pointless to say that Chasing Demon had already given up on that corpse, but he was quite satisfied with those terms. He would be the weakest Rank 6 cultivator in the United Front, but the organization behind him would still obtain the same resources as the others. Also, the ownership of the leader of the pack would create conflicts between the assets of the other nations, and he was more than happy to avoid them. The four nations began to prepare at that point. The Utra nation received resources to finance the creation of inscribed items that could counter the mental capabilities of the winged beasts, and the Empire prepared the plan with the help of the other powerhouses. The leaders of the pack would surely use as many Rank 5 creatures as possible to stop the cultivators' offensive and resort to any plan that their intelligent minds could formulate. The cultivators couldn't possibly fear the strategies of those beasts, but their ability to use their numbers to create powerful attacks was troublesome. Yet, the Utra nation was the most advanced country of the mortal lands when it came to the inscriptions field. The royals redirected all the experts in their ranks to the creations of items that could temporarily interrupt the capabilities of the horns of the winged beasts. Even an army of thousands Rank 5 creatures would just appear as a bunch of ants in the eyes of Rank 6 beings if their ability to cooperate were taken away. It took a few months to create and perfect items that could disrupt the mental waves of the Rank 6 winged beasts, and the offensive of the four nations could finally begin at that point. Chasing Demon, Great Elder Diana, King Elbas, God's right hand, and God's left hand gathered in the sky above the new continent and dived toward the mountain chain that occupied its central territories. No one else could join their offensive. Even peak Rank 5 cultivators would be swept away in a battle that featured so many Rank 6 existences. The atmosphere in the group was tense, but they were confident in their abilities and their preparation. Mental tremors began to accumulate around them as soon as they entered the domain of the winged beasts. Their presence was immediately noticed by those creatures, which unleashed all the defensive measures that they had prepared in the months after their awakening. Of course, such defensive measures were just basic plans that made use of the high number of specimens in the pack. The cultivators could sense that hundreds of rank 5 magical beasts were fusing their mental attacks to create tremors that could affect their minds. Those powerful creatures were hiding underground and using the mountain chain to cover their tracks. The powerhouses of the 4 countries couldn't pinpoint their location in that situation. However, they had prepared for that eventuality. King Elbaz took a massive horn from his storage device and began to blow it. That was a rank 6 inscribed item created with the horns of the rank 5 winged beasts hunted in the previous months and tuned so that it could transmit a cultivator's mental waves. A silent vibration came out from the horn and spread through the mountain chain. The mental tremors of the winged beasts dispersed when the soft shockwave invaded the domain of the pack. Also, the mental waves contained in the horns of the creatures, hidden underground, scattered when the inaudible sound of the inscribed item swept them. The defensive measure of the pack was easily countered, and the cultivators in the air could finally deploy their offensive. Chasing Demon waved his hand and large fissures appeared on the surface of the mountain chain under the group. God's right hand raised his arm and dark clouds accumulated in the sky above him. The clouds released thick drops that shone with a dark purple color and fell in the cracks created by Chasing Demon. The insides of the mountains and the underground structure under them were soon submerged by the purple rain. Even the surface of those territories was affected by the offensive of those rank 6 cultivators. Dark purple rivers formed in the valleys between the mountains and earthquakes filled the land even after Chasing Demon's spell was over. Great Elder Diana snapped her fingers, and vast orange sparks gathered over specific fissures of the mountains. The sparks released lightning bolts on the terrain and used the purple water as a conduit for their destructive force. The ground began to cave in as the underground structure of the area was destabilized. Vast canyons and fissures spread through the central territories of the new continent. The mountain chain crumbled, and the underground lair of the winged beasts was submerged by debris and dark purple water. God's right-hand rain contained poisonous capabilities that affected every living being that came in contact with it. Smelly fumes began to come out from the crumbled environment, which signaled that the water had finally reached some life form. Angry roars began to resound from under the land, and hundreds of figures soon pierced the ground to appear in the air under the group of cultivators. Hundreds of rank 5 winged beasts appeared and surrounded the group of cultivators, but the powerhouses of the forces of the continent didn't even look at them. Their focus was on the 6 rank 6 beasts that had emerged only to stay at some distance from them. No trace of the quasi-rank 7 could be seen, but it was clear that the cultivators had forced the pack to reveal its full power. King Elbaz tore one of his silver hair and let fly in the wind. The hair took fire as it fell toward the ground, and the small tongues of flames on its surface expanded during the fall. That single hair became a fiery winged snake that kept on enlarging. The rank 5 winged beasts had just begun to reorganize and were ready to launch another joint mental attack when the fiery snake shot toward them and crashed on their formation. A sea of flames spread whenever the winged snake moved. The hundreds of rank 5 creatures were soon turned into ashes by the powerful spell of the powerhouse of the Nation. Such a powerful army was destroyed in one attack. The 6 rank 6 beasts felt the need to retreat at that point. They were still weak. Most of the resources accumulated in the last period had been directed to the strengthening of the pack. Yet, a dense mental wave reached their horns and forced them to charge at the 5 entities that were threatening the life of their leader. A harsh battle began at that point. Magical beasts had only one center of power, but it required an immense amount of breath to improve. A rank 6 beast's body was almost indestructible and was capable of a physical might that could leave any cultivator in awe. Even the winged beasts that were specialized in mental attacks could tear apart the frail bodies of cultivators with a simple wave of their claws. After all, a cultivator's body was mainly meant to contain the sea of consciousness and dantian. Any other feature was something that originated from the nourishing method. However, Those added features could only be considered as poor imitations of the real capabilities of a magical beast's body. The exponential increase of power of the bodies of the beasts, though, was shared by the cultivators when it came to their other centers of power. A rank 6 dantian and a rank 6 mental sphere could give birth to wonders that the simple physical strength couldn't hope to match. The 6 rank 6 beasts tried to charge at the group of cultivators, but a barrage of spells blocked their advance and gravely injured their bodies. There was nothing that those weakened creatures could do against the might of the powerhouses of the human world. The winged beasts then tried another approach. They encircled the group and remained at some distance to release a joint mental attack. Cracks appeared on the surface of the long horn that had floated next to King Elba's until that moment. Such powerful tremors were even affecting the composition of that powerful inscribed item. The same could be said for the mental spheres of the cultivators there. The primary ability of the winged beasts was their mental attack, and facing the joint effort of 6 creatures on their level could create troubles even for their powerful minds. However, more long horns appeared next to the cultivators, who immediately blew them. Those 4 items were in the 5th rank. Even the Nation couldn't produce more than 1 rank 6 inscribed item in a few months. Yet, their power, coupled with the horn next to King Elba's, was able to disrupt the joint attack of the beasts and give a break to the mental spheres of the cultivators. That break was immediately exploited by the powerhouses, who focused their spells on 2 of the 6 creatures around them. Those 2 powerful beasts couldn't oppose that attack and saw their bodies being reduced into pieces. Generally speaking, a rank 6 beast had no chance against a rank 6 cultivator. Nevertheless, that crisis featured 6 creatures that could perfectly fuse their attacks against 5 cultivators that were still wary of the quasi-rank 7 leader hiding underground. It would be reckless to go all out from the beginning, especially since their enemy was an intelligent species. The safe approach would lead to the best outcome, so the cultivators simply limited themselves to destroy their enemies slowly. The leader of the pack didn't have the same thoughts, though. The quasi-rank 7 creature came out of its hideout as soon as it saw some of its strongest soldiers die, and released a loud cry that shook the entirety of the continent once again. The cultivators there weren't affected by the cry, but the inscribed horns floating in front of them shattered under the might of that roar. The remaining rank 6 beasts showed signs of struggle, but they couldn't oppose their leader's orders and retreated to gather around it. The quasi-rank 7 being innately radiated mental vibrations that spread in the air around it. Those vibrations were so dense that even the rank 6 cultivators on the scene found it hard to keep their focus on it. Only God's right hand, King Elba's, and Great Elder Diana managed to keep their eyes on the creature. The leader didn't care about the humans on the scene and gave a simple order to the 4 beasts around it. To the powerhouse's surprise, the 4 rank 6 creatures tore their curved horns and offered them to their leader. The quasi-rank 7 creature took the horns of the remaining 4 rank 6 beasts and threw them inside its mouth. Its maws spread to allow the 8 curved horns inside its oral cavity, and munching sounds followed that gesture. The rank 6 creatures bled from their temples and began to falter. The loss of the most crucial part of their bodies left them completely drained and significantly weakened their status. However, the leader had already stopped caring about them. Any expert in the magical beasts field would understand the intention of the leader seeing that scene. The winged creatures were an intelligent species that could communicate through long distances and execute complex orders, but they were still magical beasts. The leader had realized that it was pointless to have a pack at that point. Its very life was in danger after all. So, it promptly decided to sacrifice its strongest underlings to hasten its recovery. The rank 6 cultivators launched attacks to interrupt the actions of the leader, but the 4 hornless beasts charged at the spells to use their bodies as a shield. The beasts died, and the remaining power of the spells reached for the quasi-rank 7 creature that was finishing its meal. A loud explosion resounded when the attacks of the 5 powerhouses converged on the leader of the pack. The air shattered, and the surface of the ground under blast was leveled. Cracks spread till the depths of the continent. Those fissures even reached the icy plain that bore the weight of the piece of immortal lands. A battle at the peak of the heroic ranks was unfolding in those territories. The environment there was bound to be forever modified after such event. Minutes had to pass before the cracks that had appeared on the sky reformed, and the air in that spot stabilized. A dark cloud formed in the area where the spells had crashed, but the cultivators weren't able to confirm the death of the quasi-rank 7 creature. The dense vibrations that surrounded it had dispersed after their attacks, but none of them believed that a being half-step into the divine ranks could be killed so easily. Their belief turned to be on point. A deafening cry resounded from the center of the dark cloud and dispersed the smoke in less than an instant. The cultivators felt the walls of their mental spheres tremble. The intensity of the vibrations that accompanied that cry was many times stronger than before. However, they could still make out the new details that had appeared on the body of the leader. Its wings were spread behind its back and shone with a dark light. Its horns had stretched and enlarged, and a dark shade had been added to its now burly body. The might of the vibrations that it innately radiated had also increased. Chasing demon and god's left hand felt as if their minds were going crumble in its presence. Even the other 3 rank 6 cultivators weren't that better off. Great Elder Diana and King Elbaz struggled to fend off the pressure that tried to crush their minds, and only God's right hand felt able to fight in that condition. The situation was grave. The quasi-rank 7 creature had regained most of its power and was overwhelming the cultivators without even needing to move. That half-step into the divine ranks put the leader of the pack in a completely different league. Yet, a cold sensation enveloped the area, and God's right hand felt relieved when he recognized that feeling. The world froze right in front of those mighty experts. Only their minds continued to observe their surroundings. They saw how a shining figure slowly descended from the sky and stopped in front of the leader of the pack. Its features were hidden by the blue light that surrounded it, but the powerhouses could understand that there was a human behind that halo. Of course, they immediately understood its identity. There was only one existence that could stop the movements of 5 rank 6 cultivators and 1 quasi-rank 7 beast at the same time in the entirety of the mortal lands. The god of the Shandal Empire. Then, an ancient male voice resounded in the area. /entities on this level should never appear in the mortal lands. Heaven and earth are becoming sloppy. The god of the empire didn't speak, but his thoughts became words that spread in that motionless world as soon as they rose inside his mind. You did good. I believe that at least 2 of you will reach the immortal lands one day. I'll take this creature with me now. More words resounded in the area, and a blinding blue light followed them. The world took life after the light dissipated, and the 5 powerhouses discovered that they could move again. The 2 rank 6 cultivators from the Empire wore worshipping expression after the appearance of their leader, but the other 3 powerhouses felt somewhat disheartened. The quasi-rank 7 creature was on a completely different level, and the god of the Empire was even farther away. Their pride as beings at the peak of the heroic ranks felt worthless in that situation. The gods' thoughts also resounded in their minds. They wouldn't take anything said by a rank 7 existence lightly. The cultivators in the area glanced at each other with interest. They wondered about the identity of the 2 cultivators that the god had mentioned. However, countless cries suddenly filled the continent and forced them to focus on putting an end to the crisis. The thousands of winged beasts that were still alive on those lands felt their freedom returning after all their leaders had been defeated, and didn't hesitate to appease the instincts that they had been forced to suppress for so long. The remains of the pack began to madly hunt the beasts of the other species that still filled those lands. Most of the fauna of the new continent had migrated toward the coastlines when the invasion started, meaning that the attacks of the winged beasts would be focused in those areas. Yet, the 4 nations had established their settlements on the coasts too, and that sudden assault could inflict another wave of losses in their assets. The humans had to face one last battle to declare the end of the winged beasts crisis. The weaker cultivators couldn't possibly watch the battle between the existences at the peak of the heroic ranks. Not even peak rank 5 cultivators could survive the shockwaves released in that battle, meaning that all the heroic assets of the 4 countries had remained in their territories while the powerhouses fought. Those assets knew that their leader had engaged a fight against the rulers of the pack of winged beasts. They would have noticed the battle even if no one warned them. Flashes of multicolored lights had filled the sky above the center of the continent, and earthquakes had spread till the coastline for the whole duration of that battle. It was impossible to miss them. However, those heroic cultivators had been warned because they were aware that the remaining specimens of the pack would submit to their instincts once their leaders were defeated. Any expert in the magical beasts field could predict that outcome and identify the new target of those now wild creatures. The four nations weren't surprised when they saw the wave of winged figures assaulting the beasts that had migrated toward the coastlines in the past months. And their heroic cultivators immediately acted to put an end to that crisis. Battles happened everywhere along the coastlines. The cultivators of the four countries had long decided to remove every trace of that species from the mortal lands. Intelligent magical beasts were too dangerous. The humans couldn't risk letting any of them survive for fear that a similar crisis could happen again at some point in the future. Also, the remaining winged beasts had just been freed from the control of their leaders, meaning that they would take a while to control their instincts. The heroic assets on the piece of immortal lands couldn't waste that chance. They had to exterminate that species before their specimens understood that escaping was their only path to survival. Noah was sitting on top of one of the tallest buildings inside the invisible dome when the reckless assault of the winged beast started. He had stayed there since Chasing Demon left to join the other powerhouses, and June had been by his side the whole time. He knew that he couldn't witness the fight of the powerhouses, but he still wanted to stare at the flashes of light in the distance to experience a trace of the power held by those Rank 6 entities. June felt in the same way. Newly advanced Rank 4 cultivators needed to experience the world hidden behind the heroic ranks to get used to their new state, and June wasn't an exception. However, when she saw the incoming tide of winged beasts, she heaved a sigh and lay on Noah's lap. There was a mix of concern and helplessness in her expression when she looked at Noah's eager gaze. I'll be fine, you know that I can't miss this chance. Noah said when he lowered his eyes to stare at the concerned lover on his lap. June knew that the remaining winged beasts would attack the coastlines thanks to Noah, but he had also revealed to her that he had a plan to exploit that situation. The plan was quite reckless and would most likely reveal Noah's return to the hive, but she could understand how appealing that situation was for someone with such a peculiar body-nourishing method. The feelings that we have for each other can't hinder our path to power if we want to preserve them. Go and be sure to come back. But don't forget that you owe me a spar. June said before closing her eyes when she saw Noah's lips reaching for her. The duo exchanged a long kiss, uncaring of the cries of the winged beasts that invaded the environment outside the invisible dome. Don't keep me waiting. June murmured when their lips separated and revealed a smirk when she left Noah's embrace to enter the building under them. Noah followed her figure with his eyes. He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction when he looked at her. There was a particular understanding between the two of them that he couldn't express with simple words. I tell her that I'm probably going to reveal my status to the other nations and she asks for a spar in exchange. I guess only a battle maniac can make me feel like this. Noah smiled when he thought that, but his expression became cold when he turned his attention toward the chaos that had enveloped the territories around the invisible dome in those short minutes. The dome had protected June and Noah from the two cries of the quasi-rank 7 leader, but it didn't hinder their vision of the outside world. All the heroic assets of the hive had left that protected area when the remaining winged beasts began to attack. Their mission was to exterminate that species after all. However, Noah didn't immediately join the battles on those territories. He had his own agenda about that matter. Battles that featured rank 5 beasts didn't occur so often, especially not with the same intensity as those happening in that situation. The death of the leaders had unleashed the remaining specimens of the pack of winged beasts on the fauna that filled the coastlines, and the heroic assets of the four nations were tasked to join that battlefield. Noah knew that countless corpses and body parts would accumulate on that rare occasion, and he couldn't just waste that chance to assist his companions. The powerhouses of the four nations would soon return to the territories of their organizations and put an end to that reckless assault anyway, meaning that Noah's help wouldn't affect the outcome of the battles that much. Yet, the situation could become extremely beneficial to him if he managed to retrieve pieces of powerful creatures while his companions fought. I might be able to reach the 5th rank in one go, Noah thought when he stood up. His hunger had exploded when he sensed the many dead magical beasts that were filling the surface of the territories near the dome. But he decided to wait. He could hunt rank 4 creatures by himself, but there was a high chance to seize rank 5 body parts in that situation. Then, he sensed a mighty cry of pain coming from the north, and he knew that his moment had arrived. Black flames surrounded his figure, and he disappeared from the roof of the building to teleport on the battlefield. A harsh battle was unfolding in the sky over the territory that was once occupied by the lake inhabited by octopuses. The ground under the lake had crumbled when the winged beasts woke up from their slumber and resurfaced, but the creatures that inhabited it had survived the fall. That area had become something similar to a large fishing area for the remaining winged beasts though. The octopuses of the lake were trapped in a deep canyon and couldn't escape the attacks of the more than 100 creatures that assaulted them. Even the rank 5 specimen couldn't do much about the situation since there were 2 rank 5 winged beasts that were attempting to hunt it. Most of the strongest winged creatures had died in the battle between the rank 6 existences, but some of them still flew in the sky over the piece of immortal lands. Rank 5 creatures couldn't be bothered to go after rank 4 beasts when there were beings on their level that they could hunt. Their hunger simply led them toward the prey that would provide the most fulfilling meal. However, the winged beasts had lost their ability to cooperate when their leaders died. The remaining rank 5 specimens didn't have the power to suppress the awakened instincts of the many rank 4 beasts under them, and couldn't organize them in battle formations. Heaven and earth were fair. The winged beasts had the incredible ability to fuse their attacks, but that was balanced by a physical strength that was below the average of the other magical creatures. The weakness of that species was exposed entirely now that their cooperation was gone, but they could still fly, something that gave them a good advantage over the fauna of the new continent. The 2 rank 5 winged creatures fought the rank 5 octopus together, but their teamwork was lacking, and their bodies weren't a match for their opponent. On the other hand, the octopus was huge, and its tentacles weren't able to hit the nimble, humanoid figures that were sieging it. The winged beasts used their claws to inflict deep wounds every time they dodged a tentacle. They were trying to exhaust the creature hiding in the water under them before fishing it out of its lair. The intelligence of that species could be clearly seen in that situation. Generally speaking, magical beasts would just run away when they saw that their opponent overpowered them. Yet, those winged creatures could see a path toward victory and were even resorting to a natural form of cooperation to succeed. Thick blue drops of blood fell into the lake every time the sharp claws of the attackers pierced the tentacles of the ruler of that area. The color of the lake began to change as the rank 5 octopus, and the other weaker specimens of its pack kept on getting injured. The murky water was slowly turning dark blue. The battle in that area was so intense that none of the beasts there noticed that black flames had begun to appear at some point. The black flames would form whenever a corpse, body part, or drop of blood fell toward the lake, and they would vanish as soon as those materials pierced their surface. Of course, those materials would disappear together with the black flames. The beasts on the battlefield could notice that something was off only when the 2 rank 5 creatures managed to sever one of the tentacles of the rank 5 octopus. The winged beasts immediately dived toward the falling tentacle, and even the other creatures in the area interrupted their battles to go after such a nourishing meal. However, black flames suddenly appeared under the huge tentacle and made it disappear in less than a second. Angry roars resounded from the large canyon at that point. The beasts could only be furious when they saw their meal disappearing right in front of their eyes. Yet, they were soon forced to escape since the rank 5 octopus recklessly slammed its remaining tentacles on the sides of the canyons to attempt to kill the creatures that had dared to injure it. Noah stared at the scene from above the canyon and decided that it was time to change the hunting area. He had already gained a lot from that place. The warp spell had become far more ductile after his modifications. The black flames weren't limited anymore to his body but could teleport his attacks and random items now. Noah didn't mean to use the warp spell to steal precious materials when he modified its diagram, but that messy battlefield was simply too perfect for his new ability. Noah had teleported everything that he could use to improve his body next to him with his spell and carefully stored it inside his space ring without anyone noticing. Of course, the expenditure of breath and mental energy was incredible when he teleported something so far away from him and on that level, but Noah felt that it was completely worth it. After all, he had gained the body part of a rank 5 beast and a large amount of its blood. Noah had obviously seized the bodies of the rank 4 winged beasts and octopuses that had died. But those gains paled compared to something that came from a rank 5 creature. He didn't stop there, though. Such a vast battlefield would appear only once in a while, and he was sure that the new continent would return to a peaceful state after that crisis. So, he had to make the most out of those fights, even if that meant exposing his presence to external forces and shortening his time with June. Noah completely disregarded the battles between rank 4 creatures and went after the fights that featured rank 5 beings. Even a drop of blood from those powerful creatures was worth the risk in Noah's view. His plan led him toward the mountain chain next to the Azure Plain, where he saw a giant ape-type magical beast crushing a rank 5 winged creature with its massive arms. Noah couldn't get too close since he didn't have any confidence in escaping the ape if it noticed him, but he still managed to seize a large amount of blood and a few broken claws from the corpse of the defeated creature. Then, he continued his march toward the areas that gave birth to waves of fear inside him. Noah didn't dare to fly in that situation. He preferred to run across the land to better hide among the fauna of the new continent. After all, the other magical beasts recognized him as a being of their world, and the cultivators fighting in the sky would find it hard to notice him in that chaotic environment. Like that, Noah's march continued unhindered even when he entered the territories under the control of the Papal Nation. Noah had chosen to move toward north simply because he sensed more energetic shockwaves coming from that direction. He didn't care about the political situation of those territories at all. Few rank 5 specimens remained in the pack of winged beasts, but all of them were busy fighting against beings on their same level. The mountain chain at the center of the continent was still inhabited by powerful creatures that didn't migrate in the last months, and Noah was able to always obtain something from their battles against the reckless remains of the pack. He mainly seized blood, but he managed to steal small body parts at times. Of course, he never ventured too deep inside the continent. There were even rank 6 beings there that the pack of winged beasts had chosen to avoid until its leaders returned to their peak. Noah didn't dare to invade their domains. Stealing from rank 5 beings busy in battles from a safe distance was one thing, but he couldn't even begin to imagine the feats that beasts at the peak of the heroic ranks were capable of. After all his gains would become useless if he died there. Noah continued to sprint through the lands, chasing after any exciting battle that his instincts or consciousness were able to sense. However, his advance was soon forced to a stop since he encountered a group of rank 4 cultivators that looked familiar. Almost 2 weeks had passed since the remains of the pack of winged beasts had launched their offensive on the coastlines, and Noah had used that time to plunder more than 10 battlefields that featured rank 5 beasts. The powerhouses of the 4 nations didn't seem interested in intervening so soon in that battle, and Noah guessed that they were limiting themselves to observe the behavior of their underlings in those days. He didn't mind that choice since it gave him more time to run freely through the territories near the western coast, and his march ultimately brought him in the mountains inhabited by snake-type magical beasts where he encountered cultivators of the Papal Nation. Noah recognized Faith and the escorts that had appeared when they were hiding underground, but his presence wasn't revealed to that group. He was on the ground, hiding among countless battles between rank 4 beasts, while they were in the sky, hunting down every winged beast that they found. Noah could just turn around and leave, but a massive figure suddenly appeared in the distance and slammed its body on the surface of one of the mountains. The figure belonged to a big rank 5 snake that was crushing the small body of a rank 5 winged beast with its physical strength. The winged beast was almost dead, but the snake didn't seem satisfied and continued to slam its body on the mountain where its enemy was. Noah directly shot toward those 2 creatures at that point. He knew that he could steal that body, and those rank 4 cultivators didn't scare him. Also, he could already think about a few excuses to justify his presence there, so he didn't hesitate to act. The rank 5 snake repeatedly clashed with the surface of the mountain until the body of the rank 5 winged beast was reduced to a pulp. Only then the snake seemed satisfied and spread its maws to eat the remains of its enemy in one bite. It didn't notice, though, that black flames appeared in that spot and teleported away even the drops of blood that had tainted the terrain. The snake delivered its bite anyway, but it roared in anger when only the rocky terrain of the mountain entered its mouth. However, no matter how angry it was, it couldn't understand where its prey had gone. Noah stored the broken corpse of the winged creature as soon as it came out from the black flames that had appeared next to him and began to escape at high speed in the air. He had sensed that the group from the Papal Nation had noticed his presence when he used his spell, so he purposely rose in the sky to let them follow him. Noah Bulvin, is that you? Demon Prince, you can't steal in the territories of the Papal Nation. Noah Bulvin, is the Hive not afraid of the power of the Council? Faith and the other cultivators in her group gave voice to those questions as they chased after Noah. Noah revealed a cold expression when he turned toward the 5 rank 4 cultivators behind him and released a loud snort before adding a few words. Humph! I've saved the life of your envoy, and you thanked me by letting the Empire and Utra Nation blaming me for the death of the eager Titan. Now, after I've spent months underground, you even accuse me of being a thief. Just report this matter to my patriarch. He'll love to hear about the shamelessness of the cultivators of the Papal Nation. Black flames surrounded Noah's figure after he spoke those words, and the 5 cultivators from the Papal Nation couldn't find any reason to stop his teleportation. Noah had spoken the truth after all. Faith's escorts had really ignored everything else when they managed to retrieve their envoy. Wait, where's June Balor then? Faith asked when she realized that something was wrong. Maybe he left her underground. But he was flying just now. One of the cultivators said, but Faith was immediately able to find a flaw in that explanation. The more they thought about that matter, the more they realized that the Demon Prince had probably tricked them. Do you want to send a formal complaint to the Patriarch of the Hive? Another cultivator asked, but Faith shook her head. He would just ask for compensation for the events concerning the end of the meeting. Also, we couldn't have seized that corpse anyway. Let's just forget about this matter. The cultivators and Faith's escort agreed to her words and resumed hunting the remaining rank 4 winged beasts in the area. Meanwhile, Noah had reappeared over the plain inhabited by the yellowish moss and had begun to fly toward the forest of white woods. He had gained far more than enough in that situation. He was quite confident that his body could reach the 5th rank with all those materials. So, he simply hurried back toward the territories of the Hive. The forces of the Council had seen him, so the news about his return would soon reach the Shandal Empire and Elba's family. The royals would surely begin to bother chasing Demon about June at that point, which would ultimately force him to send her back to her nation. Nevertheless, Noah didn't regret exposing himself to obtain an almost complete rank 5 corpse. That period with June had been one of the happiest in his life, but Noah knew that it was something temporary. Only power can allow me to ignore political bindings and fulfill my desires without fearing for the consequences. Noah thought as he increased his flying speed. He knew that June was eagerly waiting for the promised spar. The situation on the coastlines didn't take much to stabilize. The heroic assets of the 4 countries fought bravely to exterminate the remains of the pack of winged beasts. They aimed to remove any trace of that species from the mortal lands. The cultivators couldn't allow intelligent creatures to survive. Groups of rank 4 cultivators took care of the rank 3 and 4 winged beasts while those in the 5th rank were left to the higher-ups to handle. The powerhouses of the 4 nations surveilled the trend of the battles for a few weeks before intervening. They couldn't do all the work. The assets under them had to gain experience in handling crises like that. The aim of rank 6 cultivators was to leave the mortal lands and reach the plane of the deities, meaning that they would eventually leave their organizations behind. So, they had to be sure that their organizations would have what they need to remain in power. Their lifetime's efforts in the mortal lands couldn't go to waste because of their departure, and their inheritances alone wouldn't ensure the well-being of their underlings. Only knowledgeable warriors could keep a country in power after the departure of their leaders, and, to do that, they needed experience in facing any kind of threat. The crisis ended when the powerhouses intervened. The 5 rank 6 cultivators of the 4 nations swept the piece of immortal lands and killed all the winged beasts that had survived the attack of their underlings. The species that had made the new continent tremble for months met its extinction. The war ended with the death of the last specimen of the pack of winged creatures, and the 4 countries could finally evaluate their gains and losses. Countless human assets and structures had been lost in those months, But the spoils of war brought thousands of valuable materials back to the inventories of the four nations. Their assets had been weakened, and their growth delayed, but time would eventually make up for those losses. More promising cultivators would appear in the years after the crisis and would benefit from the resources obtained in the war. Some of them would reach the heroic ranks and take the place of the dead heroic cultivators. The surviving assets would become stronger due to the experience gained during the crisis, creating a generation of warriors forged through the flames of war. Of course, it would take decades for those events to happen. The four nations had yet to stabilize their territories now. The fauna had migrated toward coastlines, leaving only strong creatures in the central territories. The center of the continent had seen the battle of beings at the peak of the heroic ranks though. Its environment had changed forever, and it would take time for those lands to stabilize and to give birth to lifeforms again. Mutations were bound to appear in those areas due to the influence of such powerful existences. But that was another event that would only happen in the future. The focus of the heroic assets was to restore their sources of income and evaluate if the invasion had modified some environments in ways that they could exploit. The hive was happy to discover that the toxicity of the area next to the forest had diminished by a large margin due to the migration of many packs of magical beasts. Many precious materials hidden among the poisonous creatures and rivers could finally be plundered, making that land another source of income for the Coral Archipelago. The Azure Plain though suffered a lot during that period, and its terrain had been tainted with the blood of countless powerful creatures. It would take time for its ground to absorb all those nutrients and gave birth to Azure credits again. However, the purity of those magical plants couldn't be assessed so soon. There was a high chance that all those contaminations would affect the purity of the Azure credits. Noah mostly ignored those events. He was an expert in the magical beasts field, and his insights in the matter were kept in high regard by the other elders. Yet, the fauna was too chaotic in that period. He could only make a list of the scenarios that were most likely to happen. His obligations toward the hive ended there, and he simply focused on making the best out of his remaining time with June. June obtained her sparring session with Noah, but their level was far too different. June had just become a complete heroic cultivator, but eccentric Thunder's inheritance and inscribed items gave her a sturdy foundation on which she could build a suitable combat style. However, Noah had faced and overcome those issues when she was still in the human ranks. No amount of backing could make up for his achievements. After all, Noah could defend against the attacks of solid-stage cultivators. There was nothing that June could do to pierce his defenses. The battle was completely one-sided. Noah simply walked through the lightning storm unleashed by June. Nothing she did was able to dent his powerful defensive methods. When Noah reached her, he lifted her large and metallic inscribed hat and caressed her face while kissing her forehead. He couldn't attack her. His physical strength was too threatening for the frail body of the cultivators. Yet that gesture was enough to put an end to her offensive. The difference between their power was evident at that point. I will definitely reach you one day. June said when the battle was over. She was a bit annoyed by how easily Noah had defeated her, but she didn't want to waste the precious time that she had with him. Noah had told her that the forces of the Papal Nation had spotted him. The news of his return would undoubtedly reach the Elbas family then, and both of them expected the royals to knock at the hive's doors soon. You must, or I'll leave you behind. Noah smiled when he answered. June noticed the trace of helplessness contained in his tone, but she understood him. Noah's ambition would drive him toward the higher ranks of the cultivation world. She had no doubts that he would leave for the immortal lands one day. She couldn't affect that behavior, and she didn't want to do that either. The man that had given her a future was the most determined and driven cultivator in the entirety of the mortal lands. She would never attempt to change the qualities that made him so exceptional. June laid her head on Noah's chest and murmured words that resembled a vow of some sort. I love you, Noah Bulvin. No matter how far you'll go, you will always be able to find me chasing you. Yet, I promise you that I'll surpass you one day. Noah felt June squeezing his robe when she said that, and he couldn't help but hug her to convey his feelings too. I love you, June Baller. My life won't be the same after your departure, but I know that this feeling won't fade. Be sure to reach me wherever I'll go. Few words were enough to express the feelings between June and Noah. June knew that she was still weak, but her individuality would eventually lead her toward higher battlefields. Noah knew that his ambition would bring him toward higher forms of existence, meaning that he would leave behind anyone that couldn't keep up with him. Yet, their feelings were mutual. The months spent together had given birth to love, even though they both knew that their separation was unavoidable. So, they could only promise to become strong enough to stand on the same ground one day, no matter how high it was. The great demon prince can use the word love. I'm stunned. A noble woman loving a criminal. The Balor family must be a cradle of traitors. June and Noah mocked each other, but their expressions changed when their eyes met. They felt that they had reached a deeper level of intimacy with those promises. It was as if they had suddenly become closer. Desire appeared on their faces and filled their minds at that moment, and they quickly decided to fulfill that sensation. June and Noah remained in those quarters for the following period, without even interacting with the outside world. Chasing Demon tried his best to stall the requests of the royals, but there was a limit to how much he could hide June's presence inside the territories of the hive. However, he still gained as much time as he could, and the couple managed to spend 2.5 peaceful months together thanks to his efforts. The Elbas family wasn't too worried about the information in June's possession. The most crucial piece of knowledge in her mind was the royal inheritance, and the hive was already aware of that. Yet, imprisoning the envoy of one of the 3 big nations could be considered as an insult to its honor, so the Elbas family had to pressure Chasing Demon. In the end, Noah received a message from Elder Julia that stated the need for June to return to her nation. June didn't show any sadness when Noah conveyed that message to her. She simply smiled and kissed Noah before leaving the habitation. They had prepared themselves for their separation in the last period. They had already said all the words that needed to be said. A smile and a kiss were more than enough to say goodbye. June flew outside the invisible dome, and the heroic cultivators of the Wuxia nation that were waiting outside heaved a sigh of relief when they saw her usual cold expression. The escorts immediately gave voice to apologies and excuses to justify how much it had taken them to force the hive to release her. But June simply snorted at them. Those heroic cultivators could only guess that she was incredibly angry at their incompetence, but they felt helpless about that situation. After all, they did their best during the negotiations for her release, but Chasing Demon's stubbornness had been hard to overcome. Of course, June barely minded them. She limited herself to snort because her mind could only play the images between her first and last kiss with Noah whenever she tried to think. Meanwhile, Noah was lying on one of the couches inside his quarters. He didn't know how his instincts would react at the sight of her going away, so he simply remained in that room during her departure. June's scent entered his nose, and he immersed himself in the feelings that he had felt when he was with her. He knew that he had enough nutrients to reach the 5th rank inside his space ring, and he was also aware that he could modify other diagrams in his possession to improve his battle prowess. Yet, he wanted to use that moment to fix his memories with her in his mind. He knew that he would abandon himself to his ambition as soon as he stood up. He had never felt so eager to improve in his life. So, he decided to imprint those feelings in his mind. He wanted to be sure that June's warmth wouldn't fade when he immersed himself again in his training. Noah wasn't afraid that he would forget about her. June had already left a permanent mark on his existence. However, he needed to remember the life and warmth that she represented clearly. He needed that for his individuality. You have a good taste for women. I give you that. Chasing Demon's voice resounded in the room, and Noah turned only to see that the patriarch of the hive had appeared on one of the couches in front of him. Does it hurt to see her going away? Chasing Demon asked and threw a sealed jug toward Noah. Noah removed the seal, and the aroma of strong wine filled the room. Cultivation is a solitary journey. I treasured our time together, but I won't mourn in the period that we'll spend away from each other. Noah answered and took a long sip from the jug. He really believed in those words. It was pointless to mourn if he could use that time to improve. The jug then escaped his grasp and returned in Chasing Demon's hands. Noah didn't feel anything, but it was evident that the patriarch had used his mental waves to take the wine. Good, good. I was afraid you would do something reckless like waging war against the Elbas family and bringing the hive down with you. I would understand. I've done the same in the past. Chasing Demon said and drank from the jug whenever he finished a phrase. Noah knew a bit about Chasing Demon's history, but he had never been too interested in it. He knew that Chasing Demon was one of the 12 disciples of Divine Demon, and that he had resorted to cultivation techniques created by others to reach the 5th rank back then. His choice had been motivated by his desire for vengeance against Ravaging Demon, the betrayer who had joined the orthodox sects of the Papal Nation to exile the demon sections. Noah also knew that his vengeance had failed. I've had a similar relationship in the past. She was Divine Demon's disciple too, but she wasn't as pure as that June Balor. You could say that she treated men as materials. Chasing Demon began to speak, and Noah didn't mind learning more about his past. Also, the patriarch continued to pass him that amazing wine. Listening to him seemed the least he could do in that situation. Yet I didn't mind it. I had never seen someone as charming as her in my life, so I purposely let her steal my yang just to be with her. I've almost died a few times, but I won her heart in the end. We didn't get to spend much time together though, since the council killed her and Devouring Demon during the betrayal of the Ravaging Demon sect. Do you love her? Yes. Chasing Demon asked after a brief silence, and Noah immediately gave an honest answer. Noah didn't know why the patriarch of the hive was so interested in his relationship, but he didn't mind telling him the truth. It was thanks to his backing that Noah could do whatever he wanted inside the hive. The hive had even borne the cost of the resources depleted for the creation of his cultivation technique and nourishing method. There was no reason why Noah shouldn't trust him with the truth. Love can elevate a man and destroy another. Tell me, would you forsake your power for her? Chasing Demon gave voice to that question, and Noah could finally understand the reason behind their conversation. He worries about the hive. It's understandable. I am his successor according to my title. Noah thought when he heard that answer. He was the Demon Prince. That status put him somewhere above the rank 4 cultivators and below the patriarch. The hive placed many expectations on him and his growth, and it would obviously worry when he claimed to be in a relationship with a noble of an enemy nation. However, Noah had found his answer about that question long ago, and his position didn't change through the years, it had only broadened. Patriarch, you have misunderstood me. Noah began to answer and used his mental energy to lift the jug that Chasing Demon had laid on the floor and bring it in his grasp. My search for power is something that defines my individuality. I can't choose to forsake it because it's part of what I am. Noah drank a mouthful of wine after those words and continued to speak when he felt the warmth caused by that liquid spreading through his body. Also, I wouldn't abandon it even if I had the choice. I can accept my desires only because I've gained enough power. I can love only because I've become confident enough in my strength. After all, it's pointless to have such deep feelings if you can't survive the cry of the powerful beings that you can meet in your journey. Chasing Demon's eyebrows arched in surprise when he heard those words. He had always known that Noah's determination surpassed any common sense, but his last phrase made him understand how pure and unbound his ambition was. His worries about the future of the hive were dispersed after that single sentence. He was sure now that Noah would never abandon his pursuit of power. Haha. No wonder my master has chosen you. Wonderful. Now, tell me more about this woman of yours. Nothing lifts my morale like amazing wine, accompanied by a good story. Chasing Demon exploded in a laugh and took back the jug while asking for more details about Noah's relationship. Noah understood that there was something that bothered the patriarch, so he revealed some funny anecdotes of his past experiences with June. Of course, he didn't reveal anything too intimate, or that could bring trouble to June, but Chasing Demon didn't seem to mind his partial exposition. Chasing Demon interrupted Noah with stories of his own too. He spoke of Divine Demon's domineering character, of the life of the demon sects back in the Papal Nation. He also mentioned the peculiar techniques that his lover, Charming Demon, taught to her disciples. Strange forms during sexual intercourses to absorb the yang inside the body of a cultivator? I might have encountered something similar in my life. Noah interrupted Chasing Demon with that question. The description of the techniques of the charming demon sect resembled the forms used by Jillian, the middle-aged woman that had forced Noah to sleep with her in the city of Slyfall. Noah described those positions, and Chasing Demon couldn't help but recognize them. It appears that you have found the remains of the charming demon sect during your escape. The demon sects have lost track of each other after the council exiled us. But maybe it's time to reunite them under one banner. Chasing Demon put a pensive expression when he said that. The demon sects of the Papal Nation had spread through the old continent after their exile, and they had covered their traces to escape from their pursuers. The Chasing Demon sect had ended in the Coral Archipelago and thrived as an underground organization, but the other sects weren't so lucky. For example, the Charming Demon sect had lost its matriarch, and its survivors had been forced to hide in the small city of Slyfall. Noah wasn't even sure that they had heroic assets. However, now that the Coral Archipelago had become independent and that its growth was unstoppable, Chasing Demon was considering the idea of reuniting the demon sects under the banner of the Hive. I found your next mission. You will become an envoy of the Hive and explore the old continent looking for clues of the demon sections. Only you can do this, the other nations will only accept the demon prince as a guest. In the end, Chasing Demon gave that order when he decided on the matter. Nevertheless, Noah had more pressing matters at hand. I can do that, but I need a few years. Noah answered without revealing what he had in mind. He liked the idea of traveling. Those new experiences would surely benefit his individuality. Yet, he had to take care of a few things first. He had just begun to modify diagrams, which was the first step toward the creation of entirely new spells. The many available modifications could improve his battle prowess given enough time, and he couldn't prioritize a mission over his personal power. Also, he had just obtained the body parts and blood of magical beasts in the 5th rank. Eating and digesting them would take time, but he was sure that he would begin the breakthrough toward the 5th rank once he absorbed those resources. He couldn't neglect the improvements that bringing his body in the 5th rank would provide. That breakthrough was something that would give him the power to fight any rank 4 cultivator that he met after all. There is no hurry. There is still a lot of work to do here. I need to lay the copying formation on the territories under our control and create new training areas habitable by human cultivators. The Coral Archipelago is becoming too small for the Hive. We need to transfer our headquarters to the new continent. Chasing Demon said. He didn't want to hinder Noah's growth, and the matter of finding and gathering the demon sects wasn't a priority. Noah and Chasing Demon continued to drink for some more time and kept on exchanging funny anecdotes about their lives when they were still in the human ranks. Then, when Chasing Demon was about to leave, he placed a long scroll on the floor while adding a few words. This is the description of the battle against the leaders of the pack. I've also added a few personal considerations. Take it as a sign of gratitude for lifting my mood. Chasing Demon left at that point, and Noah didn't hesitate to reach for the scroll on the floor. The scroll contained the description of a battle between rank 6 cultivators and a quasi-rank 7 creature. He simply couldn't control himself from diving into its contents. Noah soon understood that Chasing Demon didn't just add a few considerations to the description of the battle. The Patriarch had taken time to write down the thoughts and emotions that had surged inside his mind when he watched the other powerhouses' attacks, and he tried to link them to what he knew about their individuality. God's right hand acts as a natural calamity. He is detached and oppressing. I can only describe him as the tribulation that follows the God of the Empire's orders. God's left hand is similar to him. Her winds carry the power of a natural calamity, but there is deep worship inside them. I can't help but take her as another tribulation of her leader. Great Elder Diana is calm and precise. Her lightning has the power to pierce the peace of immortal lands from side to side, but she can restrain it with her impeccable control. Her handling of such chaotic energy makes her more threatening than any calamity. King Elbaz is arrogant, but real achievements back that feeling. His pride overflows from every fiber of his body. and he uses himself to fuel his flames. It's as if he knows that there is no better fuel than himself. The god of the empire is so powerful that even time bends to his will. Noah finished reading his considerations and couldn't help but stare at the last phrase, the one concerning the rank 7 cultivator. The scroll made him understand the cause behind chasing demons' sour mood, but it also gave him many exciting insights into the individualities of the powerhouses. Of course, there was nothing that could be understood from his description of the god. It was clear that even chasing demon didn't have the power to evaluate such a powerful entity. Cultivators at the peak of the heroic ranks couldn't do anything against a quasi-rank 7 beast. They couldn't even begin to quantify the power held by beings that have taken a step toward the divine. Noah felt calm even if messy thoughts kept on surging inside his mind. He read the contents of the scrolls many times and made sure to store it inside his space ring when he felt satisfied. The value of the contents of the scroll was immense. Any heroic cultivator would be willing to pay a fortune only to take a peek at the world at the peak of the heroic ranks. However, Noah had no intention to sell it. His status as a rank 4 cultivator didn't allow him to understand the depth of chasing demons' considerations. His level was simply too low to imagine the battle between such strong beings. Yet, there was a chance that he could gain some insights from it once he became more powerful. Also, he didn't lack financial assets and resources right now. He couldn't find any reason to sell that valuable scroll. Heroic cultivators are completely different existences compared to those in the human ranks. Those differences enlarge as their power grows and culminates in the divine ranks. Why is someone able to stop the time of the most powerful existences in the mortal lands still here? Why is his nation even waging wars? Noah's thoughts led to many questions, especially when they concerned the god of the Shandal Empire. There didn't seem to be any apparent reason for his actions. He simply appeared and left whenever he wanted. Of course, Chasing Demon had recorded the god's words in the scroll too, but they didn't make much sense to Noah. He was only in existence at the beginning of the heroic ranks. The thought that his still unclear individuality could have caused heaven and earth's sloppiness never crossed his mind. Cultivators on his level were considered powerful, but they could barely affect the laws that ruled the world. My next breakthrough will put me one step closer to them though. Noah's eyes shone with the flames of his ambition when he thought that. Monster, gods, and overlords stood above him. The sole pressure of their existence was enough to make billions of ants tremble. However, they had been ants too back then. Their current power was the result of centuries and millennia of efforts. Noah knew that there was a limit to how much the backing of a powerful organization could help once reached the heroic ranks. Cultivators on that level needed to walk their personal journey, and no amount of nurturing could help them improve. On the contrary, those that had relied on the organizations behind them to reach the 4th rank would find it difficult to make any progress because they would lack the mindset to explore the depths of their individuality. Those who rely too much on their organizations forget about themselves. Only true individuality can give birth to laws that can't be contained by heaven and earth. Noah thought and took out a large barrel from his space ring. That barrel was a rank 4 inscribed item that he had found inside Divine Demon's inheritance and decided to keep. The body inscription spell required the blood of the magical beasts that Noah wanted to turn into blood companions to function. The blood of a magical beast obviously radiated part of its power, which meant that normal items couldn't contain it if it came from a powerful creature. Ordinary items had been fine for peak rank 4 beasts, but Noah didn't plan to remain a rank 4 mage forever. So, he had decided to keep that inscribed barrel to be prepared for when his mind became able to subdue rank 5 beasts. Noah opened the barrel, and a dense, dark liquid appeared in his view. The sight of that liquid made his hunger skyrocket. No rank 4 beast could control itself when put in front of materials that came from rank 5 beasts after all. The blood should be the easiest to digest. The body parts and the complete body will have to wait until I completely absorb the contents of this barrel. Noah thought as he cupped his hands to take a small sip of the rank 5 blood contained inside the inscribed barrel. He was ready to push his body toward the next stage. Eating a rank 5 beast while having a rank 4 body wasn't an easy task. Magical beasts had only one center of power, which meant all their accumulated /breath/ would be redirected to reinforce it. That led to a situation where beasts on a lower rank couldn't even wound those on a higher one. Rank 5 beasts couldn't control dozens of rank 4 creatures if the latter had a chance to defeat them. The food chain of the magical beasts would be quite chaotic otherwise. Yet, that didn't mean that they couldn't eat them. The corpses of the magical beasts would begin to release the breath contained inside them in the outside world after their death, which weakened the structure of their bodies and allowed weaker creatures to wound them. However, there was still the issue of their digestion at that point. A rank 4 body couldn't possibly have the power to destroy and absorb a rank 5 beast, even one that had begun to weaken. Any body part that a weaker beast managed to bite off would need to stay inside its stomach for a while before it was fully absorbed, meaning that eating the entirety of a stronger beast couldn't happen in a matter of days. Noah faced the same problems when he began to eat the materials that he had managed to steal from the battlefields during the last assault of the winged beasts. He had it a bit better compared to ordinary beasts on his level due to his hybrid status, but he still met difficulties in digesting those rank 5 resources. The blood remained in his stomach for days, and there was nothing that he could do to hasten the absorbing process, nothing worth doing at least. He could use the secret technique to boost the power of his body momentarily, but part of the nutrients contained in those materials would be wasted to refill the expenditure of the technique. The amount of absorbed breath would still surpass the depleted one, but Noah was aiming for a complete absorption since there were some variables that he couldn't evaluate. He wasn't a magical beast. He was a hybrid born through the fusion of a dragon and a cultivator who had trained in one of the best methods available to humans. Dragons were considered as the powerful kind of creatures in the magical beasts world, and their power was balanced by higher requirements when it came to the amount of breath needed for each breakthrough. Yet, those requirements could only become harsher when they were coupled with the features inherited from the Een body. Noah knew that he couldn't calculate the requirements of his body through normal standards, so he simply stole as much as he could. The blood came from various rank 5 beasts, but the body parts mainly originated from the winged creatures which didn't focus on their bodies. However, he was quite confident in reaching the breakthrough with all that blood, body parts, and one almost entire corpse. It took a bit more than a month for Noah to empty the inscribed barrel and completely digest the blood that it contained. Noah felt drowsy when that process was over. He felt as if he needed to sleep to allow that new power to modify his body thoroughly. Of course, Noah followed that instinct. He was a peculiar case in the magical beasts world, meaning that the growth of his body could take strange paths or deviate from what was generally considered normal for those creatures. Also, he was unique, the first and only of his species. There was nothing in the collective knowledge of the 4 nations that could give him some kind of foresight about his breakthroughs. Noah was walking on entirely uncharted territory. Yet, magical beasts generally had powerful survival instincts, and Noah could only rely on them as he made his way toward the peak of the 4th rank. Noah slept for a few weeks only to awaken due to the splitting hunger that was assailing his mind. He felt that his body had improved by a lot, but he didn't linger on useless tests since his meal had just begun. His next targets were the broken claws of the winged beasts and the tentacle of the rank 5 octopus. It was needless to say that eating them was even more troublesome. The claws weren't that big of a problem since they were already broken, but it took him some time to divide the tentacle into small pieces so that he could gulp them without chewing them. His teeth didn't have the power to tear such powerful skin apart, and Noah had kept those body parts inside his space ring, so they hadn't been weakened by the passage of time. Noah had to wait until the full power of his martial art became able to pierce those materials, and there was nothing that he could do about the breath lost in the process. Took him some months, but in the end, he managed to consume even those body parts. Noah felt the drowsiness invading him again, and he slept only to wake up a whole month later at the peak of the upper tier. His body brimmed with power. He felt the strength of a being at the peak of the 4th rank filling every fiber of his body. Nevertheless, he wasn't done yet. He had purposely left the most nourishing meal for last since he knew that magical beasts needed a large amount of breath during a breakthrough to the next rank. That process was similar to an evolution rather than a simple strengthening, and Noah had to be sure to have enough energy to succeed in it. The almost complete body of the rank 5 beasts appeared on the floor, and Noah immediately began to eat it. That corpse had been reduced to a pulp by the rank 5 snake, which greatly helped Noah in that process. Small bites and long digesting periods filled his schedule in those months. His body had improved enough to quicken the absorption of those materials, but he still needed a few months to digest that corpse completely. Noah felt that his body was ready to explode when his stash of rank 5 materials was over. His hunger had long disappeared, and incredible drowsiness filled his mind. His eyelids felt heavy, but Noah struggled to remain awake, since his instincts told him that the mansion wasn't the right place where to hibernate. Noah left the invisible dome in a hurry, without even minding the greetings of the elders that he met on his path. His instincts led him to the eastern border of the territory containing the lava lake, and Noah didn't hesitate to dig a deep cave when he reached that spot. The underground area glowed with a red color there, but Noah barely noticed it and fell in deep sleep after sealing the entrance to that cave. He didn't even notice that some of the breath contained inside his body came out in the open and created a dark membrane that surrounded his sleeping figure. Noah's thoughts were strange and messy during that period. He knew that he was sleeping inside a dark chrysalis created by part of the accumulated breath inside his body, and that all his tissues were undergoing substantial modifications. However, his mind kept on becoming dark from time to time, and he had no control over its behavior. The hibernation doesn't work well with the other centers of power, but I feel that my body is autonomously trying to reach a higher form of harmony. Noah thought during one of his conscious moments. Those modifications were painless. He could only feel a warm sensation that spread through his skin before reaching for his interiors. His dantian kept on improving during that period. He couldn't stop his cultivation technique after all. Yet, he couldn't train his mental sphere in that state. He could barely remain conscious after all. Noah experienced strange visions whenever his mind became dark. They resembled dreams that made him feel intense emotions, and the clarity of those images was linked to the feelings that they carried. Noah saw a large pack of dragons flying under him. Dozens of powerful beasts flew unhindered in the sky and browsed the land under them as they looked for some prey. Noah felt pride in knowing that those dragons were following his commands. He knew that he had tamed each one of them, even if he couldn't remember how or when he did that. He saw his roars being echoed by the specimens in his pack. He saw how they released pale gray pillars of flame in his honor. That dream ended at some point, and Noah saw those images vanish from his mind. However, the pride that they carried flowed in his mind and became part of him. Other dreams occupied his thoughts during his period of hibernation. Noah saw the dragons of his pack fighting against an enemy species of dragons for the control of a mountain peak that he didn't recognize. Red and pale gray flames filled his vision. The battle between the two packs was messy and merciless. Yet he didn't move. He felt the quiet arrogance that originated from his awareness of being a member of the most potent species of dragons. He felt the unbound confidence in the power of his flames. The leader of the enemy pack eventually appeared, and Noah attacked without hesitation. His reptilian maws spread and released a pillar of white flames that clashed with the red ones of his opponent, and something inside him told him that he had won that conflict. The images of the battle vanished at that point, and Noah could feel that arrogance becoming part of him. Maybe the cursed dragon species would have had a chance of giving birth to a bloodline inheritance if its fertility wasn't reduced so much. Noah thought during one of his conscious moments. He had understood what he was experiencing. He had lost his mind in similar dreams in the past after all. It was evident that heaven and earth had given birth to powerful emotions when they punished the cursed dragon species. Still, the reduced reproductive capacity had prevented the appearance of a bloodline inheritance. Those intense emotions had to be passed down to many specimens and then reunited in a single individual for something so rare to appear. That process needed to be repeated through the years, or the intensity of the emotions carried by the species wouldn't reach the required density. Of course, that was simply impossible due to the poor state of the cursed dragons. The population of that species had declined since heaven and earth punished it, and the strong emotions that their bloodline carried didn't have the chance to become denser. Nevertheless, Noah had fused with one of the remaining specimens and was experiencing those emotions during his breakthrough. Absorbing those feelings wasn't improving his sea of consciousness. It was only making him experience the events that had been forever imprinted in the bloodline of that species. Noah began to dream again, and he could immediately understand that the next images carried the most intense emotions of the bloodline of the cursed dragons. A dark sky appeared in his vision, and the crackling of thunders resounded everywhere around him. Hundreds of huge black dragons released pillars of snow-white flames that reached for the sky and pierced the barrage of black clouds that were obscuring the sunlight. A large part of the clouds dispersed after those attacks, but they seemed to cover the entirety of the sky. Noah wasn't able to see their end. Also, lightning bolts kept on being released from their surface. Noah saw the underlings that had accompanied him through many battles being pierced by the powerful attacks of the massive heaven tribulation. The scales of those dragons couldn't do anything against heaven's might. The specimens of that mighty pack could only fall lifelessly on the ground below every time a lightning bolt hit them. At that point, Noah felt fear for the first time in his life. He was a dragon, the kind of magical beast that dominated the food chain. His potential was limitless. His flames kept on reaching new levels of power, and they had even just surpassed the limits of the heroic ranks. Yet, the world intervened when that happened, and all his arrogance and pride were put against something that he couldn't overcome. Battle intent surged inside him, and he didn't hesitate to unleash the new power that he had just obtained. The world became dark when he spread his maws. Any form of light around him disappeared when he launched the flames that had no equals in the heroic ranks. More than half of the black clouds had vanished when the light returned in that area, but the remaining ones focused their lightning bolts on him. Noah felt his body being pierced, his bones shatter, and his internal organs explode when the sparks spread through him. Life began to abandon him, but he remained conscious enough to witness the fate of the surviving specimens of his pack. He saw how the lightning bolts crashed on his underlings, shattering their wings and gravely injuring their interiors. He saw how the remains of his pack fell uncontrollably toward the ground. He saw their desperation when they understood that the sky had been taken away from them. It was then that boundless anger filled his dying body. He felt angry that he had lost, but he also felt upset that the black clouds had chosen to punish his kind rather than exterminate it. The images vanished at that point, and Noah opened his real eyes. That anger still filled his body, and he raised his head toward the sky to vent his feelings. A roar resounded in the underground area, and a pillar of white flames soon came out of his mouth and pierced the terrain above him. Any magical beast that heard that cry was immediately able to realize that a new rank 5 creature had appeared in that territory. The magical beasts and cultivators near that area couldn't possibly miss that event. Noah's flames pierced the ground and shot toward the sky, creating a white pillar that tried to reach for the clouds above. That act was instinctive. Noah was basically announcing to the creatures near him that he had succeeded in reaching the 5th rank. His overwhelming anger vanished at some point, and Noah dispersed his flames to focus on his new status. The first change that he noticed concerned his mindset. The water inside his sea of consciousness had become brownish after the breakthrough and the absorption of the intense emotions contained inside the bloodline of the cursed dragons. The nature of his thoughts had been thoroughly modified. They weren't azure like those of the humans nor red like those contained in a bloodline inheritance. His whole existence had changed during his period of hibernation, and even his other centers of power couldn't escape the modifications that his status as a hybrid brought. He belonged to a different species. It was evident that his centers of power would differ from both humans and magical beasts. However, his fusion had happened only some years ago, and his transformations in that period weren't as radical as his last one. Yet, now that his body had reached the 5th rank, his existence could fully step on the path that only a hybrid could tread. What happened to my Dantian? Noah thought when his focus went on his other center of power. The structure of his Dantian had become denser after the breakthrough. It resembled a shiny metallic sphere that couldn't be compared to the frail human's organs. Nevertheless, Noah's surprise didn't originate from the new sturdiness of his Dantian, but from its size. The black hole cultivation technique had never stopped absorbing breath during his hibernation, and Noah couldn't restrain it in that period since his mind was often wandering in the memories of the cursed dragons. So, his cultivation technique had worked at full speed while he was inside the chrysalis. Noah had gained a lot of insights in his years on the new continent, and his dantian had absorbed many laws contained in the breath of the darkness element, as he deepened his understanding of his individuality. That increased the speed at which his dantian enlarged. It was as if that organ improved on its own whenever a law fused with its structure. However, his dantian seemed at least 3 times bigger than before. How much time did I spend inside the chrysalis? Noah thought at that point. He could somewhat calculate the length of his hibernation using the absorption speed of his cultivation technique as a base, but he could already guess that it wasn't a matter of months. That realization didn't bother him too much though. The concept of time inside his mind had long detached itself from the human standards. Then Noah analyzed his figure as a whole. His appearance didn't change that much. His muscles were more defined, but he wasn't burly. His body still exuded a certain harmony even if the physical strength contained inside it shouldn't make it possible. His skin appeared firmer. It was as if it had obtained certain metallic proprieties. His hair went through some changes too. His straight black hair had become wilder and a bit messy. June would surely make fun of it once she sees me. Noah smiled when he thought about his lover, but his expression instinctively turned cold when he sensed that a powerful figure was using its senses to analyze the area above him. Noah relaxed when he recognized that presence, but the responsiveness of his new body still amazed him. The mental waves that were analyzing the area belonged to Elder Austin, and Noah knew that he shouldn't be able to sense them unless the Elder wanted. However, his body sensed them before they even reached him. It was as if his natural awareness of any potential danger had increased exponentially. Noah used his mental energy to remove the dirt from his body, but he didn't change robe. There were still traces of blood on it from his meals inside the mansion. But Noah wasn't in a hurry to change into new clothes since he knew that he would destroy them soon. Elder Austin saw Noah's figure rising in the air from the hole created by the pillar of white flames and was about to greet him, but his powerful mind was immediately able to notice that something was off. The Elder could see that Noah's body had reached the 5th rank, but the amount of danger that his figure exuded was utterly off the scale. Noah seemed more similar to a rank 5 cultivator in his eyes rather than to someone who had simply obtained a rank 5 body. Elder Austin. I can see that the lava lake has benefited you greatly. Noah said as he greeted the Elder. The latter was surprised once again. Noah had been able to recognize the improvements of a rank 5 cultivator after all. Prince, your body is indeed peculiar. Elder Austin commented. But there wasn't any malice in his voice. Noah's body nourishing technique seemed to hide wonders, but no one could fathom the price that he had to pay for that power. Of course, Noah's body didn't really have drawbacks. He simply belonged to a different species. Also, the fusion had been possible only due to his peculiar inscription method and the divine deduction technique, and it had still taken a large number of human lives to be perfected. The only aspects that could be considered drawbacks were his hunger, the unstable mindset, and the higher requirements in terms of breath to improve. Is it 4 years or 5? I lost track of time when I was in seclusion. Noah asked, and Elder Austin answered after requesting something through his inscribed notebook. 3 years and 7 months to be precise. The territories under our control have changed a lot with the presence of the Patriarch. I'm asking for a complete report right now. Elder Austin said and handed Noah a small scroll after a few seconds. Elder Jason would be eager to host a banquet to honor your return, and I believe that even the other elders would benefit from seeing how much the Demon Prince is growing. Noah shrugged his shoulders at Elder Austin's offer. He didn't mind showing his new status to the other elders if that helped them in their cultivation, but there were more pressing matters in his mind right now. Give me a month, and I'll return to the dome. I need some time alone. Noah answered and left after exchanging a few more words with the Elder. His body was brimming with power, and he had been conscious for only a few minutes. He needed to experience his new strength to attune those improvements with himself. Luckily for him, the piece of Immortal lands had many rank 5 creatures that could help him with that. Noah flew toward the west while browsing through the contents of Elder Austin's scroll. The hive had greatly expanded its influence on the territories of the new continent thanks to Chasing Demon's presence. The patriarch of the hive had made some needed changes to the southwestern coast in the almost 4 years that Noah had spent inside the chrysalis. The forest of white woods didn't need any form of protection. Still, the habitable area in Azure Plain was too small to accommodate the human population of the crowded coral archipelago. So, he deployed the copying technique in specific and valuable areas to create more invisible domes where human cultivators could live. More shining lakes appeared on the border between the forest and the plain, and similar scenes could be seen in the territory inhabited by octopuses and in the poisonous area next to the desert. Massive hunts had begun as soon as the threat of the winged beasts was dispelled, and the heroic assets of the hive could finally start colonizing. The pack of octopuses had mostly vanished after the last assault of the winged beasts. Even its rank 5 specimen had died. That event was exploited by the hive that killed the remaining rank 4 creatures in the area and allowed the creation of new habitable regions protected by the copying formation. Something similar had happened in the land filled by poisonous rivers. The migration of the fauna had affected that territory. It dispelled most of the toxicity that made that land too dangerous to explore, which opened the path for a partial colonization. 4 years weren't enough to take complete control of the southwestern coast, but Chasing Demon and the other elders achieved something quite remarkable in that period. The hive now had 3 large invisible domes that human cultivators could inhabit next to the 3 borders of the forest of white woods. The copying formation covered the area under the domes and that around them to offer protection and create training areas that the human cultivators were forced to use. The shining lakes needed a certain equilibrium between the depleted and absorbed breath to function, which meant that the copying technique had to activate often to meet those requirements. The hive created a system of rewarding missions aimed to solve that issue, which urged the human cultivators that established themselves on the new continent to make use of the copying technique. The missions were mandatory training sessions against the copied beasts that Chasing Demon had trapped somewhere under the surface of those areas, and the promising human assets greatly benefited from them. The hive aimed to forge any new cultivator that joined it through countless battles and was executing that task quite well. The coral archipelago had slowly become a transitory training area for the human cultivators that joined the hive. It began to be treated as some sort of academy that rewarded those who showed a decent battle prowess with the chance of traveling in the new continent. Even rank 2 cultivators began to fill the cities under the invisible domes. The hive was moving its headquarters in the continent that would grant it the best benefits. After all, the archipelago was surrounded by the areas of influence of the 3 big nations. There was a limit to how much the hive could expand in the old continent. However, the new continent was almost as vast as the old one, but it didn't feature the same limitations. The next dome should be built in the desert to connect all the territories on the western coast under our control. Yet, that area isn't that valuable. The elders might choose to colonize the territory before the snowy mountain to protect the border with the Wuxia nation better. Noah thought as he flew over the rocky wasteland. His target lived in the desert, and he wanted to experience the heat radiated by the lava lake with his new body alongside the journey. The heat waves that reached his height were almost negligible. Noah realized that he would even forget about them if he didn't pay attention. Other sensations, though, returned as he familiarized with his body. His hunger increased with every passing second. Noah felt that his mind instinctively focused on any life form that appeared in his view. Noah sensed Elder Jason's presence under him. He could guess that the elder was cultivating next to one of the red rivers. Information about the elder's position, scent, and even power level appeared in his mind. It was as if his body was autonomously studying the details of possible prey. I should focus on my sea of consciousness from now on. The intensity of my instincts has increased far more than expected. I can't risk losing control. Noah decided after suppressing the thought of eating Elder Jason. The harmony between his centers of power had been broken with the sudden breakthrough of his body. His dantian had improved a lot during his hibernation, but his mind had almost remained at the same level. After all, he didn't need to store breath inside his mental sphere anymore since the will in front of his dantian could directly provide the necessary meanings, and there was a limit to how much pressure Zack and Havoc's figures could generate. Well, my dantian cultivates on its own, and I can't even imagine how much breath my body needs to improve at this level. So, I can stress my mind as much as I want from now on. The problem is that the 5th rank of the sea of consciousness seems still far away. Noah couldn't help but sigh when he thought that. The heroic ranks were incredibly vast. It could take decades just to make the smallest of the improvements. He had been able to evolve his body so quickly only because he trained in the magical beasts method and could make use of the superior power of the cultivators to hunt the most nourishing prey. However, his mind and dantian couldn't take any shortcut. Actually, it could be even said that Noah was treading the fastest path to the higher ranks already. His dantian improved through a cultivation technique that he had personally created, and he could join the memorization of the Xianxia runes with the internal pressure of the body inscription spell and inscription method. He was even gaining insights about his individuality, and his period with June had further deepened his understanding of himself. Yet, he knew that the road to the next stages and ranks was still long, especially for what concerned his mind. Expressing the power of the laws would need something deeper than the simple mental energy. Maybe, the sea of consciousness can open the path to wield your soul. Noah's mind wandered as he reached for the desert. He could set his plans for the future only after he understood how strong he was. Noah reached the desert while his mind was still busy analyzing his future prospects. There was a lot that he didn't know about the higher levels inside the heroic ranks, but there was also a limit to how much he could discover due to his current power. Most of his thoughts originated from the feelings that his new body gave him. The secrets behind the higher ranks were hidden inside that center of power, so he could only learn by studying it. After all, magical beasts reached higher forms of existence only by improving their bodies, and Noah had just done it. That made him believe that he could learn something about the path ahead of his other centers of power if he understood more about his new level. Noah focused once the yellow sand appeared in his view, and he could immediately notice how that environment had changed since the winged beast's crisis hit the new continent. Cracks had spread through the surface of the desert, forming deep fissures that revealed the azure underground world of the piece of immortal lands. The bright color of the sand mixed with those azure halos created an eerie and silent view. Noah's body autonomously picked up clues from the environment and sent them to his mind. Those clues gave Noah a quite detailed knowledge about the status of the sandworms that inhabited that area. They have noticed me, Noah thought as he descended toward the surface. He could smell the fear radiated by the weaker sandworms, but it seemed that his presence alone wasn't enough to trigger a reaction in the rank 5 specimen. Noah's eyes sharpened when he saw that his sparring partner was late, and he released a wave of white flames in a straight line on the ground under him. His flames broke the surface of the desert and seeped into the underground lair where those creatures were hiding. Cries of pain resounded in the area, but Noah roared to restore the silence and to convey a straightforward message. Come out! The rank 4 sandworms in the area couldn't possibly understand that Noah's challenge was aimed at the ruler of the desert and began to resurface. Noah watched as dozens rank 4 beasts appeared in his view, and he couldn't help but feel some disdain. Those creatures had followed his orders so quickly even if they already had a leader. It seemed that they were nothing more than bags of meat for the ruler of the desert. I wonder if you will come out if I start to deplete your stash of food. Noah didn't hesitate when he had those thoughts. He directly shot toward the nearest sandworm and ripped its body in half with his bare hands. A rank 4 giant sandworm could reach a length of 40 meters, but Noah divided its vast body in two with a simple gesture. The other sandworms trembled when they saw that scene, but they didn't dare to move. They were too scared that any sudden action might provoke the powerful creature that had descended on the desert. The raw meat of the creature didn't appease his hunger, and he could barely feel any increase in his power when his body absorbed the breath contained in that specimen. I wonder how the albino snake could be satisfied with such weak creatures. Maybe I've never truly learnt to settle for the breath in the environment. Noah's mind began to wander, but his thoughts were soon interrupted by the arrival in the area of a creature that he knew was stronger than him. The ground trembled as an immense dune rose in the air and reached a height of 200 meters. Rivers of sand fell from the dune, and the shape of a rank 5 giant sandworm was soon revealed to his eyes. The creature was as big as he remembered, but he could see that grave injuries and white scars had appeared on its colossal body since their last encounter. So, it was still recovering from the attack of the winged beasts. Maybe it was hibernating to hasten the process, but a direct threat to its stash of food has forced it to awaken. Noah quickly understood the situation, but he couldn't dawdle too much in that situation since the rank 5 sandworm directly pounced at him. The rank 4 beasts retreated when they saw their leader shooting toward the small human. They didn't have any confidence in surviving if they remained next to the battle between two rank 5 beings. The body of the sandworm filled Noah's vision, but he didn't retreat. He simply activated his secret art and waited. The secret art that made Noah's skin cave in and consumed his muscles when he still had a rank 4 body didn't affect his appearance at all at that moment. His body was filled with so many nutrients that even the activation of a secret art couldn't affect the state of his muscles. Then, when the large mouth of the sandworm was upon him, Noah delivered a punch. "I can't win." Noah was immediately able to understand that when his knuckles touched the smooth skin of the beast. The sandworm was simply too strong, while Noah was only a newly advanced rank 5 hybrid. His potential was far superior, but even the usage of his secret art couldn't make him match the power of a rank 5 beast in the upper tier. The fact that the sandworm was injured couldn't influence that fact. Cracking sounds resounded from his arm, and he felt that the rest of his body would crumble if he didn't do something in the next quarter of instant. Noah quickly kicked the air between him and the sandworm to perform the shadow sprint martial art. He had yet to tune his martial arts to his new strength, but they were his creations. He could somewhat understand the amount of breath needed to balance his new power. A loud shockwave resounded in the area, and Noah lost control of his body for a few seconds as his figure shot backward. His body dug a long trail on the terrain as the propulsion of his martial art brought him away from the desert and back to the rocky wasteland. Noah sensed that a large part of the breath inside his dantian had been depleted to perform that sprint, but the sense of satisfaction that he felt made him completely neglect that thought for the moment. A clash with a rank 5 creature in the upper tier had barely injured his right arm, and he had even been fast enough to escape at the last instant. He could now clash against beings that even rank 4 cultivators in the solid stage would avoid. Noah sat cross-legged when he managed to stop his body and completely disregarded the heat radiated by the walls of the deep trail that he had created. He wanted to feel his power, he wanted to test his limits, and he wanted to apply what he learnt to his other centers of power. However, he suddenly felt that 3 powerful presences were staring at him. The 3 presences were faint. Noah couldn't pinpoint their exact location. Yet, he knew that they were observing him. His new body was extremely sensitive to any potential threat and any source of nourishment. Also, that feature was coupled with the powerful mind of a rank 4 mage. His ability to perceive the lifeforms around him was something that a simple cultivator couldn't have. It was part of his hybrid's instincts. However, he had to admit that he had been able to notice them so soon because he was familiar with the aura that was masking those cultivators. "What is it, Elder Julia?" Noah said without opening his eyes. His mind was still immersed in the images of the clash with the rank 5 giant sandworm. He was trying to put into words the level of existence that he had reached so that he could apply those feelings to his individuality. Battle intent, pride, ambition, recklessness, these emotions are quite obvious. "I need to go deeper," Noah thought, but there weren't human words that could explain his new status. Magical beasts were rather simple beings. They were driven by instincts and few intense feelings that their bloodline carried. The same went for him. His hybrid status didn't give him any advantage on that matter since only his body had reached that level. It was as if his mind couldn't wholly understand the 5th rank. "I feel I have become a king among exceptional soldiers." Those were the best words that Noah could find at that moment. Human cultivators were nothing more than ants or pawns for someone in the heroic ranks. A creature in the 4th rank would be an exceptional soldier, a hero among heroes. Yet, an existence in the 5th rank expressed more than pure power. There was some sort of authority hidden inside his new rank. It was as if he had just reached a state where he could begin to influence the world around him. "I wonder if I can use this feeling in the elemental forging method or when I create wills. Maybe, I can bend the laws of the darkness element to my will if I manage to wield this feeling. Noah thought, uncaring of the three figures that had appeared in the air next to him. My apologies. I believed you had gone crazy when you went after a rank 5 beast. Elder Julia answered Noah's question, but a surprised expression lingered on her face. She had used her methods to hide herself and the other rank 5 elders next to her, but Noah had been able to notice their presence. She wasn't using her full power, of course, but no one in the 4th rank should have been able to spot them. That led to a simple conclusion. Noah's awareness had crossed the limits of the 4th rank. I told you that the prince was fine. You should have learnt by now that he has a peculiar way of testing himself. Elder Austin commented on the situation and released a laugh when he understood that Noah had improved far more than he imagined. You could block the attacks of a rank 4 cultivator in the solid stage 4 years ago. Now you can survive a frontal clash against a rank 5 beast. It's an honor to finally meet you, Demon Prince. The 3rd rank 5 cultivator in the area spoke, and Noah interrupted his mental processes to inspect him. This is Elder Justin. He has just reached the southwestern coast and wanted to meet you. Elder Julia announced the newly arrived elder, and Noah stood up to perform a polite bow. Elder Justin was a burly middle-aged man with long black hair and dark eyes. His eyebrows were thick, and a well-kept black beard could be seen on his chin. No need to be so polite, you don't need to behave in that way with the higher-ups. Manners are meant to inspire respect in the troops, but a captain should act according to his nature when he is among other captains. Elder Justin spoke profound words, and Noah couldn't help but reevaluate the newly arrived elder. His individuality reflected a peculiar firmness. Noah felt that he was staring at an immovable mountain rather than at a human. The hive needs more assets here due to the recent expansion of our influence on the southwestern coast. There will be a rank 5 cultivator stationed under each invisible dome from now on, and the Patriarch will manage everything from under the forest of White Woods. The Coral Archipelago and the territory in the Old Continent under our control will be treated recruitment areas as we keep on expanding here. Elder Julia explained the situation to Noah. She was aware that Elder Austin had provided him a summary of the events that happened in the previous years, but Noah's status required a more in-depth understanding. Noah nodded at that explanation. He completely agreed with the hive's decision to move its headquarters on the new continent. It was impossible to expand in the old landmass. The 3 big nations simply wouldn't allow it. Yet, the piece of immortal lands was equally divided between the 4 countries, and there were too many sources of income hidden in its territories. 1 month is too short. I need more time to stabilize my centers of power. I'll contact you when I'm ready. Noah spoke at that point. He had promised Elder Austin that he would have returned to one of the invisible domes in 1 month, but it was clear that he needed more time. His new body was giving him insights that concerned the higher ranks, and his instincts were all over the place. He needed time to tune his abilities to his new power and to understand what he had become. There is no hurry, Prince. Anyway, we took the liberty to begin the research of the demon sections. We found many clues about some of them, but you would need to investigate personally to confirm their reliability. Elder Julia spoke again and handed a small shining orb to Noah. The latter simply stored it. He didn't want to focus on his next task before he stabilized his situation. The 3 elders disappeared from his sight at that point and left Noah alone in the rocky wasteland. Noah sat again on the ground to resume his evaluations. He could feel that the bones and muscles on his right arm had a few injuries, but they would take less than a month to heal. My real problem is that I can't use my hybrid's advantage to exploit the power of my new body. One usage of the full power of the Shadow Sprint martial art has almost halved the breath inside my dantian. I'm simply too strong, Noah thought as he activated the divine deduction technique. He had the faint feeling that his martial arts needed more than a few modifications to be used with his new body. Martial arts needed forms executed by the body and breath to produce their effects. Ordinary cultivators would begin to abandon them to focus on spells since the power expressed by their bodies couldn't match that of their other centers of power. However, Noah was different, and his recent breakthrough had further enhanced his uniqueness. Only the dantian of a rank 4 cultivator in the solid stage could endure the expenditure of breath needed to match the physical strength of a rank 5 magical beasts. It was needless to say that Noah was capable of performing his martial arts only a few times if he used the full power of his body. Even my secret art isn't suitable anymore. It can barely affect my body, and it can't increase my strength by too much. I always end up in these situations because I completely disregard the harmony between the centers of power when I train. Noah thought as he pondered over his issues. It wasn't the first time that one of his centers of power grew so much that he couldn't express its full potential due to the lower level of his other ones. That had mostly happened with his mind in the past. The lack of a suitable fuel due to the weakness of his dantian had often prevented him from using the real strength of his spells. Of course, Noah knew that his dantian was already enlarging incredibly fast. The issue was with his mind and body. The advantage given by his transmigration and his transformation into a hybrid had made those centers of power reach a growth speed that was entirely off the scale. Noah was already considered a genius for the achievements that concerned his dantian, but his mind and body were in a completely different league. I might just wait for my mind and dantian to improve and fight like a magical beast for the time being, but it's such a waste. I should create at least a couple of finishing moves that reflect the advantages of my species. The way Noah saw it, the situation was quite simple. His body could express the power of a rank 5 beast, but his other centers of power were somewhat toward the upper tier of the gaseous stage. Fighting as a magical beast would make him match rank 4 cultivators in the solid stage, while relying on his human abilities would put him among the best gaseous stage cultivators. Forging rank 5 demonic swords is also out of the question. I don't have any confidence in being able to hurt myself, let alone molding my body in the form of a saber. Issues piled up inside Noah's mind. There didn't seem to be any solution other than wait for his centers of power to grow. The heroic cultivators that had lived for centuries to reach a point where they could survive a frontal clash against a rank 5 magical beast would puke blood if they knew what was going on inside Noah's mind. After all, he wasn't even 50 years old, but he could already join battles at the peak of the 4th rank. However, Noah's ambition knew no limits, and his eagerness to obtain more power only increased as his hunger grew. The divine deduction technique gave Noah a broader perspective and made him analyze his issues far faster. It didn't take much before he decided on how to proceed in the imminent future. I must tune my martial arts to the minimum physical strength that I'm capable of and do the same for my full potential. I don't think I would be using my martial arts that often even after that, but I would have some limited amount of attacks that make use of my body at least. The matter of the martial arts couldn't be handled differently. Noah had to settle for few but powerful attacks until his breath became able to match his body. I need to translate all the diagrams of my spells, and I shouldn't limit that process to those up to the 4th and 5th rank. Even those up to the 3rd rank have the potential to be useful while I'm a rank 4 mage with the necessary modifications. Having a stronger type of offensive didn't strictly mean that Noah had to always rely on it. Magical beasts were weaker than cultivators after all. There was a limit to how much Noah could do by fighting like one of them. So he decided to improve his other abilities too. That process had to be executed at some point anyway, and he didn't have any pressing matter to handle at that moment. I need to replace the will inside the black hole cultivation technique. My dantian is far sturdier after my breakthrough and should be able to handle my newly found greed for power. His cultivation technique was forged using his greed as meaning for the breath, but that feeling has increased in intensity after he reached the 5th rank, opening a path for improvements. My mind must grow to better handle my new instincts, but that shouldn't be a problem. Translating the diagrams of my other spells, forging an improved rank for cultivation technique, and training with the Xianxia rune should be enough to restore some harmony between my centers of power. Noah had always considered his mind as the most significant advantage in his second life. His unbelievable achievements had the absurd power of his sea of consciousness as part of their foundation. Lastly, I need a new secret art. My current one can't make use of all the breath inside my body, and I can't just let it go to waste. I need to find or forge something that can further enhance the most potent weapon in my arsenal. Noah's planning ended after that thought. His current secret art targeted rank 4 bodies and was tuned for humans, which was the reason why he could just keep it active for prolonged periods. However, his current body was too strong and contained too many nourishments. Even the pills created by the Yudi family couldn't satisfy him anymore. The growth of that center of power was exponential since it followed the evolution process of the magical beasts, meaning that even rank 5 secret arts would probably be unsuitable for his current level. Yet, Noah believed that he could create something appropriate for his unique case. Secret arts were generally considered as the simplest arts since they involved only one center of power and were mainly meant to push it to its limits. There was no harmony involved. It was a pure burst of power at the cost of the stability of the center of power. Noah was confident in creating something like that. He had begun to modify diagrams after all. The divine deduction technique kept on depleting mental energy as he began to follow his schedule. The heroic assets in the domes would have to wait a while for the official return of the demon prince. Noah began to improve his abilities and techniques according to the schedule that he had just established. He didn't hide nor create a cave to go through those processes. The rocky wasteland with the lava lake was silent and devoid of any living being. It was perfect for his needs. The surface of the wasteland was too hot for most rank 4 cultivators, and the rank 5 elders wouldn't spy on him out of respect for his status. Also, he wanted to stay in the open to let his lungs freely absorb the light around him. The power of his body backed his flames. They had instantly become one of his powerful attacks after the breakthrough. So, he wanted to nourish them by being in one of the most illuminated areas under the control of the hive. Modifying his martial arts was quite easy. He was their maker after all. He just needed to perform a few tests to find the best balance between his physical strength and a somewhat sustainable expenditure of breath. The testing for his all-out attacks took a bit more since his dantian kept on being emptied after a few executions, but Noah managed to tune that aspect quite soon too. The translation of the diagrams in his possession could only proceed slowly, but Noah wasn't in a hurry to complete it. He took the translation as additional training for his mind that he could perform whenever his dantian was empty, and his training session with the 5th Xianxia rune was over. His mind resumed its steady enlargement, and Noah even began to store breath inside his mental sphere again to accelerate its growth further. His cultivation technique autonomously removed heaven and earth's will from the absorbed breath, and the will that managed the technique could give a meaning to that energy without making it enter Noah's mind. Noah didn't need to store breath inside his mind unless he needed it to perform a forging, but he wanted to accelerate the growth of that center of power. His instincts were too intense, and his rank 4C of consciousness wasn't able to adequately handle them. Also, his mind was the key to understand the kind of existence that he had become with his rank 5 body, which was something that could benefit him in his entirety. Creating an improved version of his cultivation technique was quite easy too. Noah had mastered the blueprint of the item that he used to cultivate a long time ago, and the appearance of the new continent had lowered the price of the breath blessings by a lot. After all, the 3 big nations didn't need to increase the density of breath in the air anymore since their habitable lands on the piece of immortal lands were already the best training areas for human cultivators. The hive purchased and provided to Noah the necessary materials for the creation of a second black ring that could handle his improved greed for power, and Noah succeeded in forging the item at his first attempt. The inscribed ring turned out to be a rank 4 item in the middle tier, something which even Noah found surprising. However, everything could be explained by the intensity of the hunger that his new body had. The biggest issue with his new cultivation technique was that he could barely hurt himself, let alone pierce his low waist to reach his dantian. Nothing in his arsenal could help him in that matter, so Noah felt forced to ask for help. "Are you really sure?" Elder Austin asked while wearing a stupefied gaze. Noah had asked for a meeting and reached his quarters situated under the invisible dome in the area with the poisonous rivers. However, as soon as he arrived, he asked the elder to pierce his low waist and create a wound that connected his skin with his dantian. "Yes, just make a hole here," Noah answered while pointing at the spot directly over his dantian. Elder Austin didn't know what to do, but, in the end, he simply gave up and followed Noah's orders. Flames appeared around the elder, and a small sphere fell from them to land on his palm. The shape of that sphere changed inside the elder's palm and became a shining needle that began to float in the air. "Are you really sure?" Elder Austin asked again. But Noah simply undressed the upper part of his robe and exposed his bare low waist. The elder could only sigh at that sight and launch the needle toward the center of power of the most promising cultivator of his organization. However, to his surprise, the needle was only able to dent Noah's skin, and not even a drop of blood came out of it. "Elder, could you use a bit more power? You know, my body-nourishing method is quite peculiar," Noah asked when he saw that the attack wasn't able to hurt him. He could understand that Elder Austin was trying his best to contain his power, but he needed to replace the black ring inside the wall of his dantian. On the other hand, Elder Austin was utterly astonished. He was concerned about Noah's well-being, but he still intended to do as he asked. The power behind his attack surely wasn't enough to reach Noah's dantian in one go, but he would have never expected to leave him completely unharmed. "I'll put more power," Elder Austin said at some point and quickly created another red needle from his flames. The needle managed to pierce Noah's skin at that time, but it wasn't able to cross the barrage of dense muscles under it. Also, when the needle vanished, Noah's skin healed in a matter of seconds. Maybe not just a bit. Noah revealed a helpless smile when he said that, and Elder Austin simply gave up on trying to evaluate the power contained in his body. Yet, he didn't recklessly charge his needles with more breath and mental energy. He didn't want to risk injuring Noah's center of power after all. It took him 4 more attempts to finally complete Noah's task and create a wound that exposed his dantian. Noah quickly exchanged the cultivation techniques and threw his old ring inside his mouth as soon as it appeared out in the open. The ring would just keep on accumulating breath without a dantian next to it, which would turn it into an explosive item with the power of the 4th rank. Noah didn't have any use for it, so he simply ate it instead of destroying it. Storing it wasn't a possibility either, since he would need to empty one of the formations inside his space ring, and it was pointless to do that for a useless item. "Do you need anything else? Do you want some potion for the wound?" Elder Austin asked after Noah was done with the replacement. However, Noah hadn't contacted the elder just for his power. There were some questions that he needed to ask too. "Elder Austin," Noah began to speak in a polite tone, "is the sea of consciousness connected with the soul?" Elder Austin was a bit surprised by that sudden question, but he soon understood that Noah was simply having doubts about his centers of power. It was normal to linger on certain questions since the heroic ranks differed on a deep level from the human ones. It wasn't just an absorption of energies anymore. The word soul hasn't been used to indicate the minds of the cultivators for a while. In the past, the sea of consciousness was called Soul World, but the experts were forced to abandon that nomenclature since it was too limited. Elder Austin began to explain as he sat on the rocky terrain of his quarters. Noah had won the lava lake, preserving the elder's training area, but the latter had yet to give him a substantial reward. Couldn't be helped, the situation on the new continent was too messy, and they were both busy with their training. Then, the crisis arrived and postponed that trivial matter. However, Noah was actively asking for his help now, and Elder Austin felt that he had to do anything in his power to provide him with the best guidance that he was capable of. All living beings have a soul, which is just a messy mixture of instincts and thoughts that have yet to be defined. Your soul is the expression of what your mind contains, so you should be able to understand that the word soul can't express the real might of that center of power. Noah sat in front of the elder at that point. He wanted to give him his utmost attention. Cultivators improve their mental spheres in their journey, and that center of power eventually defines the nature of their existence. I might say that your soul is violent and cold, Prince, but that evaluation won't express the entirety of your individuality, which is why the terminology eventually changed. Noah repeatedly nodded as the elder explained. In the end, soul and mind were just words. The cultivators had just chosen the most general one to express the same feature. "I will give you a demonstration of my individuality and how it should affect the centers of power of a cultivator," Elder Austin said at that point. His guidance couldn't just stop at the history of the nomenclature of a center of power. He wanted to do more for the demon prince. Flames surrounded his figure once again. They flowed around his body in an orderly manner. Noah saw how the violence of that element was suppressed to the point where the flames had assumed liquid features. They resembled red rivers that flowed in the air. I've reached the 5th rank with cultivation techniques created by others. My current level is the result of my understanding of the laws of the fire element. My individuality didn't allow me to rely on such a wild element, so I've always pursued techniques that gave me high control over my flames. I believe you can understand why I value the lava lake so much now. Noah nodded at the elder's words. Powerful flames that flowed in an orderly way. The lava lake clearly matched Elder Austin's individuality. The new insights that the lake gave me expanded my individuality, which eventually affected my other centers of power. The flames created with the breath inside my dantian are slowly turning into magma because my mind expresses the features of a volcano ready to explode. My body is the hard terrain that contains these unstable energies. Elder Austin pointed at his low waist, head, and heart in succession as he explained the nature of his centers of power. Noah felt that he could really see him now. The elder was a quiet mountain ready to explode and release rivers of lava whenever he wanted. However, there was one point in his explanation that he didn't completely understand. Did your individuality modify the nature of the breath inside your dantian? Noah asked. According to the elder's words, his breath took that fiery but liquid form because of his individuality. Yet, Noah had never gone through similar changes during his enlightenments. Only the aura naturally released by his mind had been affected. Prince, you are still young, and your amazing battle prowess isn't linked to the depths of your individuality. Rank 4 cultivators have just begun to fuse their individuality with their centers of power. The aura that you radiate changes often after all. Elder Austin smiled when he said those words. He knew that Noah had improved a lot since his heaven tribulation, but those improvements weren't that substantial in his eyes. Noah was still in the gaseous stage, and the growth of his dantian was mostly related to the cultivation technique that he had personally created. Am I still that far away? Noah asked, and his helplessness could be clearly understood from his tone. The exact opposite. I'd say that you are improving far faster than any other rank 4 cultivator in history. How many do you think have managed to create a rank 4 cultivation technique in the human ranks? No one. It is possible to reach similar results with the backing of a powerful existence, but you are still far ahead of anyone else. Yet, that's not thanks to your understanding of the darkness element. Elder Austin explained the situation as clearly as he could. The creation of a personal cultivation technique allowed Noah to improve extremely fast, even if his understanding was lacking. Ordinary newly advanced rank 4 cultivators would take decades to reach the level of his dantian. Prince, it took me 100 years to cross the entirety of the 4th rank and reach the 5th. I've pondered over the meaning of fire and explored the depths of my individuality for decades only to reach my level. I understand your eagerness, but the heroic ranks are too vast. You can't hope to become a god in a few years and not even in a few decades. Elder Austin stood up at that point. He had explained his individuality to Noah and showed the capabilities of his centers of power. There was nothing else that he could do to guide him. The cultivation journey was lonely and personal, and imitating someone else could only bring small benefits. Noah had to ponder over his issue and solve it on his own. Everything had to start from inside him. Prince, your individuality seems incredibly vast and ambitious. I see sharp blades, a cold death, violent energy, a burning ambition, a magical beast, and a cultivator whenever I look at you. Yet, you must go deeper, you must link all those features together and let them influence your other centers of power. Don't force it though, enlightenments can't be controlled. They are something that you will naturally gain when you are ready. Elder Austin concluded his explanation with that phrase and left his underground quarters, leaving a pensive Noah still sitting on the rocky terrain. Noah's mind was quite messy when he left Elder Austin's quarters. The elder's explanation had cleared many of his doubts, but there wasn't much that he could do with his new understanding of the higher ranks. He was still in the gaseous stage, and the breath inside his dantian didn't show any sign of being affected by his individuality, meaning that his essence was still too murky. I can't force the arrival of enlightenments, but I can choose the environment where to meditate. Noah thought as he flew toward the lava lake. He had yet to modify his secret art, but the conversation with the elder had given him new ideas on how to use his centers of power better. Brute force is useful, but can a simple secret art express the full potential of my body? Noah knew the answer to that question. His secret art had been instrumental in overwhelming his opponents in melee combat and in making his martial arts reach the power of the spells. However, his body was now far stronger than before, and a regular secret art couldn't use all the nutrients contained inside it. Also, consuming those nutrients would lead to the need to refill them, which was a troublesome issue. Noah's body was in the 5th rank, and only other rank 5 magical beasts could appease his hunger and make him grow. The pills created by the Yudi family could make up for the aftereffects of his current secret art, but what would happen if Noah managed to improve it? Noah knew the answer to that question too. A secret art suitable for my body would surely push my physical strength to amazing levels, but I don't know if I can sustain the expenditure of food needed to cancel its aftereffects. I need to find a better way to use the energy inside my body. Noah concluded in his mind. He couldn't use rank 5 body parts just to make up for the damages that a secret art would cause on his body. It was simply not worth it. Yet, every fiber of his body contained an incredible amount of energy, which was simply wasted if it was used only to obtain physical strength. I wonder if I can modify a secret art to use the energy that it releases to fuel spells and martial arts. Noah's idea was quite simple. He wanted to redirect the energy released during the activation of his secret art to make up for his weak centers of power instead of using it to improve his physical strength. He didn't need more strength, he was barely able to use his martial arts in his current state. What he needed was more breadth. Improving my secret art can only give me expenditures that I can't sustain. Instead, if I modify my current one, I can gain access to the energy stored in my body. The more he thought about that, the more he realized that it was possible. After all, his body was already doing that whenever he launched his flames. He just needed to make it use his dantian and mind instead of his lungs. The centers of power would eventually be modified and connected due to the individuality of a cultivator. I can force something similar through the power of my body. Of course, Noah didn't hesitate to pursue that idea as soon as he found it more reliable than his previous plan. June linked her centers of power together through the perfect circuit, but I know nothing about formations. I can only achieve something similar with the elemental forging method. Noah thought as he pondered over that matter. He had many conversations with June about individuality and cultivation techniques, so he knew something about Eccentric Thunder's training methods. However, he had to do something in line with himself, and that could only be forged with his inscription method. An inscribed item that gathers and stores the energy released during the activation of my secret art, but that can be connected to my centers of power. It should have similar features to the black hole cultivation technique, but it can't carry the same greed. It should work as the black membrane that I had with my own body, a warm reserve of energy that I can use when my dantian is empty. The divine deduction technique was active and provided Noah with countless ideas on how to proceed. Noah quickly sorted through those ideas and found the best approach to his issue. It was clear that only his body could be used as a material, anything else would just conflict with his other centers of power. The energy contained in my body can only be stored by something equally powerful. Blood it is. Noah decided that his core material had to be his blood. A series of experiments followed that decision. Hurting himself was a troublesome issue, but he could force himself to spit a bit of blood if he wanted. That blood was then molded to assume the form of clots to increase its storage capabilities. As for the meaning, Noah used something similar to his greed. The images of June's departure appeared in his mind as the gaseous breath of his dantian was immersed in the sea inside his mind. Violent emotions originated from those images, but there was also a firm determination. A determination to wait, a commitment to endure until he obtained enough strength. That determination was what had allowed Noah to hold himself back from stopping June, and was the only meaning that an organ forged to contain a massive amount of power could have. Noah encountered some difficulties in his experiments, but he quickly found solutions to each one of them with the help of the divine deduction technique. Also, the core material was his blood. He had an innate understanding of it that couldn't be expressed by the simple expertise. In the end, he succeeded in creating a stable inscribed item. A satisfied smile appeared on Noah's face when he stared at the shining orb under him. The orb glowed with a dark red light, and its form trembled slightly whenever the breath inside it moved. Its walls weren't stable. Noah had purposely kept the liquid capabilities of his blood in his final product. The item acted as a dantian. It could store a certain amount of breath and release it when needed. However, its form wasn't fixed. Noah could control it to make it separate in many small spheres and join them back together once they had gathered enough energy. I need to improve the amount of breath that it's capable of storing and test it inside my body. My search for the remains of the other demon sects will start after I've completed this phase. Noah thought as he picked the sphere under him and ate it. He was almost ready to travel again. Noah spent almost 1 year to reap the benefits that his new body could offer. He had stayed on the hot and rocky wasteland around the lava lake for most of that period. He didn't know any other place that could be so illuminated and silent. That period of seclusion was needed to become used to his new strength and to bring the necessary improvements to his techniques. He would need to travel a lot and venture in enemy territories to complete his next mission. He wouldn't dare to approach that task unprepared. 1 year after the breakthrough of his body, he felt that he had completed such preparations. His martial arts and cultivation technique had been improved, and he had translated the diagrams of some of the spells that he was interested in modifying or that were valuable to his combat style. The mental tremor spell and the ghostly claws spell were a must in his view. They were his only mental attacks, and he felt the need to prioritize such a reliable offensive method. Also, he had translated the black hole spell and the dark blast spell due to their high utility and apparent compatibility. Noah could already imagine how the energy absorbed by his defensive spell could fuel the other one. They even had similar shapes. However, he had decided to leave the translation of the ethereal form spell and the death area spell for the future. The first spell couldn't be used right now due to the power of his new body. He simply couldn't force it to turn ethereal since that diagram was made for humans. Noah was still unsure what to do about it. His best defense was his skin after all. On the other hand, the death area spell was simply too weak. Its effects were somewhat useful in specific situations, but they were too easy to counter. Noah wouldn't translate it unless he thought about some modifications that could make it useful. In the end, he had even forged an item that could exploit the power of his body in ways that a secret art couldn't. His dantian had absorbed breath autonomously, and his mind had been under extreme pressure through all that period due to his many projects. His centers of power had improved steadily, especially his sea of consciousness. That gave Noah some confidence in managing his intense instincts. He was sure that he could safely return to the human society. Also, his centers of power would eventually catch up with his body. The energy needed by a rank 5 hybrid to advance was simply absurd. Noah barely felt anything when he ate peak rank 4 beasts. Let's try it one last time, Noah thought as he stood up from his spot in the rocky wasteland. His focus went on the clot that lingered on the surface of his heart. It resembled a small jelly sphere that could move according to his will. The clot divided itself into many small strands that spread through his body and reached for his muscles. Noah activated his usual secret technique when all the strands reached their set positions. His muscles began to release energy as the nutrients inside them were consumed, and the strands next to them quickly absorbed it. The dark red strands began to shine as breath accumulated inside them. The power behind that energy could match the breath of a rank 4 cultivator near the peak of the solid stage. Then, when Noah felt that the strands were reaching their limits, he stopped the secret art and gathered those shining threads back on his heart. The dark red clot was now shining, and Noah couldn't help but nod in satisfaction at that sight. The liquid dantian works as intended. I just need to eat a few rank 4 magical beasts' corpses to make up for the energy loss to fill it. I'm ready to leave now, Noah thought and set off in the direction of the invisible domes. Liquid dantian was the name that he had given to his new inscribed item after he perfected its functioning. Noah would be able to use the breath that made his rank 5 body thanks to the liquid dantian, and fueling his attacks with that energy could push them far beyond the limits of his other centers of power. The Patriarch is busy deploying the copying technique in the area before the snowy plain. You would have to settle for my goodbyes. Elder Julia appeared in the air and said that when she noticed Noah flying over the dome in the azure plain. I need something that confirms that I don't have mean intentions. My fame would just make them treat me as a threat. Noah said after performing a bow toward the rank 5 elder that had appeared next to him. He would use the teleportation matrix in the forest of White Woods to return to the old continent, but he first needed something that prevented the 3 big nations from attacking him. After all, he wasn't exactly a peaceful cultivator. The 3 big nations would never allow his presence inside their domains unless Chasing Demon vouched for him. The pact that enforced peace on the new continent had long stopped being in function. The 4 countries were maintaining a peaceful behavior simply because it was more profitable to act in that way. However, the old continent was different. Few territories could be crossed without entering one of the areas of influence of the 3 big nations. The Patriarch has given me this diplomatic token before going on the southern coast. You can use it to explain your task to the enemy forces. Elder Julia threw a token depicting a giant, purple octopus that protected a series of islands with its tentacles. Peaceful emotions and the word recruiter appeared in his mind when he swept the token with his mental energy. It was clear that it was an inscribed item. Remember that your task is to find and gather the demon sects that had been exiled from the Papal Nation, not to start a war over them. Don't cause too much trouble and try to wear something that isn't burned or torn. Elder Julia added when Noah took the token, and she handed him a series of sleeveless but luxurious robes that had the emblem of the hive embroidered on their back. Noah stored everything in his space ring and left for the teleportation matrix in the forest after performing another bow toward the elder. The truth was that he was quite eager to travel. He wanted to see the old continent with his new eyes. Also, the political situation in the new continent was too suffocating. Noah couldn't act as he wanted due to the severe repercussions that his actions could have on the hive. He couldn't pursue his individuality in that state, not with so many social chains binding him. My first target must be the city of Slyfall. It's the only certain information in my possession after all. Noah thought as he descended through the white crowns and the forest and landed on the teleportation matrix. Noah reappeared in one of the central islands of the Coral Archipelago after the teleportation. Many years had passed since his last time in that area, and he could see how the growth of the hive had modified the entirety of the archipelago. Luxurious and tall buildings could be seen everywhere, even on the outer islands. Some of the larger islands had been emptied to create training spots that made use of the copying technique, but the scenery as a whole began to resemble that of Elba's city. The hive was striving to become the 4th big nation. It was evident that the territories under its domain would see improvements as its growth continued. Elder Bruce and Elder Roy quickly came to greet him when the news of the arrival of the Demon Prince spread through the archipelago. Noah noticed how both of them had managed to improve slightly, especially Bruce, but their advance couldn't be compared to Noah's. Roy had become a rank 4 mage in those years, claiming his spot among the complete heroic cultivators. However, his Danteon hadn't grown that much. The absorption speed of cultivation techniques created by others had substantial limitations on that aspect. Bruce seemed to have gained some insights about his element, but he struggled to show any real breakthrough too. Prince. Noah. Bruce neared Noah and began to speak in a soft voice so that Elder Roy wouldn't hear him. To put it simply, Bruce wanted Noah's advice on a particular matter. Bruce wanted to move to the new continent to cultivate next to the famous lava lake, but Sarah was struggling to make the preparations required for the breakthrough to the 4th rank. He was simply worried that the piece of immortal lands would be too dangerous for Sarah since she was still a human cultivator. Noah gave him a brief description of the current situation on the other continent. As for advice and similar, only Bruce and Sarah could decide if the journey was worth the risk. Both of them would surely benefit from the environment of the new continent, but that area was dangerous in ways that they couldn't even imagine. Bruce bowed toward Noah after his explanation and handed him a detailed map of the old continent that had been prepared for his mission. The map had been updated recently. It featured the changes in the political borders that had occurred in the continent after the 3 big nations decided to focus their assets on the new landmass. The areas of influence of the 3 big countries are receding. They are releasing their grip on the peripheral lands. However, the hive is the same. All the encampments that it had on the old continent have been disbanded during the conquest of the Lutran nation. Noah summarized in his mind as he analyzed the map. The Lutran nation was the country in the area of influence of the empire that the hive had conquered while its heroic assets were busy ambushing the forces of the Lutran nation. That country was quite barren and valueless, but it gave the hive more land in the area of the old continent. The hive used that country as a gathering spot for all the criminals, traders, and soldiers that wanted to join its forces. It led them to the archipelago only after a thorough analysis of their profile. However, Chasing Demon couldn't bother to deploy the copying technique in that nation. That land wasn't worth the precious materials expended in the process. Noah flew away at that point. He had no reason to linger on the archipelago any more than that. Also, he desired to reach places where political limitations couldn't control his actions. His individuality would only suffer if he were forced to continue to hold himself back. He felt the need to experience again the freedom that he had when he was still on the run. That feeling, though, couldn't appear so soon since Noah reached a familiar nation as he flew toward the western coastline of the new continent. Noah saw the borders of Nation, the poor country forced to live inside the protective formation of its patriarch. More than 20 years had passed, but Noah still remembered the period spent there. He remembered how Nina had been able to make him accept peaceful feelings, and he remembered how his ability in the elemental forging method had improved a lot there. Also, he still used the mental tremor spell that he had obtained there. 20 years aren't a lot for my current status. I feel that I could spend them sleeping when my belly is full. However, human cultivators don't have the same mindset. Noah thought as the memories of his life in that country appeared in his mind. He didn't know if any of the cultivators that he had met was still alive, nor what consequences his weapons had caused after his departure. Yet, there were too many political limitations around that country. Nation was a training area of the empire, and its deceased patriarch had a peculiar relationship with the god of the attacking force. Noah would like to annex that nation to the hive and explore the depths of the mausoleum, but he couldn't risk incurring in the wrath of a rank 7 existence. He wouldn't do it for June with his current power. There was no chance that he would do it for a nation that had initially thought of exploiting him. I've conquered the river only to meet the endless sea. The heroic ranks are a world full of monsters, and I've just managed to take one significant step toward the higher powers. Noah didn't feel any hurry. He knew that the power of his body could make him match entities that had cultivated for centuries more than him. He had just entered the sea, but he wasn't a lost fish. Noah then turned toward the south. The mountain chain that divided the areas of influence of the Shandal Empire and the Lutran nation could be vaguely seen in the distance. Still, Noah was interested in the small city that thrived along the western coastline. I know that I should recruit the remains of the charming demon sect, but they have tried to use and kill me. I can't go too easy on them. I hope that Jillian is alive. Noah smiled when he thought about those past events and began to fly along the western coastline in the direction of the city of Slyfall. Noah flew across the western coastline for a few weeks before reaching his destination. The vast mountain chain that divided the two big nations appeared in his view, but Noah's attention was on the small city that stood on the coast. The city of Slyfall hadn't changed in those years. It still appeared as a pirate's hideout, with simple buildings and dirty streets. His presence, though, didn't go unnoticed since a figure neared Noah as soon as he flew over it. Noah saw a middle-aged man flying toward him. His robe didn't carry any emblem, but his well-kept aspect showed that he was somewhat remarkable in that city. Also, he was a rank 4 cultivator in the gaseous stage. It would be impossible to reach that level while living in that city unless he had some sort of control over its resources. My lord, I'm Drew, the son of the governor of this city. It's been such a long time since someone of your rank visited us. Please join me in dash. Drew stopped speaking when he took a good look at Noah's face. The city of Slyfall gathered information from both Lutran nation and Empire. Noah's wanted poster couldn't possibly have escaped the sight of the force that ruled it. Drew's social skills weren't bad. He had dealt with criminals and traitors for all his life in Slyfall. However, Noah's cold gaze froze his mind and made him unable to show his skills in entertaining influential guests. Noah felt hunger rising inside him. Drew was weaker than him, He had probably advanced to the heroic ranks in the last 2 decades, which put him below Noah's level. Slyfall claims to be an independent city, but it enjoys the backing of certain powerful factions of both Elba's family and empire. The so-called governor has probably been planted here from one of the two sides. Noah suppressed his hunger when he thought that there would be time to act as he wanted, but doing it right next to the Utra nation wasn't the smartest choice. Also, killing a rank 4 cultivator wasn't exactly a small matter, especially one who was possibly controlled by 2 big nations. Their battle would inevitably affect the city below them, and Noah believed that such a den of criminals would have been already destroyed if the 2 big nations didn't benefit from it. Noah turned his gaze toward the city at that point while taking out the diplomatic token that the hive had prepared for him. The word recruiter appeared inside Drew's mind when his mental energy swept the token, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief when he understood that Noah wasn't there to create chaos. Lord Bulvin, the city of Slyfall has many entertaining activities suitable for your status. Please, follow dash. Is the Broken Cup still selling stolen items? Drew managed to show his social skills when that oppressing gaze left his figure, but Noah suddenly interrupted him to question him about a simple tavern. I would never allow such a treacherous business in my city. I can assure you that I would personally take down anything. Drew began to speak again, but Noah put an end to his phase with another intense stare. Drew felt as if a powerful beast was observing him and evaluating which parts of his body were tastier. Noah was making him feel as if he was a common prey. It didn't take him much to realize that it was pointless to pretend in front of the famous demon prince. Yes, the tavern still hosts an underground market. I can set up a meeting with Jillian, the manager of the market, if the Lord wants. Drew explained everything without holding even Jillian's name back, but Noah declined his offer with a few words. No need. She is an old friend. The Broken Cup was still the same. Drunk men and women still filled its insides, and the waitresses handled the occasional small fights on the floors. It was a typical day for those rank 1 cultivators and commoners. No significant business happened in that city after all. However, the tavern suddenly began to tremble, and the sunlight began to illuminate its interiors to their surprise. Those men and women raised their gaze only to discover that the roof of the tavern had disappeared, and that not even a small debris had fallen over them. A young-looking cultivator was floating above the now open ceiling, but those simple drunkards couldn't understand the depths of his cultivation level. Out! Noah said just one word, but all the commoners and weak cultivators left the tavern after it. Only the waitresses remained inside the tavern, and their faces clearly showed the fear that they felt when they looked at the heroic cultivator above them. This formation can fend off my mental waves. Quite impressive. Yet, I can smell the presence of a few people in the underground chamber. Noah thought before diving toward the underground area. The lines of the protective formation appeared and flickered when Noah touched the floor, but they weren't able to hinder his motion at all. Noah simply pierced the floor and landed in the underground room where he found a naked Jillian sitting over a tied man. The man wasn't entirely conscious. It seemed that something was being drained from him as Jillian kept on moving over him. I knew you would return. Can you let me finish before killing me? I would like to enjoy myself one last time. Jillian began to speak without turning. Noah could finally make out her level. She was a rank 3 cultivator in the solid stage with a rank 3 mind and a rank 4 body in the middle tier. Also, he was able to sense that there were other chained men hidden inside that chamber, but they were little more than corpses. It seemed that even a small touch could make them crumble into pieces. She has realized who I am even if her mind can't see me. It should be the work of the formation. Noah thought before applying a bit of pressure on all the men in the room. The mental spheres of those men exploded under that pressure. They died in less than an instant as soon as Noah willed it. Cold as usual. Go ahead, kill me. My organization has survived battles on a level that you can't even conceive. The fact that you have reached the heroic ranks won't scare me. Jillian turned when Noah killed those men, and her naked body was wholly revealed to him. Jillian was quite beautiful, but her body seemed surrounded by a peculiar halo that made her figure extremely captivating. Of course, Noah wasn't affected in the slightest. The battle you are talking about is that between Ravaging Demon, Charming Demon, and Devouring Demon? I would like to hear more about it. Noah spoke, and Jillian couldn't help but show an amazed expression. She was beginning to understand that Noah wasn't there to kill her. So, the Chasing Demon sect has thrived in the Coral Archipelago. No wonder Chasing Demon wants to reunite the other demon sects. They owned half of the Papal Nation in the past. However, Jillian said after Noah gave her a brief explanation of the situation. It wasn't a secret that Chasing Demon was the patriarch of the hive, but the human cultivators of the world weren't aware of the matters that concerned the heroic ranks. Even someone living in a city built to gather information couldn't know about them. It was possible that Slyfall's governor wasn't aware of it too. They are weak and scattered now. Yet, the hive will grow, and the demon sects can return to their past glory under its banner. Also, the remaining techniques and diagrams in each of them might give birth to new unorthodox techniques. We are natural allies. Just migrate to the archipelago, and the hive will handle the rest. Noah concluded her phrase. He knew that it would be hard to find any surviving heroic cultivator in the remains of the demon sects. Most of them didn't end up in a territory where they could contain their losses after all. Yet, the techniques and diagrams of those sects could be instrumental if coupled with Chasing Demon's knowledge and Divine Demon's inheritance. Improving the teachings available to the human cultivators would give birth to more powerful heroic assets. Reuniting the demon sects was simply an investment to stabilize the foundation of the hive further. Also, Noah guessed that Chasing Demon was a bit emotional about that topic. We will obviously migrate. No one would refuse such a selfless backing. I don't know how to reach the archipelago though. We don't have any dash. I'll escort you. There will be ships waiting for you after a few months of travel. I just need you to tell me everything that you know about the exile of the demon sections. Noah interrupted her phrase once again. All her worries seemed pointless in his mind. After all, he was there. It would take a powerful heroic cultivator to hinder his path, and no nation was willing to offend the hive over a few human cultivators. However, he needed to gather as much information as he could before choosing his next target. Elder Julia and the other elders had collected every information that they could find while Noah was inside the chrysalis. But, even then, most of that knowledge was dated. Noah was sure about the Charming Demon sect because he had personally encountered it, but there were only rumors about the others. As you wish, Demon Prince. Jillian showed a captivating smile as she sat on the bed behind her and began to explain everything she knew without even covering herself. The clash between the orthodox and unorthodox sects of the Papal Nation had happened around 1,000 years ago. A few centuries after the two rank 6 existences of that country became gods and ascended in the immortal lands. The highest powers left in the country at that time were rank 5 cultivators, but there was some sort of balance in the assets of both orthodox and unorthodox sects. However, Ravaging Demon was a rank 5 cultivator, and his betrayal shifted the balance of those two sides in favor of the orthodox sections. That, together with the intel provided by Ravaging Demon, led the demon sects to their exile. Charming Demon and Devouring Demon fought against the forces of the council to let the other demon sects escape. Charming Demon died, and the entirety of the Devouring Demon sect was destroyed. You can take it off your list. A rank 4 cultivator succeeded Charming Demon and managed to bring the remains of my sect here. Yet, she had been injured in the battle, and she was only able to survive for a few decades before passing the leadership of the sect to a human cultivator. Jillian explained as she tried to tempt Noah, but he simply ignored her gestures. So, Great Elder Diana must have reached the 6th rank in the last millennia. I wonder what is Ravaging Demon's rank. Noah thought as all those pieces of information entered his mind. The history of that world had never interested him when he was a human cultivator. However, he was in a realm where cultivators could easily live for centuries. There was a high chance that he would meet some of the famous names that had left a mark in the history of the mortal lands. There has never been another Charming Demon after that point. No one managed to reach the heroic ranks. Most of our techniques had been lost in the escape, and we were refugees. No organization would sell anything to us. Yet we endured and passed down our story. As the previous matriarch used to say, hope for fools, anger for demons. Jillian then ended her explanation by pointing out the direction taken by the other demon sects during the escape. Of course, those pieces of information were 1,000 years old and had been passed down through 6 matriarchs. There was a limit to how accurate they were. Yet, Noah still collected them and sorted them with the clues gathered by the rank 5 elders of the hive. He was already set on his next destination, but he had to escort the remains of the charming demon sect to the ships of the archipelago before moving again. Jillian seemed a bit disappointed that Noah wasn't giving any kind of attention to her body, but she didn't dare to push him. Noah was simply on another level right now. She didn't have any power over him. In the end, she gave up on tempting him and ordered the members of her sect to pack up and prepare to migrate. Meanwhile, Noah flew back in the sky and sent a mental message to the hive. He could reach the appointed location in less than a week, but the remains of the charming demon sect were mostly rank 1 and 2 cultivators. Only Jillian was in the 3rd rank. They would need to walk along the coastline for a couple of months before reaching the spot with the ships of the hive. Drew observed the scene with a curious gaze. He didn't care about the destruction of the tavern. Still, Jillian and her sect paid a substantial amount of taxes due to the nature of her organization. Seeing the waitresses packing up their belongings made him understand that he would lose that income from now on. A bit of anger surged inside him, and he was about to complain when 2 vertical pupils landed on his body. Drew felt an innate fear under that gaze. All his anger was dispersed and replaced by an intense survival instinct. He could only slowly turn his head to face the young-looking cultivator that was sending hidden threats through his eyes to say a few words. "Enjoy your travel." Noah and the remains of the charming demon sect left the city of Slyfall in less than a day. The group of disciples and Jillian walked at a steady pace along the western coastline while Noah flew over them. The ships of the hive would wait for them in a specific spot at a couple of months of travel, but Noah was confident in shortening that journey by a few weeks. The route was planned according to the danger zones in front of them. Jillian and her group would generally avoid them if they were alone. Yet, with Noah overseeing the situation, rank 4 danger zones could be treaded safely. Just one glance from him was enough to clear the path from rank 3 and 4 magical beasts. They would run away in fear of the powerful creature that was approaching their territory. They didn't encounter problems connected with the human society either. Jillian's group was mostly made of alluring women that had trained in the methods of the charming demon sect. Still, the sight of the young figure floating above them in a cross-legged position scared away any potential assailant. Also, the inhabited areas along that coastline were mostly filled with slaves that gathered vostom, the terrain needed for the most common body-nourishing method of the Shandal Empire. The soldiers managing those mining camps could only lower their heads whenever they noticed Noah's flying figure. It wasn't worth risking to offend a powerful cultivator only to pursue their lust for the women in the group. Even the big nations mainly ignored the event. The news that Noah had returned in the old continent quickly spread through the higher-ups of the 3 countries, but they didn't mind his presence too much. Noah was just recruiting human cultivators from independent areas. They couldn't care less about it. Also, they were somewhat glad that Noah wasn't spending all his time cultivating. His potential was too scary. They would rather see him doing missions than training. Of course, the assumption that Noah wasn't training was utterly wrong. That slow and peaceful travel gave him all the time that he needed to focus on his centers of power. His dantian was improving on its own, and his body kept on absorbing the breath in the air when Noah didn't feed him. So, he focused entirely on his mental sphere. He diligently trained with the 5th Kezir rune and activated the divine deduction technique to ponder about the diagrams that he had recently translated. He spent the rest of his time letting his mind wander through the depths of his individuality and their connections with the darkness element. The freedom that he was experiencing lifted his mood, and he sensed that his dantian was slowly benefiting from that situation. However, there was one thought that had bugged him since his breakthrough. My cultivation technique works as intended, and my attacks didn't show any change. My mindset feels slightly different. Intense emotions and incredible alertness are just a few of those small changes. Yet, there doesn't seem to be anything too substantial. Maybe I'm overthinking it, Noah thought as he escorted the group. He couldn't just ignore that his mental energy had become brown. but there didn't seem to be any consequence to that change. Maybe its features will appear once my individuality starts to affect my centers of power. The greed inside the black ring pushed it to the middle tier after all. Noah continued to ponder over the matter, but he couldn't find a satisfying explanation. He felt different, but he felt normal at the same time. The travel was uneventful, so Noah managed to enter a meditative state for its whole duration. He only had to give a cold look at the beasts on his path from time to time. I explore the meaning of the darkness as I walk under the light. Chaos spreads whenever I take a step, but a simple gesture can reassemble the world in a different shape. Elder Austin's words often appeared in his mind as he explored his individuality. The Elder is a volcano ready to explode, but I should be more similar to King Elba's. My bloodline carries unyielding pride and anger, but they do not rule me. They are just fuel for my ambition. There was one thing clear in Noah's mind. He wasn't a magical beast. He could act like them and even imitate their combat style, but he remained a hybrid. A being of two worlds that strives for the stars. My birthright doesn't exist in this world, so it's on me to establish it. My same life is the expression of my individuality. And individuality didn't necessarily mean actions to be pursued. The sole fact that Noah was improving was an expression of himself. Simple defiance is just a childish act that originates from my anger. Stealing from heaven and earth to give a new shape to those materials is more mature, but it's still far from reaching a level that can match their might. In the end, the group from the charming demon sect reached the appointed spot and excitedly entered the ships waiting on the shores. Noah sensed a series of alluring gazes being shot in his direction. It seemed that both Jillian and her disciples were interested in him. However, they were just humans in Noah's mind. He could break them with a thought. They couldn't have any value in his mind. They were too weak to occupy his thoughts. The creation must affect the very foundation of the breath. It's not about understanding the laws of the darkness element. I must create my own darkness. Noah thought as the ships left the shores and went toward the coral archipelago. The charming demon sect would soon reach the hive and become part of its ranks. It would be up to the elders now to analyze their techniques and see if they are somewhat valuable. The devouring demon sect had been wholly destroyed according to Jillian's story, so he had to look for 8 more demon sections. Noah didn't have any more certainties in his possession. There were only some clues in the information obtained from the elders and Jillian. However, he didn't mind that situation. He could freely explore as he tried to gain insights about his element. The closest clues would lead me inside the Empire. There is a rumor that a group of cultivators used to practice unorthodox and complex techniques before the Empire enslaved them. The unorthodox techniques described in those clues seemed too intricate to belong to a weak force. There was a high chance that they came from one of the exiled demon sections. Noah decided to investigate that matter, and was about to fly toward the territories of the Empire when his ears picked the echo of a low growl. The growl came from a forest near him. It was one of the danger zones that divided the many encampments of the Empire. The growl wasn't directed at him. The creature in the forest was simply challenging anyone in the area. Of course, Noah turned to fly toward the forest. Noah slowly descended toward the forest near him. That danger zone was called Ox Woodland due to the ox-type magical beasts that inhabited that place. The oxen living there preferred to remain inside the borders of the vast woodland instead of invading the encampments of the Shandal Empire. Its clearing operations were mainly limited to its peripheral areas. Noah had seen it when he was escaping from the Utrination, but the map in his possession at the time labeled it as a quite dangerous area, so he didn't enter it. However, the challenge of the beast had attracted his attention, and he didn't hesitate to answer. The crowns of the trees of those woods were quite large, but their trunks were slim, which left many open spaces between them. Noah was quickly able to spot his challenger once he flew through the crowns of the trees. He saw an 11 meters long and 6 meters tall ox staring at him and following his descending figure. The ox had thick brown hair that covered the entirety of its body, for huge black horns, and was surrounded by dozens of corpses of beasts in the 4th rank. It has eaten them in the last months. They should have been part of its pack. Noah thought as he stopped his descent and hovered in the air at some distance from his challenger. Rank 5 hairy ox in the lower tier. Earth element. Can use its hair to launch long-range attacks and limit its prey's movement. It seems that its hunger has suddenly exploded, which led it to eat its whole pack. The information about the species of that creature immediately appeared inside Noah's mind, but he was mainly interested in the sudden outburst of its hunger. The ox woodland didn't have a dense concentration of breath. It was barely suitable to sustain rank 4 creatures. However, many living beings inhabited it. The leading pack has probably made up for the lack of breath in the air by hunting often. The birth of a rank 5 creature in this area is an incredible event, but it's clear that it has already reached the limit of what it can endure. Noah became aware of the events that had led to that situation in a few seconds. A pack of rank 4 hairy oxen had ruled the forest and hunted as many creatures as it could. Then, one of those specimens had managed to reach the 5th rank. But that danger zone couldn't satisfy its hunger anymore. The hunts became more frequent, but that couldn't appease the mighty starving being, which began to eat the members of its pack. That process had probably worsened during the last years, leading to a situation where all its pack was dead and only weaker beings inhabited the forest. The rank 5 ox could only begin to look outside the forest for more nourishing prey. This was its last attempt. It would have left the forest afterward. Noah summarized when the situation became clear in his mind. The rank 5 beast would have just tried its fortune outside the forest if no one answered its challenge, something that would have surely required the intervention of the higher-ups of the empire to stop. However, Noah was in the area and had decided to answer it. Battle intent surged inside him as he studied the beast. The ox was more advanced than him inside the lower tier of the 5th rank, but its species was far inferior to his. It's time to test my abilities fully. Noah smiled when he thought that and released a roar. The ox understood the meaning behind his cry and released one of its own. The hair around its body stood up and stretched to an unbelievable distance to reach for the figure in the sky. Noah saw the strands of hair reaching for him and released a pillar of flames. The white fire burned the hair and spread its flames until the ox that began to cry in pain. The hair around its body fluttered to dissipate the flames, but the smell of burned skin began to fill the air during that process. Noah's attack had been able to hurt a rank 5 beast. However, Noah wasn't done. He charged at the ox while it was busy defending against the flames and delivered a kick on its forehead. The ox was kicked backward for a few meters, but it managed to tangle part of its hair on Noah's right foot during the clash. Noah suddenly felt an incredible force pulling him toward the sharp horns of his opponent. Zack appeared in front of him right before he crashed on the horns and managed to hinder the pulling force as its body was pierced. Noah felt a stabbing pain coming from his torso. He could feel that the 4 horns of the ox had stabbed his abdomen and pierced his skin. Yet, his muscles had stopped the horns from reaching for his internal organs. The ox was slightly surprised by that outcome. It had used one of its strongest attacks against such a small figure, but it had only managed to inflict minor wounds. Noah smiled at that sight and released another wave of white flames toward the huge figure in front of him. A torrent of flames engulfed the ox, and most of its hair was burned in a second. Large patches of charred skin could be seen among its burning figure. The ox was powerless to defend against the power behind Noah's attack. Nevertheless, the fact that it couldn't defend didn't mean that it couldn't do anything about that situation. Tens of thousands of sharp hair came out of its charred skin and shot toward Noah. Those new strands of hair seemed to carry metallic properties and managed to endure the white flames as they reached for the opponent. Noah's instincts screamed at that sight. He knew that he needed to dodge that attack. His hand shot toward the right eye of the ox as he kicked the air under his feet to activate the shadow sprint martial art. A large amount of the breath contained inside his dantian was depleted to match the physical power expressed by that form. Still, the propulsion of his martial art made him suddenly disappear from his position and reappear at a few kilometers in the air. The wounds on his abdomen had enlarged in the process, but Noah completely disregarded them. The attack of the beast landed on the terrain since its target was gone. Large cracks spread on the ground of the forest for a few hundred meters, and earthquakes began to fill that once quiet environment. A battle between two rank 5 creatures would inevitably cause profound changes in any area. The ox, though, released angry cries when it discovered that its right eye had disappeared. Noah stored the bloody eye in his palm inside his space ring and controlled the liquid dantian over his heart to release its energy. That last clash made him decide to go all out. I'm stronger and tougher than it, but my experience in these kinds of battles is lacking, Noah thought as black smoke surrounded his figure. The rank 5 hairy ox precisely knew how strong it was and how to express the maximum potential of its body. Instead, that was Noah's first real battle with his new body. I'm able to hurt it, and my flames can inflict some damage. I should be able to win in an extended battle, but I can't waste this chance. Noah's species was superior, but he was much more than a simple magical beast. The energy stored inside the liquid dantian fused with large amounts of mental energy to activate the complete demonic form. Noah suddenly noticed that the fiendish figure created by the spell had changed after the breakthrough of his body. His claws had shortened, but his horns and tail had stretched. Even the part of the black armor that covered his face had changed. What was supposed to be his helmet had now assumed a shape that faintly resembled a dragon's head. It has affected something after all, Noah thought when he realized that his demonic form had changed. He didn't activate that spell in the period following his breakthrough because he was too busy tuning his other abilities. Still, it was now evident that his mental energy didn't change only in color. However, he couldn't overthink at that moment. His reserves of energies would rapidly deplete when he used the liquid dantian. The ox under him didn't seem to care about his transformation and launched another multitude of hair toward him. The hair covered the few kilometers that separated the two rank 5 beings in a few instants, but that time was enough for Noah to act. Noah kicked the air under his feet again, and another large amount of the breath inside his dantian vanished to fuel the shadow sprint. The ox noticed that the dark draconic figure had reappeared next to it only when it was too late to do anything about it. Noah had wielded his sabers during the sprint and used the dragon's claw martial art to deliver 2 horizontal slashes at the huge beast. A large share of the energy inside the liquid dantian was depleted to fuel the offensive martial art, but the slashes produced in that way had a power that could match a rank 4 cultivator in the solid stage. The ox couldn't block the attack, and 2 long wounds appeared on its body. Blood began to fall from the wounds. Noah had been able to pierce its skin and even part of its muscles. It's still too slight. I guess these are the limits of a rank 4 cultivator, Noah thought as he stored his sabers and launched a wave of white flames. The advantage of using human attacks was clear. His incredible power would be more precise and threatening in that way. However, Noah couldn't use attacks on that level repeatedly, and those slight injuries didn't seem worth the effort. He could obtain a similar result by using his bare hands, which didn't have the same limitations. Of course, it would take many attacks to inflict the same damage, and the battle would become more dangerous because of that. My limited martial art is wasted if I can't inflict deadly wounds with it. I should just use it in specific situations, Noah quickly decided as he pounced toward the beast covered in white flames. The ox was doing its best to use its natural capabilities, but Noah had too many and different offensive approaches. He could just adapt his combat style to his opponent. Noah dived through the flames and delivered a powerful punch on the head of the beast before arching the fingers of his other hand and stabbing them in its open wounds. The beast struggled to impale Noah with its horns, but he promptly grabbed one of them and put strength on both his arms. The ox felt its body being lifted from the ground before being violently slammed back on it. The terrain shattered at that point. Its stability had been already affected by the previous attack of the creature, and couldn't endure that last mighty clash. Noah and the ox began to fall as the ground opened, and Noah exploited that chance to bite the creature on its neck. The ox roared in pain when it felt that another part of its body had been taken away, and hundreds of thousands of sharp hair came out from its skin at that point. Noah felt forced to retreat once again. He simply couldn't defend from that attack. A trail of dust and debris formed as Noah escaped from the cracks where the rank 5 creature was falling. Black smoke filled that gap in the terrain and further destabilized its underground area since Noah had kept the demonic form active for the entirety of the clash. Yet, the smoke seemed to have the same effect as his flames. It could only damage the skin of the beast. It's not coming out, Noah thought when he saw that the hairy ox wasn't climbing back on the surface, but a sudden dangerous sensation forced him to sprint away once again. Strands of hair pierced the terrain under him and began to follow his escaping figure. It seemed that the beast wanted to use the natural protection of the ground for hunting Noah down. Nevertheless, the fact that he couldn't see the creature didn't mean that he couldn't attack it. Noah activated the dark blast spell and wielded his sabers again. Black flames appeared in the trajectory of his demonic sword as he slashed the air seemingly toward random directions. Rumbles filled the underground area, and black smoke began to come out from the cracks on the terrain as Noah warped his attacks in the ox's position. His mind could sense it, so he could target it. The hare stopped chasing him at some point, but Noah wasn't done yet. The dark blast spell had reached a considerable size in those short moments, and Noah didn't hesitate to teleport that unstable sphere in the beast's position. Also, he launched another series of slashes across the black flames and even added a wave of his flames. Earthquakes spread in the area as explosions resounded from under the ground. The trees of the woodland were either shattered or flung away by the shockwaves released by the blasts happening underground. Even the surface couldn't hold any more at some point. A hole a few hundreds of meters large appeared as the terrain completely crumbled, and the sunlight once again illuminated the bloody figure of the rank 5 ox. Its body was burned and full of wounds, and many of those cuts had even pierced its sturdy layer of muscles. A large piece of its neck had been bitten off, and its remaining hair had lost its shine. The creature couldn't do anything when black flames appeared next to it, and a black reptilian figure pounced at its neck with its maws open. Noah's bit the ox's neck when he came out of the warp spell. The rank 5 magical beast was too injured to react and couldn't avoid that sudden attack. Its neck had already lost a chunk of flesh, and that last bite tore another strand of skin and muscles. Then Noah waved his sabers upward. The head of the hairy ox fell on the ground after those slashes, and its body prostrated as life abandoned it. Noah couldn't help but roar at the sky at that point. Killing his first rank 5 creature filled his being with pride. It was as if that battle had sealed his entrance in the 5th rank. My Dantian and liquid Dantian are basically empty, and even my remaining mental energy isn't enough to keep the divine deduction technique active for long. Fighting a rank 5 beast is expensive. Noah thought as he sat on the ground and began to eat the corpse of his prey. The feeling of having his first satisfying meal since he entered the 5th rank didn't stop him from analyzing the battle. He could finally understand where he stood compared to other cultivators. Fighting the ox had forced him to use all his assets after all. My defense is clearly in the 5th rank, but my offensive is somewhere in the solid stage of the 4th rank. My physical strength is in the 5th rank too, but I don't believe that my enemies will ever let me get close to them. Noah summarized as he munched the sturdy meat of the ox. Anything that made use only of his body was on the same level of rank 5 beasts in the lower tier, but his other attacks could only reach the power of a rank 4 cultivator in the solid stage. Of course, that was possible only thanks to his liquid Dantian. Noah's new inscribed item gathered the energy released by his body during the activation of the secret art. That energy was the basic form of the breath. It was the pure substance in which the breath was transformed once his body absorbed it. That energy, coupled with his physical might or mental energy, gave birth to martial arts and spells that could match a solid-stage cultivator. I guess rank 4 cultivators in the solid stage can be a match for rank 5 beasts in the lower tier, which means that I can't beat rank 5 cultivators unless I reach the middle tier or improve my other centers of power. Noah quickly established a list of the power levels between cultivators and magical beasts. He couldn't be sure about those details before because his level was simply too low to evaluate such powerful existences. However, after the breakthrough, he could finally begin to understand the differences between the 4th and 5th rank when it came to beasts and humans. Using defensive arts and spells is useless in my current state. My body alone would match their power. I should focus all my energies on my offensive and leave my protection to my natural defenses. Noah concluded when his analysis was over. A rank 5 beast in the lower tier could be compared to a rank 4 cultivator in the solid stage, which meant that the spells fueled by his liquid Dantian could only match his natural defenses. So, It was better to use his small reserves of energy to improve his offensive since he wouldn't have many chances to touch his opponents in the future. The images of his battle against Adrian had spread through the big nations. Only fools would let someone like Noah get close to them after seeing them. Flames, Dragon's Claw martial art, and spells for my offensive, with the last two being fueled by my liquid Danteon. Shadow Sprint martial art fueled by my Danteon for a burst of speed that can take even liquid stage cultivators by surprise, and fueled by the liquid Danteon to match those in the solid stage. Skin and muscles for my defense. It's pointless to waste my breath to use defensive spells that can only match my body. Noah set those points in his mind. That was the best way to use his centers of power in his view. The corpse of the ox soon disappeared from the ground. Only a few red spots remained on the terrain after Noah was done with his meal. The 4 wounds on his abdomen had already stopped bleeding and were beginning to heal. The regenerative capabilities of the body had been passed down when Noah fused himself with a cursed dragon, and they had obviously been enhanced after the breakthrough. Injuries that would take weeks or months to heal would be fixed in days or weeks due to the regenerative properties spread through his body by his black heart. I need a few weeks to heal completely, but I can start to move in a week or so already. Being a hybrid is awesome, but the issue of the breath required for the breakthrough is quite problematic. Noah thought as he activated the secret art to refill his liquid Danteon. His body required far more breath to improve compared to the other magical beasts, but Noah had never considered it an issue since his higher battle prowess would allow him to hunt powerful creatures safely. However, the ox that he had just eaten didn't make him improve by much. Noah felt as if its nourishment was akin to that provided by peak rank 4 creatures when he was still in the 4th rank. That realization made Noah understand that he would probably need 100 or so rank 5 magical beasts to reach the middle tier. After all, he had eaten countless rank 4 creatures and even a few Dantians to reach the upper tier when he still had a rank 4 body, and his requirements in terms of energy had only increased after the breakthrough. Where am I even going to find 100 rank 5 creatures that I can kill? Noah couldn't even begin to imagine the struggles that he would have to go through to find 100 rank 5 creatures. The albino snake sure is patient. It would need tens of thousands rank 4 snakes in the lower tier to improve. How many years would it take? The images of the valley in Tulboya Cliff reappeared in his mind when he understood that reaching the 6th rank would take centuries. The issue was that there weren't enough powerful magical beasts in the entirety of the mortal lands according to his prospects. What would happen in the 6th rank? How many rank 6 beasts are even around? 10? 20? They are not enough to make me advance. It was at that point that Noah understood why magical beasts were innately inclined to assault the encampments and cities of the humans. That understanding made him aware of one basic necessity that he had to fulfill if he wanted to avoid spending millennia absorbing the breath in the environment. I need to eat Dantians. Improving my other centers of power will allow me to hunt stronger creatures. Hunting stronger beings will make my body improve faster. It's a cycle that will abruptly stop in the 6th rank due to the absence of powerful prey. But there isn't much that I can do about that. Noah thought as the needs of his body became evident in his mind. The drawbacks of being a hybrid were beginning to appear, but Noah didn't feel any regret in learning them. Being able to face rank 5 beasts as a rank 4 cultivator in the gaseous stage was enough to make Noah disregard all the hindrances that waited for him in the future. After all, that feat was shocking. Noah would never purposely choose a weaker body-nourishing method because it had easier requirements. He would never forsake the powers that made him superior to the other cultivators. I can only solve one problem at the time, and, right now, my most pressing issue is the weakness of my other centers of power. I can express a battle prowess that matches solid-stage cultivators for a limited period. I can only rely on my body after both my Danteon and liquid Danteon are emptied. Worrying about matters so far in the future was pointless. Noah's focus had to be on his solving the weaknesses of his current state. His mind was improving steadily, and his liquid Danteon somewhat compensated for his lack of a suitable breath, but the core of the issue remained. The gaseous breath was too weak for the standards of his body. Creating darkness that belongs only to me. Is it doable? I have yet to create spells. How can I possibly create an element? Noah asked himself as he waited for his body to recover. His individuality seemed to push him to a state where he could match or imitate heaven and earth. However, he lacked the primary energy needed to create a world. He wasn't able to exude something similar to the breath. That should be my path, though. Otherwise, I can just wait for my individuality to start affecting the breath inside my dantian and work from there. I wonder what I will become. The new shape of his demonic form made it clear that his mental energy could affect his spells, but that wasn't an expression of his individuality. It was only the natural consequence of his bloodline. He wasn't a human, so it made sense that his centers of power underwent some changes. Even his dantian was far sturdy than before. Noah had long stopped restraining his cultivation technique when he understood that no amount of stress seemed to affect that organ. Almost 9 years have passed since my heaven tribulation. The breakthrough to the liquid stage should be fairly close. Noah let his mind wander after that thought. He didn't mind waiting a few weeks to heal his body completely. He didn't need to hurry in his search after all. The demon sex had been exiled 1,000 years ago. Delaying his mission for a bit wouldn't affect the status of their remains. Noah left the Ox Woodland when his body and centers of power returned to their peak and flew toward the territories of the Shandal Empire. The clues gathered by the elders pointed him deep inside the area of influence of the most powerful nation in the mortal lands. He wouldn't dare to approach it when wounded. Noah slowly flew above the countless camps of slaves that filled the areas around the empire. The area of influence of that nation was mostly made by defeated nations that had been enslaved and forced to work under its rule. Chinking sounds continuously resounded from the areas under him as hundreds of slaves excavated the terrain to gather the vostum needed to sustain the incredible number of cultivators of the empire. Noah noticed how the density of breath in the environment kept on diminishing as he ventured deeper into the domain of the empire. Human cultivators generally can't affect the environment, but the empire has so many of them that the breath is becoming scarce. This is the price to pay for being at the top of the mortal lands. Noah thought as he flew past those camps. The soldiers in charge of those encampments were only human cultivators. They couldn't notice his presence unless he wished for it to happen. He was still outside of the actual territory of the enemy nation, but his awareness was at its peak nonetheless. Then, he sensed that someone worthy of his attention was finally coming to greet him. A heroic cultivator wearing the red robes of the empire appeared in Noah's vision, and he simply waited in the air for the former to reach him. I'm Icy Cascade of the Western Force of the Wardens. It is my job to keep the western border of the empire safe, so you can understand my surprise in seeing the demon prince of the hive flying in this region. The heroic cultivator that greeted Noah was a tall woman with short black hair and a scar that diagonally marked her face. She wore a stern expression, but traces of fear could be seen in her dark eyes. It was clear that Noah's presence there was unexpected and that she wasn't comfortable in front of him. Icy Cascade was a rank 4 cultivator in the gaseous stage with a rank 4 body in the upper tier. Also, she was an experienced warrior. She had earned her prestigious position in the Wardens through war merits. However, Noah gave birth to an intense fear inside her. The natural aura that surrounded his body made her feel like a simple prey. Noah took out his token when he heard her words, and Icy Cascade slightly relaxed when she understood that he didn't have malicious intentions. The higher-ups of our nations have fought together during the crisis of the winged beasts, and you have tried to help Eager Titan. The Empire will respect chasing demons' will and your good intentions, Icy Cascade said while performing a welcoming gesture. The agreement that enforced peace between the 4 nations had worn off after the crisis, but no force wanted to start another conflict too soon. Also, Noah's situation was quite peculiar due to the wrongdoings of the escorts of the Empire in the natural paradise on the western coast of the new continent. Icy Cascade didn't mind treating him as a guest due to that event and chasing demons vouch, especially since Noah's intentions could set the foundations for favorable trades. Noah went straight to the point when the two of them began to fly together deeper into that region. Icy Cascade needed to send a few mental messages before she could pinpoint the location of the slaves that he had mentioned. Of course, she wasn't doing that for free. There was a tacit understanding between Noah and her that her services would require a cost when the matter was over. Icy Cascade led Noah toward the slave camps in the southern area around the empire when she managed to discover something. The conditions of the slaves improved as they neared the borders of the big nation, and even their tasks began to change. There were still half-naked chained men and women digging the terrain, but there were also many of them who dressed plain clothes and managed large farms. Icy Cascade explained how the actual citizens of the empire were mostly soldiers whose role was to fight and defend certain areas. Yet, cultivators were still humans, and they had basic needs that had to be satisfied. The Utra Nation and Papal Nation left those jobs to the commoners and encouraged them through the noble families and sects. The Hive was a bit different since its territories didn't grant much space to reserve to the production of basic needs. Most of the products required for the sustain of its human cultivators were imported from the other nations or fished by its weakest citizens in the sea around the archipelago. The empire instead used the slaves. Vast farmlands began to appear as Noah, and the woman from the wardens flew toward the southern border of the nation. The number of slaves that filled those lands made Noah wonder about the number of wars that the strongest nation of the mortal lands had fought and won. Also, all those slaves were cultivators of different ranks. Noah was even able to spot some chained rank 3 cultivator every now and then. Beings at the peak of the human ranks forced to work as farmers or miners. What a strange view. The cruel fate of those cultivators created conflicting sceneries. Humans that had strived to become aloof existences were forced to stare at the ground for the rest of their life because of their defeat. This way, the slaves that match your description are stationed in a mine of hoselite, one of the main materials used in the creation of the inscribed chains. Icy Cascade said as she pointed toward a dark gray mountain chain in the distance. The rocky terrain visible on the surface of the mountain reflected its metallic features, but what caught Noah's attention was the state of the slaves working there. Chained men and women in an evident malnourished condition used rudimentary pickaxes to break the hard terrain of the dark gray mountain. Then, they gathered the debris accumulated in the process and carried them in a structure ruled by cultivators wearing the robes of the empire. Why are they treated so differently from the others? Noah asked when he saw the difference in their condition compared to the slaves working in the farms. The records about them aren't complete. You are asking about matters that happened centuries ago after all. It should be some kind of punishment toward the bloodlines that filled this region before the empire conquered them. Icy Cascade explained without showing a slight trace of emotion. The descendants of the families that inhabited that independent region were still punished for something that not even their rulers remembered. That cruelty made Noah curious about the nature of their guilt, but he didn't care enough to ask. His mission was clear, and he was too close to an enemy nation. He would rather confirm the clues in his possession and return to independent lands. How can you ensure their survival? Noah asked. There was one thing that concerned the slaves' matter that he didn't understand. Why did they even keep on living? Cultivators generally had strong personalities and wills. They could settle for poor conditions to survive. But what he saw was a bit too much. Living in chain only to see your progeny bound by your same shackles. What's even the point in being alive? Those were Noah's thoughts about the matter. The way he saw it, being alive was pointless if you couldn't pursue power, and the hoping that someone would restore your freedom was simply a delusional thought. They were slaves of the empire, the most potent force in the entirety of the mortal lands. Who would ever be willing to go against its will just to free them? Our inscribed chains are our masterpiece. I'm not an inscription master, but I know that those items have peculiar effects on the mental spheres once bound to an owner. I can't be too specific though. I'm sure you'll understand. Noah nodded when he heard Icy Cascade's explanation. It seemed that the chains didn't only restrain the actions and freedom of the slaves, but even their mindsets. They probably can't kill themselves nor stop procreating. They are nothing more than livestock forced to work until they fall apart. That realization appeared in Noah's mind for less than an instant before disappearing. The world was cruel, he had always known that. That feature was enhanced in a world where humans could strive for powers that elevated their status and separated them from their mortality. The only way to escape any cruel outcome was to have enough power to oppose those events. I need to question them, possibly alone. It would also be appreciated if you removed the chains for that period. Noah said, but Icy Cascade promptly shook her head. I can make you analyze them, but you can't stop their work. Our economy has a tight schedule. One delay might result in a loss of tens of thousands of credits. As for removing the chains, that's simply impossible. They aren't made to be removed. Icy Cascade was extremely serious when she said that, and Noah could only agree with her for the moment. He neared the group of slaves digging the surface of the mountain and began to analyze them with his mental waves. The slaves didn't even notice his presence, but he instantly obtained a complete understanding of their cultivation level. That allowed him to notice that one of the chained men had a body that exuded a peculiar firmness. It was as if he was naturally stronger than his peers. A technique didn't cause that feature, it seemed something intrinsic to his bloodline. I wish to question him. Noah spoke as he pointed toward that peculiar slave, but Icy Cascade shook her head once again. Our productive system nears perfection. We can't interdash. You. What is the value of the resources mined in this camp each day? Noah interrupted Icy Cascade's words to question one of the soldiers stationed in the structure that gathered the resource mined in the mountain. The soldiers were only human cultivators. They instinctively lowered their heads when Noah moved his gaze on them, and they felt forced to answer him due to the pressure that it carried. A few thousand credits, sir. Noah nodded at that point and took out 100,000 credits from his space ring. The shining crystals created a small pile when they fell on the ground, but the soldiers couldn't even begin to count them, since another question reached their ears. This should be enough to cover the work of one slave, right? The enduring demon sect was said to have techniques that directly affected the bloodlines of its members. Noah thought as he neared the slave with a peculiar body. Icy Cascade didn't even try to stop him. Those credits were more than enough to cover for the work of one cultivator. Noah could guess that the cultivator from the Wardens was raising issues on purpose, but he didn't care if the Empire wanted to use that chance to rip him off. Money was useless in his mind, and he was rich anyway. He could casually throw even a few millions of credits without blinking. The slave didn't even notice his presence. He just kept on breaking the surface of the dark gray mountain with the pickaxe in his grasp. Noah applied a bit of pressure with his mental sphere, and the man became confused for a moment. Yet, it immediately resumed its work when his mind stabilized. Rank 3 body, rank 2 dantian, and rank 1 sea of consciousness. The Empire even forces them to cultivate. Noah thought as his mental waves probed the state of the slave's mind. The latter's mental sphere couldn't do anything against his inspection. The difference in the power of their minds was simply immense. Noah could read his thoughts as if they were words on an open book, but that only confirmed his suspects. The insides of the slave's mind were murky. His sea didn't radiate any form of light, and a black smoke occupied the rest of his sphere. His half-transparent figure was full of cracks that resembled a tight array of chains that covered the entirety of his ethereal body. This man is broken to the core. He can't give me any answer. The chains of the Empire are indeed scary. How much for him? Noah said after having those thoughts. He couldn't obtain an answer, but that didn't mean that Chasing Demon couldn't either. No slave can leave the working area alive. The Empire has a wide choice of purchasable cultivators, but these ones are not. Icy Cascade began to speak, but a sudden pressure generated by Noah's mental energy forced her to stop. The man in front of him collapsed on the ground, and the shining lines on the surface of his chains turned dark as life abandoned his body. He is dead now. How much? Noah asked again as he turned toward the heroic cultivator standing in the air behind him. The soldiers in the structure near them could only hold their breath when they saw that scene. They couldn't understand who was stronger between Noah and Icy Cascade, but they were sure that their lives would be in danger if a battle were to happen there. After all, Noah was doing whatever he wanted without caring about the rules of that area. However, they were only human cultivators, and they knew that beings in the heroic ranks had values that they couldn't even begin to comprehend. Icy Cascade stared at the corpse of the slave for a while. Noah was correct in thinking that she wanted to exploit his presence, but his actions were too direct, and he didn't show any interest in money. He was just taking the shortest approach toward his target, raising the intensity of his forcefulness at each new problem. Icy Cascade felt the cold, vertical pupils on her body as she inspected the dead slave. Sweat began to fall from her forehead as that stall continued. She had to admit that she didn't know how far the demon prince of the hive was willing to go to obtain what he wanted. Noah was famous for enraging forces far more potent than him, but a direct attack there would cause substantial repercussions on the organization behind him. However, Icy Cascade didn't know if he cared about that. The real issue with the unorthodox organizations was that they didn't act according to the common sense of the orthodox ones. After all, the Hive had been launching an assassination campaign against the Utra nation while the territories of the Empire were under attack. The three big nations weren't even aware of its presence in the new continent at that time. How could she predict the behavior of someone who had spent his life defying higher powers? She couldn't, and she didn't want to risk her life to learn more about it. Oh, 1 million for the corpse, but you can't take the chains. In the end, she forced herself to stutter those words. Noah waved his hand, and a big pile of shining crystals appeared on the terrain next to him. Heroic cultivators wouldn't see that sum as spectacular, but the soldiers in the distance froze when they saw all that wealth. They couldn't help but think that those entities in the heroic ranks lived in a completely different world. Then, Noah went for the corpse and tore the chain around the neck of the slave with a swift gesture. The hard alloy of that inscribed item was powerless against his physical strength. It didn't even bend, it only fell apart. Noah stored the corpse of the slave and turned to leave at that point. He had obtained what he wanted. It would be up to the elders to see if they could find the technique that had caused the slight modifications in the man's bloodline. They might be able to reverse engineer the techniques or methods used on his bloodline in the past. The enduring demon sect might be restored if those techniques turn out to belong to that organization. Noah thought as he began to fly back toward the western coast, but he decided to leave a few words before his departure. I might have other tasks that concern the territories of the Shandal Empire in the future. I will personally inform the Patriarch of the hospitality provided by the wardens. The group from the Empire could only stare as his figure disappeared in the distance after those words. The human soldiers heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Noah leaving, but Icy Cascade remained somewhat worried. She couldn't understand if Noah was threatening her, or just trying to be polite. Either way, it was clear that he would return. He wouldn't have just warned her otherwise. Noah simply flew back to the Lutran nation after that meeting. There was a teleportation matrix connected with the Coral Archipelago there, and Noah didn't mind wasting a few weeks to deliver the corpse of the possible descendant of the enduring demon sect. He was taking the slowest approach to the task on purpose. He was enjoying the freedom that his new mission had given him after all. The long flights could be used to translate diagrams, train, and meditate on his individuality. The task didn't hinder his growth in any way. The clues concerning the morphing demon sect lead to the Utra nation, but I don't see the royals welcoming me as the Empire has done. I should focus on the central area of the old continent for now. Noah thought as he resumed his journey. The next clues pointed toward the mystical fog. The demon sects had escaped from the Papal nation, so it was reasonable to think that most of them had set new homes near its borders. Noah flew toward the nation of Ifrana and began to interrogate any tribe that he found. Ifrana nation was the first independent country after the mystical fog. There was a high chance that some exiled demon sect had decided to establish itself there in the past. The power of the tribes that inhabited that land was low. Even the strongest ones would only have one heroic cultivator in their ranks. It couldn't be helped. The Empire and the Council would just recruit any tribe that had managed to give birth to heroic cultivators in that miserable condition. After all, the tribes there were continuously used as cannon fodder, cultivators that could survive the wars between two big nations and become stronger at the same time were highly valued. Noah didn't need to pay anyone there. His cultivation level and the threat of the organization behind him were enough to obtain all the answers that he needed. The pieces of information obtained by the tribes were fragmented. Even the older tribes there only had knowledge passed down by the previous rulers of the central areas. Sometimes Noah had to explore the nearby territories to follow the leads created by the information gathered. It was needless to say that the process took a while. Noah had to fly back and forth along the border of the Papal nation to uncover the events that had happened in the last 1,000 years. Noah flew from the Ifrana nation to the danger zones that surrounded it. He explored the danger zones to then reach for the encampments of the Empire, where he was received by other heroic cultivators that belonged to the Wardens. It took a bit of credits and insights, but, in the end, he obtained a general understanding of the fate of 4 demon sects. The Bleeding Demon Sect and the Thieving Demon Sect had been powerful tribes in Nation in the past. It seemed that they wanted to build a nation back then, but the joint influence of the Council and Empire had forced them to give up on that dream. Those big nations should have recruited them after that, since the records state their sudden disappearance. Noah thought as he hovered in the sky over Nation. That knowledge had been mostly gathered from the stronger tribes, and the rumors passed down by the older ones. There was bound to be some inaccuracy, but there was a limit to how much Noah could do about that. Reaching that conclusion was already far more than enough. The Severing Demon Sect had passed through Nation too, but it didn't stop here. It marched toward the eastern coast and clashed with the Empire. The sect lost the battle, and its members were enslaved. It's possible that some of their descendants are still around in some slave camps, but I can't recognize them. The Severing Demon Sect was specialized in unorthodox martial arts. It didn't focus on the bloodline of its members like the Enduring Demon Sect. Noah couldn't distinguish its descendants from the other slaves without such apparent features, so he had simply thanked the envoy from the Wardens with a few thousand credits and left the camp where his clues had led him. The Suffering Demon Sect had gone toward the western coast in its escape. It followed the path of the Chasing Demon Sect, but its tracks stopped in the Scarlet Mountain Chain. The Scarlet Mountain Chain was a rank 5 danger zone inhabited by Eagle-type and Hawk-type magical beasts. The area was quite chaotic. Noah had only been able to do a quick search before 2 rank 5 magical beasts in the middle tier noticed his presence. However, that made him almost sure that the Demon Sect had been destroyed when it entered that area. The Suffering Demon Sect didn't have a rank 5 cultivators before the exile. Its survival in a rank 5 danger zone was nearly impossible. The Morphing Demon Sect or its remains should be in the Nation, and I can't return there yet. That leaves me with the Flying Demon Sect and the Dreaming Demon Sect. Noah's list only had 2 demon sects left. Yet, no matter how much Noah had searched and investigated, he didn't find any trace of them. That could lead only to 3 possibilities. The first one was that they had been destroyed before leaving the Papal Nation. The second one was that the information about them had vanished during the last 1,000 years. That scenario though saw them destroyed in some danger zone or enslaved by the Empire. Clues about them would surely appear in the case of their survival. Only thorough destruction could erase their traces in that way. The third and only possibility that Noah could affect saw both demon sects inhabiting the mystical fog. There are bound to be rank 5 creatures inside the fog, but my natural awareness should be enough to keep me safe. Also, there shouldn't be any other area in the old continent so full of powerful magical beasts. I might benefit from its exploration. Noah thought as he turned his gaze toward the north. The mystical fog divided the border between the Papal Nation and the Empire, and it became thinner only in the Nation. He knew that mighty beings had artificially created both the mystical fog and the mountain chain on the other side of the continent, but the purpose behind their existence still escaped his mind. Those creations were simply too old, even older than the Empire. Only the god in the mortal lands could know something about them, but even that wasn't certain. Noah thought for a while before deciding to explore the mystical fog. Benefits usually accompanied risks, and Noah was enjoying that period of exploration too much to put a stop to it so soon. Also, Noah felt that his Danteon was nearing the long-awaited breakthrough, and he would gladly accelerate its arrival by acting according to his desires. He had even translated the diagrams of the Dark Ray spell and Dark Cover spell that he had abandoned since he became a rank 4 mage. It was time to make some modifications since reaching the liquid stage would grant him deeper reserves of breath. Those modifications would need many tests, and only a danger zone featured enough threats to keep his mind sharp and focused on the task. Noah stopped hesitating when he made his mind and sent a mental message to inform the hive about his decision. Then he flew toward the north, and his figure disappeared as he entered the thick, gray fog. The mystical fog was confirmed to be at least a rank 5 danger zone, but Noah believed that there had to be at least one rank 6 creature in that vast and unexplored area. Magical beasts would naturally thrive in the absence of cultivators, especially in a vast territory that hadn't been the target of cleaning operations for who knows how long. Also, the mystical fog seemed to be undergoing a slow but steady expansion, which was a clear sign that the fauna inside it was prospering. Noah flew through the fog at an average pace. The environment obstructed his vision, but his powerful mind was enough to fend off the effects that the fog generally had on weaker mental spheres. His natural awareness further enhanced the investigative capabilities of his sea of consciousness. There was no risk that he would lose himself or fail to notice a threat. Packs of magical beasts led by rank 3 creatures appeared now and then, but Noah completely disregarded their presence. He was in peripheral areas that some tribes and even travelers looking for quick gains would explore from time to time. Information about the 2 lost demon sects would have appeared if they had established their new homes there. Noah was sure that he had to go deeper to find something that could reveal more about their fate. Of course, that would happen only if the demon sects had acted according to the 3rd scenario that Noah had visualized. Flashes of dark light randomly appeared around Noah as he kept on flying. They were the effects caused by the failures of his tests. He wasn't only venturing in the mystical fog and paying attention to his surroundings. Part of his focus was on the wills created after the translation of the 6 diagrams. He had chosen to make modifications to the Dark Ray and Dark Cover spell first since their power was only up to the 3rd rank, which meant that their diagrams were far more straightforward than those of the other spells in his possession. His efforts were focused on the Dark Ray spell right now since it was the simpler of the 2. The spell created a black ray made of mental energy and breath. Only martial arts could be more straightforward in their effects compared to that attack. That gave Noah enough confidence in completing the modifications in a short amount of time, and succeeding in the task would give him the confirmation that he could raise the level of specific diagrams. After all, it was just a matter of finding the right harmony between the 2 energies and expanding the intrinsic limits of the original diagram. Packs led by rank 4 beasts began to appear as Noah reached deeper parts of the mystical fog, but he ignored them too. He would rather spend his time training his mental sphere and modifying spells than wasting it over creatures that couldn't increase his power nor satisfy his hunger. That approach changed when he began to sense the presence of rank 5 beasts. The mystical fog was a peculiar environment that featured a quite variegated fauna. However, there was a species of creatures that could be considered in charge of that danger zone. Fog demons are a rare kind of insect-type magical beast that can use the fog around them to assume various shapes. They are considered far below the average in terms of power compared to other species since they can only manipulate the fog and not create it, but they are extremely dangerous in this area. Noah reviewed the information about the rulers of that danger zone in his mind as soon as he sensed the first rank 5 creature. The appearance of such a powerful beast signaled Noah's entrance in the deepest area of the mystical fog, but also the arrival of worthy prey. Noah immediately stopped his tests and changed direction to fly toward the powerful presence in the distance. His consciousness was soon able to see a tall hyena roaring at a pack of smaller ones. The tall hyena's body wasn't solid, but it carried properties similar to Noah's demonic form. I've read that they could imitate other species and impersonate them, but it's still amazing to witness it. I guess the right environment can put one of the weakest species at the top of the food chain. Noah thought as he flew right above the transformed rank 5 fog demon while making sure that the beast didn't notice him. The beast seemed able to sense that something was off, but it couldn't be able to pinpoint the cause of that feeling. Also, controlling magical beasts of a different species was a tiring task. Most of its control had to be on those rank 4 hyenas. Noah had no intention of fighting the beast on even ground. He had already tested his strength against the hairy ox. He was only hunting to feed himself now. The fog demon under him was a rank 5 magical beast in the lower tier, and it had clear weaknesses that could be exploited with enough preparation. Noah began to charge the Dark Blast spell with the energy contained inside his liquid dantian, and waited for the attack to absorb enough power to break the thick layer of fog that surrounded the real body of the fog demon. Noah simply threw the massive, uneven sphere toward the ground when he felt that the spell had reached the required energy. The fog demon noticed the attack at that point, but it was too late. The spell crashed on the pack and released an explosion that even dispersed part of the fog in the area. The hyenas in the 4th rank and below turned into dust as soon as the blast engulfed their bodies. while the fog demon only lost the condensed fog around its shape in the explosion. A 1-meter-long ant was revealed after the fog around it was dispersed, and Noah could finally lay his gaze on the real body of that creature. Of course, he was already aware of its physical features, and he didn't hesitate to exploit the favorable condition that he had created. Noah dived toward the terrain while using the shadow sprint martial art fueled by the liquid dantian. His sudden acceleration made him reach such a high speed that even his mind found it hard to keep track of his movements. Yet, he didn't need to see where he was going since he had already set the trajectory beforehand. A shockwave spread in the area as Noah crashed on the defenseless body of the fog demon. The ground crumbled, and fissures filled the terrain around the spot where the two rank 5 creatures had clashed. Noah was so fast that the ground was able to stop his descent only after he had dug it for hundreds of meters. When he stopped, the lifeless body of the rank 5 ant was under him. The power behind the impact had reduced it to a pulp. The bodies of the fog demons were fairly weak, but their ability to manipulate the fog around them was somewhat threatening. The form that they assumed would work as a defensive layer that could launch various attacks at the same time. Also, they could replenish the expended fog rather quickly if the environment around them had enough of it. Of course, they would be at their weakest when their gaseous armor was destroyed. Knowledge was power only if a cultivator had the strength to make use of it, and Noah met those standards. The charged dark blast spell dispersed the armor of the creature, and his sudden dive exploited the instance in which the beast was defenseless. The shadow sprint martial art, fueled with the energy inside his liquid dantian, made him reach an incredible speed. The fog demon could only feel a mountain falling over its small body before it was reduced to a pulp. Noah gathered the remains of the corpse of the ant and flew back in the air. The ruckus that he had created would surely attract other powerful beings nearby, and he didn't want to give those creatures any advantage over him. He had been able to kill a rank 5 beast so quickly because of his preparations and knowledge, but the battle would have been different if the creature had noticed his presence. The fog demon would have relentlessly attacked Noah while refilling the depleted fog, leaving him no openings to exploit. The gaseous armor had to be dispersed in one powerful attack, or the outcome of the battle would depend on their endurance. Noah ate the corpse in a few bites, and he couldn't help but sigh in dissatisfaction when he felt the amount of nourishment that it provided. As expected from such weak species of magical beasts, half of the hairy ox body would have satisfied me more. Noah evaluated when he felt the energy contained in the rank 5 creature being absorbed by his body. The size of a magical beast's body wasn't a reliable indicator of the breath contained inside it, but the fog demons were weak other than small. That meal was surely above the standards of the 4th rank, but it was still barely able to satisfy him. I guess I should strive for quantity in this environment. I can't waste this chance. It didn't happen that often to find rank 5 magical beasts that could be easily hunted, and Noah wasn't going to be picky because they weren't as nourishing as the hairy ox. Noah resumed his flight inside the deepest areas of the mystical fog. Unfortunately for him, he was only able to find another solitary rank 5 ant in the lower tier before packs led by fog demons in the same rank but in the middle tier began to appear. Noah hunted the creature in the lower tier before being forced to raise his height to avoid the natural awareness of those stronger beings. The central areas of the mystical fog were the lairs of the real rulers of that danger zone. Noah wouldn't be surprised if creatures in the upper tier began to appear. His guess was on point, but nothing above the 5th rank appeared, and the thickness of the fog slowly diminished as he advanced. The faint shape of the sun could be seen again from under the layer of gray gas. Noah took that sign as a warning. The dispersion of the mystical fog only meant that he had almost reached the other side of the danger zone. There would be the Papal Nation on that side, and Noah didn't want to enter its domain. Ravaging Demon was part of the council for what Noah knew, and he wouldn't be safe in that country with a natural enemy in such a high position. I flew in a straight line through the mystical fog, but I didn't find any trace of the Flying Demon Sect and Dreaming Demon Sect. I should explore this danger zone from the west to the east now. Noah decided when he saw that the previous approach didn't uncover anything. He would simply give up and return to the new continent if even that exploration didn't bring any result. After all, He had tracked down all the demon sects that had survived after the exile and brought those that he could recognize back to the hive. The others had been either recruited by the three big nations or enslaved in a war. Noah had done everything in his power, but the 1,000 years that had passed since the exile created hurdles that even his power couldn't overcome. A second exploration began. The only difference was that Noah wanted to sweep the danger zone from coast to coast at that time. He started from the west coast and began to move toward the east, making sure to explore both the outer and central areas inside the fog. That approach took far longer, but it was thorough and would give Noah some level of certainties. Noah didn't mind using his time in that way. He was still training, and the random appearance of rank 5 beasts in the lower tier allowed him to improve the level of his body. It was as if he was a new creature ready to destabilize the food chain of that environment. The fauna there had stagnated for centuries. Noah wouldn't be surprised if the fog demons had forgotten the feeling of being the prey. Noah went through the entirety of the mystical fog between the western coast and the Nation, hunting 3 more rank 5 ants in the process. However, he didn't find anything that uncovered some clues about the 2 demon sects' disappearance. The fog became scarce when he flew in the sky over Nation, but it soon filled his vision again when he crossed its borders. The environment on that side of the danger zone was similar to that near the western coast. There was still a variegated fauna, and fog demons were ruling its central areas, but Noah was able to notice that the fog there was somewhat thicker. The real danger is here then, Noah thought as he flew toward the eastern coast. A few rank 5 fog demons appeared, but those in the lower tier seemed to always move in groups of 2. It was as if there was some sort of innate organization between their ranks. The cause behind that organization soon became clear since Noah sensed the faint presence of a threatening being in the distance. There was a creature in the 6th rank after all. Noah stopped his tracks at that point. The mystical fog was confirmed to be a rank 6 danger zone now. Noah had to take additional measures to ensure his safety. I'll return here after I apply modifications on the dark cover spell. Noah flew toward a danger zone outside of the mystical fog when he thought that. He needed a safe environment where to test his wills. The dark cover spell made use of the natural darkness of the night to cover the figure of the cultivator casting it. Noah had never relied on it because of that restriction and the limit to the power of its diagram. However, the appearance of a rank 6 creature in the area that he needed to explore made him reevaluate his priorities. The modifications on the dark ray spell had been almost completed, but Noah didn't need it right now. He could always pick up from where he had left in the future. Yet, now he needed something that could allow him to fly unnoticed through the mystical fog. Of course, he knew that a normal spell wouldn't be able to deceive the natural awareness of a rank 6 beast, but the conditions in that danger zone were quite favorable to him. The fog naturally affected the perception of the living beings living inside it, and the fog demons weren't an exception. Also, the senses of the specimens of that species would be further limited when the gaseous armor surrounded their real bodies. The fog demons were able to thrive in the mystical fog, but they were still a weak species. Any expert in the magical beasts field would be able to exploit their weaknesses. Noah already had a few ideas on how to modify the dark cover spell. He had completed the translation of its diagram during his travel, but he couldn't rely on something that could only be activated during nighttime. Luckily for him, the cursed dragons naturally absorbed the light in the environment to nourish their lungs. That feature created a constant dark halo around their bodies, and Noah wasn't an exception. Instead of the darkness of the night, I need to make use of the darkness created when I absorb the light around me. That was Noah's idea regarding the modifications needed to improve the dark cover spell. Noah reached the Scarlet Mountain chain and chose one of the seemingly empty mountain peaks as his training area. Chasing demons task didn't have a time limit, and he didn't mind focusing on his spells for a while now that he found a situation that required them. The first step in the modification was to alter the structure of the will created when Noah translated the diagram. The tricky part was that the original spell made use of the natural abundance of the darkness element during the night to fuel its effects. Noah could keep that feature, but he also wanted to create a way to make use of the spell during the day, which meant finding a different source of darkness. The natural dark halo that surrounded him wasn't enough to match the night, but Noah could make up for that with the breath inside his dantian. That approach would make the final product a bit more expensive for what concerned the energies needed to activate it, but it would be worth it if it made Noah able to take by surprise cultivators on his same level during the day. The next hurdle was the expansion of its limits. Noah needed to spend a lot of time finding the right method to push the power of that translated diagram so that it could become useful in the fourth rank. He couldn't just stretch the meanings contained in his will, and he also needed to reestablish the previous harmony once he improved its power. The difficulty of that task, though, couldn't match that of the translation and modification of the warp spell. Every diagram was simple compared to a spell that could accompany a cultivator through the entirety of its journey. It took Noah a little less than 4 months to complete the modifications to the dark cover spell and perfect its harmony. A dark but void human shape hovered over the sea inside his mind when the process was over. That was the new form that his spell had taken after all the improvements. This should allow me to fly through the eastern part of the mystical fog without alerting its rulers. Noah evaluated when he analyzed the will and decided that it was time to resume his exploration. He returned in the danger zone that divided the areas of influence of the two big nations, in the spot where he had first sensed the rank 6 creature. That oppressing presence was still there when he returned there. It seemed that the creature didn't move at all during those months. Noah quickly fueled the will inside his mind with the energy contained inside his liquid dantian and mental energy. Part of the will was consumed during that process, but a dark layer slowly formed over Noah's skin and covered the entirety of his body due to its effects. The dark layer was formed by the darkness that his body naturally created and the breath in his dantian. However, the spell was fueled by his mental energy and liquid dantian. That allowed Noah to push the power of the spell to the solid stage without emptying his dantian. The layer perfectly adhered to his body. Noah was barely able to notice it. Yet, he could feel that his presence was somewhat faint and that his figure radiated an even darker halo. He wasn't invisible, but a cultivator would only able to see a black spot in broad daylight. The effects are similar to Elder Julia's hiding methods. I should still avoid entering the line of sight of the beasts and cultivators if I want to surprise them. However, I can go completely unnoticed in environments similar to this. Noah nodded when he thought that. The new dark cover spell turned out to be a situational ability even with all those modifications, but Noah was satisfied with it. Perfect abilities didn't exist. Cultivators could only have a set of skills that could give them an advantage in every situation. Noah resumed the exploration of the eastern side of the mystical fog after he activated the spell. He still increased his height when he flew over the area where the rank 6 creature was staying. There was a limit to how much a spell could do against such a powerful being after all. The exploration continued peacefully, and Noah even found the chance to kill another rank 5 fog demon in the lower tier at some point. The dark cover spell lasted for a few hours, so Noah was forced to reactivate it whenever its effects began to wear off. Nevertheless, that wasn't an issue. Those hours were more than enough to refill his centers of power. Noah began to think that even the eastern side of the mystical fog didn't contain any clues of the two demon sects since he was about to reach the east coast of the old continent. However, it was at that point that he noticed strange lines on a random spot on the ground. The lines didn't shine, but they were part of some sort of formation, and Noah didn't hesitate to analyze them. Noah dived toward the terrain as soon as he made sure that the area was safe. The lines stretched for a while. They created a large formation that covered an area a few hundred meters large. Noah knew that such a formation could be considered big according to usual standards, but he didn't have much knowledge about that field. He had seen many teleportation matrices and the shining lines of the copying formation in Chasing Demons' old training area, but he had never studied that inscription method. Yet June had given him a brief explanation. Generally speaking, formations worked as large diagrams that only required breath to function once set. Their effects originated from the precious materials and meanings that the formation master put inside the lines when the formation was created. Inscriptions added meanings and effects to certain items through the same process, but the will used was far denser compared to other inscription methods. Runes were condensed meanings that took specific forms, and that could produce the intended effects only when a large number of them were used. Instead, Formations used faint meanings, precious materials, and vast arrays to work. Those were the three leading schools when it came to inscriptions, and all three of them had variegated branches. The elemental forging method was a branch of the first category that used incredibly strong wills to fuse precious materials and make them surpass their natural limits. June's perfect circuit was a branch of the third category that used her centers of power as cores and her body as a precious material. Countless branches had appeared through history, but only so many of them had managed to survive the discoveries and achievements that happened through the years. For example, Divine Demon's inscription method was a branch that made use of both attunement method and formations and could be considered quite innovative even in the current era. Of course, Noah knew only the general description of each category, but he had never studied them since the elemental forging method was a perfect match for his peculiar situation. He had only learnt from June that formations required a long period of study due to the nature of the materials and lines used to create them. Each material would express a different effect depending on the meaning applied and the form of the lines. Formation masters could only learn to predict those effects by testing every material in different ways and adding that knowledge to their studies. It was a vast field filled with long periods of collection of data. June was better off compared to most students of the formations file since she inherited Eccentric Thunder's accumulated knowledge in the matter. Yet, she would have to perform those tests once her path led her in areas that Eccentric Thunder didn't explore. The materials used to trace these lines appear quite consumed. How old is this formation? Noah thought as he analyzed the lines of the array inside the mystical fog. The lines of the formation were still intact, and no trace of erosion could be seen on its surface. However, the materials inside them were old and rotten. Noah could even smell traces of mold from it. I can recognize some similarity with the teleportation matrices that I've seen, but there are also a lot of differences. I wonder if it works. Noah could only compare that array to the others that he had encountered through his life, but there was a limit to how much he could understand. A teleportation matrix would explain the complete lack of clues concerning the Flying Demon Sect and Dreaming Demons Sect. Might as well try it. Noah took a few hundred credits from his space ring and threw them inside the formation. The formation autonomously absorbed the breath contained inside those shining crystals, and some light began to be radiated by its lines. However, the light soon vanished, and the credits turned into dust when the breath inside them was depleted. It works, but the energy wasn't enough to activate it. Noah thought as he observed the process. It was needless to say that the formation interested him. It was something that had remained hidden in the depths of a danger zone for who knows how long. That array wasn't mentioned even when he studied the records concerning the mystical fog. Noah flew again in the air and decided to finish his exploration of the danger zone. He would focus on the formation only after he made sure that no clues about the two demon sects could be found inside the fog. The exploration turned out to be fruitless. He didn't even find other rank 5 creatures in the lower tier to hunt. He didn't expect to find traces left by the demon sects after discovering the formation, but he still wanted to finish his exploration. The mystical fog seemed suitable to become his hunting area in the future, and he wanted to have a clear understanding of it before focusing on other matters. In the end, he returned to the spot where he found the array after sending a few mental messages with his inscribed notebook. The messages had been sent to the rank 5 elders of the hive, but even their knowledge carried no trace of that array. This formation might be as old as the mystical fog. Even Chasing Demon knew nothing about it. Noah guessed when he heard the elders' answers. Ordinary cultivators had no reason to explore the mystical fog, and those in the heroic ranks wouldn't venture in an area that couldn't provide them any benefit. Not all danger zones could be turned into sources of income. The desert on the southwestern coast was an example of that. Also, the mystical fog was easily crossable in the Nation. There was no need to venture through its deepest parts to reach the opposite area of influence. Let's see where it goes. Noah began to throw credits inside the formation as soon as he took that decision. The array absorbed the breath inside the credits, and its lines began to shine as more and more energy filled their surface. The power radiated by the lines soon surpassed the human ranks and reached for the heroic ones, but the formation kept on absorbing breath nonetheless. Noah continued to throw credits until all the lines began to exude a white light, and their functioning appeared to have reached some sort of harmony. The formation was active and stable. Noah didn't dare to step inside it blindly and summoned Havoc to test it. The night falcon came out of Noah's sleeveless arm and left a trail of corrosive black smoke as it flew inside the light. The formation flickered at that point, and Noah lost control of his blood companion. Havoc's body was destroyed when that control was severed, but it soon reformed over his shoulder as if nothing had happened. Noah kept his eyes closed as he focused on the foggy images that his blood companion had shared with his mind during the teleportation. A vast, dark blue sky had filled Havoc's vision for an instant. The images shared by Havoc were confused and cloudy. It couldn't be helped. The connection with the blood companion was able to hold on only for less than an instant after the teleportation. Yet, Noah was able to make out the color and the nature of the sky in that short moment. It seems quite large, Noah thought as he opened his eyes to stare at the formation. The light radiated by the lines dispersed when the accumulated energy was depleted, and the array returned to its previous state. However, it seemed that its activation had restored some shine to the old materials inside the lines. Even the smell of mold had mostly gone away. A formation that restores itself through the breath that fuels it? Quite spectacular. That discovery amazed Noah. Everything in the world had to face the inevitable erosion generated by the passage of time. It was something natural and impossible to stop. Time couldn't be halted, not even in the heroic ranks. So, a formation capable of restoring itself when activated was a piece of art. It surely was the work of a mighty expert. June's expertise might improve if she studied it. Well, I'll remember to mention it the next time we met. Noah began to throw credits inside the array again as he put those thoughts in the back of his mind. He wasn't interested in the formation's field, and that old masterpiece couldn't give him any benefit. He simply wanted to know where the teleportation would bring him. Havoc flew from his shoulder to land inside the formation when it was fully activated. Confused images appeared in Noah's mind once again, but he didn't analyze them just yet. He continued to throw credits inside the array to keep it active while his blood companion's body reconstructed next to him. Then, he sent Havoc inside the shining lines again. Havoc kept on being destroyed every time the formation teleported it. Still, Noah completely disregarded the pain that the process caused and continued to use the blood companion to gather information. The process was quite expensive. Noah was forced to waste thousands of credits for each activation of the array. However, he preferred that approach. Blindly using an unknown teleportation matrix that was too dangerous, Noah wouldn't dare to step inside it without inspecting the environment on the other side first. Noah had to send Havoc inside the formation dozens of times before obtaining a somewhat clear picture of the scenery on the other side of the array. He had been forced to waste a bit less than 2 million credits to reach that result, and even Havoc's ethereal figure had been wounded after that cycle of destruction and reconstruction. Nevertheless, he now had enough information to formulate a few possible hypotheses. It doesn't lead anywhere. It's the entrance to an extremely realistic separate dimension. The first thing that he discovered was that the formation wasn't a teleportation matrix, but a door. It's something similar to eccentric Thunder's inheritance ground, only more stable. I would have easily confused it with the real world if I hadn't performed so many inspections. Noah could understand it from the lack of visible runes in the sky and ground. The sky was dark blue, which seemed to shine on its own, and the ground was a vast prairie covered in dark green grass. The detail that made him understand that it was a separate dimension, though, was the presence of 2 red moons almost hidden on 2 opposite sides of the horizon. The red moons illuminated lands in the distance, and even Havoc's sight couldn't evaluate how far away they were. This separate dimension is vast, maybe vaster than eccentric Thunder's inheritance ground. Noah continued to sort the information in his mind. The idea that the array led to another world had crossed his mind for a second, but he quickly discarded it. Noah came from a different world, so he knew that there could be other mortal lands out there. Yet, he didn't believe that a few thousand credits were enough to perform that kind of teleportation, which ultimately led him to the conclusion that the area was a separate dimension. The second important thing that he managed to discover was that the density of breath in that dimension was extremely low. Who would bother to build such a large area without tuning the breath inside it according to its needs? That seems unlikely. I'm more inclined to believe that some powerful being inside it has absorbed it. That conclusion felt obvious inside his mind. Creating a separate dimension took an incredible amount of time, money, and efforts. No one would create something so grand without perfecting a vital detail, such as the density of breath inside it. The cause of the scarcity of that energy had to find its origin in external forces, which could either be human cultivators, magical plants, and magical beasts. Noah waited for a few hours to pass before resuming his gathering of information. He mainly focused on observing the movements of the red moons and the lands that they illuminated. The moons moved slowly, but the light that they radiated made Noah able to understand a few details of the areas in the distance. There seemed to be mostly prairies, with some small hills now and then. Also, he wasn't able to see even one life form except for the dark green grass. The separate dimension appeared utterly desolate. Yet, during the second day next to the old formation, Havoc managed to capture the images of what seemed roofs. Cultivators! Noah exclaimed in his mind when his blood companion shared the sight of the roofs reflecting the red light of the moons. There can't be many strong creatures due to the scarcity of breath, and there might even be something interesting hidden inside. Noah quickly sent mental messages to the elders at that point. He was aware that the two demon sects had probably used the formation during the escape and that there had to be a reason why they didn't come out for all those years. Yet, he was eager to explore that new land. It was straightforward but intense curiosity. The dimension didn't even appear too dangerous for his level. After all, he had flown over a rank 6 fog demon just recently. What would he even fear if he was careful? The elders agreed with his hypotheses and left the matter of the exploration to him. They knew that the demon prince had to be left free to follow his individuality. They would never hinder his path on purpose. Also, Noah was more than skilled in surviving in unknown environments. There was no one more suitable than him to explore a forgotten separate dimension. Noah simply waited until Havoc's ethereal figure healed before activating the old formation and stepping inside it. The light radiated by the lines flickered, and his figure was nowhere to be seen after that radiance dispersed.